by rifles and automatic weapons. The Indian government have accused neighbouring Pakistan of supplying the weapons, and they suspect that the temple is now being used as a guerrilla training centre. The leader of the fundamentalists, armed only with a spear, is free to walk amongst his followers inside the temple grounds. Although he's wanted by the police on murder charges, they are powerless to arrest him until Mrs. Ghandi gives them the go-ahead. Her only hope is to appeal to the moderate leaders of the Sikhs to hand over the extremists. But any political or religious concessions she might make to strengthen the moderates' hand may be seen as too little and too late. And if Mrs. Ghandi cannot find the political agility to succeed in the Punjab, the results could be tragic.
Mrs. Ghandi is under pressure to raid the temple and arrest Bhindranwale. Bhindranwale believes she may. He's preparing to resist. Sandbags are hurriedly filled as cover for marksmen. Boys, still barely sporting the Sikh beard, have been armed. Positions have been taken on all rooftops. Lighting has been installed in case the police come at night. But at midday, the bell still rings for prayers. The religious life of the temple goes on. Outside the temple, paramilitary forces have surrounded the buildings. They pulled back 200 yards after Sikhs fired on them from inside the temple. Bhindranwale has now moved into this building, the second most sacred in the temple. Below where he sleeps, priests read the sacred scriptures round the clock. Will Mrs. Ghandi dare risk a gun battle here, which could inflame the whole Sikh community? That's the question all India is asking.
Standstill. The entire opposition has staged a walkout over the assassination of a moderate Sikh leader. Police say he was killed because he opposed more extreme members of the sect who've turned to violence in their attempt to turn the Punjab into a Sikh state, separate from the rest of the country. The Sikh separatists, based in their holy city of Amritsar, have murdered over 100 people in the past month. 4 more people died today, and they're reported to be recruiting a huge guerrilla army. The violence in the Punjab highlights a broader problem for the Indian Prime Minister Mrs. Ghandi, the increasingly insistent demands for greater independence from central government amongst India's 22 states. It's bound to cause her more headaches in the run-up to the general election she must hold within the next year. In trying to restore order among the Sikhs, Mrs. Ghandi imposed direct rule from Delhi nearly 6 months ago, but she seems powerless to stop the killing and unwilling to negotiate over the rebels' grievances. Jane Corbyn looks at the Sikhs, one of the most prosperous and the most militant of India's religious groups.
For centuries, the Golden Temple in the holy city of Amritsar has been a centre for pilgrimage, the Sikhs' holiest shrine. Today it is still a place of worship, but it now has a wider significance. It has become the focus of Sikh discontent with their political position in India today. While the elders recite from the holy book, young Sikhs, many of them hunted by the police, use the temple as a refuge and a campaign headquarters for their movement, which seeks independence for the state of Punjab. When discontent began to surface 2 years ago, the Sikhs' demands were moderate. They wanted a limited degree of autonomy from the Delhi government and to settle long-standing disputes over river water and boundaries. But Sikhs believe that Mrs. Ghandi's refusal to negotiate at this early stage has alienated the people and created tension between Hindus and Sikhs within the Punjab. Inderjit Singh is the editor of the largest circulation Sikh journal in Britain. He's critical of Mrs. Ghandi.
She seems to have dithered and wavered and done very little. Now, that has had a very important effect, that the Sikh demands are very modest and very moderate. The refusal to discuss those demands has strengthened the hands of the extremists. They can now turn around and say, we told you so. There's no satisfaction and no chance for Sikhs in the Indian Union.
The leader of the most radical group is a Sikh holy man. Sant Bhindranwale, wanted for murder for the past 2 years, he's found sanctuary in the Golden Temple. Together with 1,000 followers armed to the teeth, Bhindranwale has now become synonymous with the call for an independent Sikh nation. The separatists call it Khalistan. But it's not just a movement of fanatics. There is wide support amongst the whole Sikh population, who have great pride in their history and traditions, which are handed down from generation to generation. Sikhism was founded in the 15th century as an offshoot of Hinduism. but it's now widely accepted as a religion in its own right, a religion which preaches peace, tolerance and equality of women. Police claim this homely-looking elderly widow, Amarjit Kaur, masterminds a gang of fanatics. She wears the 10-inch ceremonial Sikh dagger, and she says she's responsible for the education of Sikh orphans whose parents have died in the conflict. The police say she's a dangerous extremist, avenging her husband's death at the hands of a rival sect. From her refuge in the temple, she's become a focus for Sikh opposition to Mrs. Ghandi.
I have no conflict with Mrs. Ghandi, but the problem is of principles. She is controlling, she has to do, she wants to centralize power with herself. We have to fight for the Sikh case. This is the problem. Otherwise, I have no personal conflict with her.
Last October, the Punjab was placed under presidential rule from Delhi, and troops were drafted in to keep the peace after a series of shootings and bombings. At that time, at least one person was killed daily as a result of terrorist activity. Protests were held, copies of the Indian constitution were burnt. Relations between Sikh and Hindu were inflamed by the situation. Amritsar used to be a busy trading city, but the violence and the curfew have taken their toll on commerce. Shops have been bombed and business has suffered. Amritsar shopkeepers say they're now faced with bankruptcy.
Business in general, that has been ruined because of the terrorist activities. Nobody supports them, especially the business class, whether they are Hindus or they are Sikhs. They hate them like anything. They are just in minority. But because it is just a guerrilla activity and they can harm anybody at any time, that is why it has had a devastating effect on our business. Customers from other states, they do not like to visit Amritsar for the fear they may be shot dead at any time. So far as the government is concerned, that is not giving due protection, which is its primary function and duty.
At the moment, the Indian state, the state of Punjab, where the Sikhs are in this bare majority, supplies something like 30 or 40% of the food produce of the whole country. It supplies a tremendous amount of light industrial goods and so on. Already, other states are taking advantage of the unrest in Punjab. Haryana is now advertising and UP are advertising, come to our states where there is security. If the situation deteriorates in Punjab so that the industry and the agriculture suffer, the whole of the Indian subcontinent would be the loser, and a tremendous loser at that.
It's not the first time the Punjab has experienced hatred and violence caused by religious differences. When India was partitioned in 1947, thousands of Muslims fled across the Punjab to the newly created state of Pakistan, and Hindus fled from Pakistan back to India. The Punjab, caught in the middle, was the scene of extreme violence between the rival religious communities. Tens of thousands were slaughtered. And many fear a slaughter of similar proportions today, if Mrs. Ghandi were to take the most controversial option and send troops into the Golden Temple to arrest the Sikh militants. Traditionally, Sikhs have always been the backbone of the Indian army. Skilled fighters, they tend to form the elite officer corps. Today, 25% of the army are Sikhs, and they may well refuse to fight their countrymen. If a military solution seems unlikely, the only alternative would be for Mrs. Ghandi to negotiate with the moderates and isolate the extremists. But it may be too late. In England, as well as in the Punjab, the movement for an independent Khalistan is gaining momentum. Some of its principal supporters are exiled in London. Dr. Jajit Singh presides over the movement from his West London headquarters, planning for the day when he can wield real power. He and his followers have even printed passports, currency and stamps for the Khalistan they're determined to found.
Almost 99.5% Sikhs, they are supporting me and supporting this cause.
Even if it leads to bloodshed?
Yes. Even if that is beyond our control. If Mrs. Ghandi will act, we shall definitely act. Otherwise, personally, I am a pacifist. I believe in non-violent means. But Mrs. Ghandi has started the violent means.
As Hindus burn effigies of the Sikhs' Khalistan state, there are fears that what began as a political grievance may escalate into a religious war. Already, Hindus have staged counter-protests, killing Sikhs. The Hindu majority is an important constituency for Mrs. Ghandi as an election approaches, and commentators believe she won't want to be seen giving in to minority separatists. But if Sikh demands are not to erupt into civil war and bloodshed, Mrs. Ghandi and her government will need to find an urgent solution.
An internal problem, and they had no comment to make.
The three already...
Of Sikh rioters. They had refused to get down from the roof of a bus and had then opened fire.
At attacks by Sikh terrorists. Meanwhile, over 300 hostages were freed from 3 Sikh temples where they'd been held in a week-long siege by Sikh extremists.
In a surprise move, Rajiv Gandhi paid a one-day visit to the state capital as part of the Indian government's increasingly desperate attempts to control the situation. Amidst tight security, he met members of his mother's Congress I party and local political leaders. But his visit made no impact on either the extremist supporters of Sant Bhindranwale within Punjab or on the tense communal situation in neighbouring Haryana, where Hindu demonstrators have been demanding strong action by the government against the Sikhs. Meanwhile,
Army and paramilitary units have taken up positions within 200 yards of the Golden Temple, the most sacred Sikh shrine. Tens of thousands of troops have been moved into the Punjab. All rail travel has been halted, road links with other states cut, and news services censored. Sikh leaders claim it's all a prelude to a full...
From the rest of the nation. Phone lines are down, all forms of transport have been banned. The borders are sealed off too, and troops are stationed along Punjab's frontier with Pakistan. All this is the government's last-ditch attempt to quieten the 22 months agitation by the Sikhs for greater political and religious autonomy. But they haven't yet entered the Golden Temple at Amritsar, where the protesters spent the weekend preparing for siege and building up their defences against the army attack that they are expecting. The extremist leader Bhindranwale today accused the government of being bent on genocide, and the Sikhs meanwhile are trying to impose their own kind of blockade on the rest of the country. The rich agricultural state of Punjab provides most of its wheat, and the extremists have pledged to prevent any shipments from leaving the state. With me now is Kailash Budwa.
After besieged Sikh militants opened fire on troops surrounding their shrine, 2 people were reported killed. In London today, Sikh demonstrators used heavy chains to smash windows at the Indian High Commission and hurled a paraffin bomb into the building. There was little damage, but 3 staff members were slightly injured by flying glass.
And when Mrs. Gandhi has built up this crescendo, when she has brought it up to this pitch, it seems she has accepted the challenge of a showdown from the extremists. And it wouldn't be easy for her to back out from this because she has to face an electorate in 6 months' time. On the other hand, the extremists have been provoking Mrs. Gandhi in a situation like this, where they would force her hands to go into the Golden Temple to have a showdown with them, so that the tiny minority that at the moment supports the extremists can be built up, and there would be larger mass support, they hope, just because of this action.
In other words, the people inside are really hoping to become martyrs.
Either hoping to become martyrs or creating a situation whereby Sikh masses would have to fall in behind them, because at the moment there is a lot of infighting between different factions of Sikhs. The Sikh agitation was being led by the Akali party, the party which is supposed to be the official representative party of the Sikhs. But it seems that the leadership and initiative has been snatched away from the hands of the Akali party by Sant Bhindranwale, who appeared on the scene about 2 years back.
How far could Mrs. Ghandi go? How far will she go in meeting the Sikh demands for what we called greater religious and political autonomy?
Mrs. Ghandi had already conceded that she was prepared to talk on those demands. She had agreed to several religious demands, and she was prepared to talk on political demands. But the problem is, it's not the question of political and religious demands that is at stake at the moment. It's much more. Sant Bhindranwale has been emphasizing that Sikhs have been under the heels of majority Hindu population. He was worried that Sikhs were losing their identity, and therefore he wants Sikhs to assert their identity, and he doesn't want to talk or negotiate. He says his is a martial race, and he can go and fight it out, and he can go and get his rights at the point of a gun.
If he is as hell-bent on his cause as that, does that really mean that the crisis was unavoidable? Nothing Mrs. Ghandi could have done about it?
It's a catch-22 situation where if he wouldn't take any action, trigger-happy men were let loose and they were killing and assassinating, and they were always creating a situation whereby whenever the talks were resumed between official Akali party and Mrs. Ghandi, they would create a situation where the whole thing would fall apart. It would be very emotive. They would go and shoot out and kill some important leader.
Finally, and quickly if you will, any impact of all this on the elections which, as you reminded us, are taking place later on this year?
It would, not only in Punjab, in whole of India, because what is at stake at the moment is the iron will of this well-known lady who has till now faced several threats. This seems to be one of the most important and most severe threats that she is facing. A lot would depend on how she and, of course, India would come out of it.
Kailash Budhwar, thanks very much indeed for coming in.
Force. Some Sikh pilgrims have now left the temple, but it's thought that many heavily armed militants, including their leader, Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale, are still inside. Our correspondent Mark Tully, who's been ordered to leave the area, now reports.
Near Amritsar. But one person was killed in Amritsar itself, where the army and the paramilitary are enforcing the curfew with the utmost rigour. Meanwhile, a senior official in Delhi has said that firing continued during the day in and around the Golden Temple. I heard firing. It was sporadic, but it included mortar. The official in Delhi said that mortars and machine guns were fired by the terrorists inside the temple, and the security forces replied. About 40 people, mainly pilgrims, have come out of the temple in response to appeals made to them by loudspeakers. It's clear that the army has laid siege to the temple in an attempt to induce the extremist leader Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale to surrender. Few details are known about what's actually happening because the whole area has been sealed off. But one thing is clear. There's no going back for Mrs. Ghandi now. She has to get Bhindranwale and the Sikh terrorists alive or dead.
Punjab, where Indian troops have surrounded the Golden Temple of Amritsar. Militant Sikhs there have been using machine guns and mortars, and 40 people have been killed in 2 days of fighting.
Sikh extremists. Earlier, one report said they'd surrendered, but later reports say about 120 have left, but some militants remain inside. All foreign correspondents have been ordered out of the area, including our reporter Mark Tully, who sent this report before he left.
The Sikhs have been fortifying their temple for several months in preparation for this siege. They've collected sophisticated arms, some of them Israeli. They're led by Bhindranwale, a religious fanatic, who must have known what was coming for a long time. So it seems unlikely that he'll meekly surrender. Bhindranwale's supporters outside the temple are certainly not accepting the siege of their most sacred shrine. Since the army surrounded it, they've burnt Hindu property in a suburb within 5 miles of the temple. They resent the welcome the Hindus have given to the siege. The police now shoot on sight. But the violence continues. 26 people have died in the last 2 days. The army is being deployed throughout the state, but it's a clumsy weapon when dealing with terrorists. The army lacks knowledge of the local personalities and terrain. That's why it's important for them to achieve their main target quickly. Thousands of railway passengers have been stranded. They're having to put up with a heat wave on top of everything else. The trains, planes and buses have been stopped to prevent Sikhs from the villages gathering for the defense of their shrine.
Troops broke out at the Sikhs' holiest shrine, the Golden Temple at Amritsar. The government has already shut all offices and schools in the state. A round-the-clock curfew has been ordered and a news blackout imposed. Protesting at the violence in Amritsar. 12 people were arrested after windows were smashed with chains and an incendiary device thrown into the building.
The gained its grip on Sikh religious fanatics holding out in the Sikhs' holiest shrine. The hope was that their leader, Sant Bhindranwala, would surrender. But one of his supporters in Britain believes he'll die rather than give up. And a leading Indian journalist explains why Mrs. Ghandi cannot accept the demands the Sikhs are making of her. Come to a head. All the signs are that Mrs. Ghandi has ordered the army to storm the Golden Temple at Amritsar. The press have been removed, heavy firing broke out as newsmen left, and reports are circulating that the orders for a fight to the finish, if necessary, have been approved. But can Mrs. Ghandi successfully root out the group of armed Sikh extremists in the temple without provoking a major Sikh uprising? We'll examine all that in just a moment. First, today's events. Starting very early today, there was a series of explosions and an almost constant exchange of shooting between the army and the Sikh extremists. 2 people were killed in the firing and 4 wounded. Troops surrounded the temple on Saturday, and all through today, reinforcements have been moving into Amritsar to join them. The Indians say the army's siege has now persuaded a total of 200 people to come out of the temple, leaving a hard core of up to 100 gunmen inside. Expectation of a final clash was heightened this afternoon when the press were expelled from the city. Among them, the BBC's Mark Tully. I asked him when he expected the showdown to come.
Well, I would say, Peter, that the showdown has started. I saw the temple last on Sunday, and by that time the army had taken up positions all the way around it. They'd moved on to the rooftops overlooking it, and it was quite clear that they were in a position to start the siege of it. And then on Sunday evening, curfew was imposed, and for once in India it really was a shoot-at-sight curfew. That meant what it said. So one wasn't able to get near the temple. But knowing the area well and having seen the army displacements, it seems quite clear to me, and having heard the firing from a distance as well, it's quite clear to me that a siege of the temple has started.
Mark, from what you could sense of people's feelings in Amritsar today, do you get the impression that there could be something much wider than this kind of trouble in the near future, that there could be some wider Sikh uprising of some kind?
I think this is something which is already showing signs of happening. We're just starting to get reports now of the security forces shooting people trying to march on Amritsar. And this is one of the things which the government has always been afraid of, that if there is some sort of a showdown at the Golden Temple, the village Sikh community, and they are the hard core of the Sikhs, will start trying to march on Amritsar. That's why the trains and the buses and everything else has been stopped. And in spite of stopping that, we are now getting reports that people are starting to try and march on Amritsar. And this is certainly a very serious development.
Amritsar is at the western edge of the state of the Punjab, where 8 million of India's 10 million Sikhs live. They demand greater autonomy from the central government in Delhi. But what is it that makes their demands so daunting to the Indian government? And why do the Sikhs, who represent less than 2% of India's population, loom so large? For a start, they're soldiers. For a century, under the British Raj, the Sikhs formed the backbone of the Indian army. They were instrumental in helping put down the Indian Mutiny, and Britain rewarded their ferocious loyalty with grants of land and other privileges. Once the Sikhs had their own empire that stretched as far as Afghanistan. But in modern India, they've had to make do with exerting an influence far beyond the tiny fraction, about 2%, that they represent of India's population. India's president, President Singh, is a Sikh. So is the commander-in-chief of the Air Force and the head of the Reserve Bank. The energy and resourcefulness of the Sikhs has helped make the Punjab, where they're just over half the population, into India's most prosperous state. 60% of India's grain is grown there, And in the last few weeks, the big grain merchants there have been quick to remind the rest of India that they could hold it to ransom. The Sikhs' perception of themselves as a sort of chosen race of soldiers and saints largely derives from their religion. The word Sikh means disciple, and the first Sikhs were the disciples, 400 years ago, of the famous Guru Nanak. He taught them to worship one God, but to be generous and open-minded to other religions like the Hindus. Even so, they couldn't avoid being caught up in the catastrophic riots that accompanied partition. They found themselves caught between the two rival communities, the Muslims and the Hindus, on what was to be the border between Pakistan and India. In the fighting that followed, more than 2 million Sikhs fled from their homes west of the new border and settled in India's Punjab state. But the Punjab, which stretches from Amritsar, home of the Golden Temple, to the state capital of Chandigarh, 150 miles away, has not been enough to contain the aspirations of most Sikhs. The demands of Sikh politicians have now been taken up and embellished by the fanaticism of a 37-year-old village priest, Sant Bhindranwala. From what has up to now been the sanctuary of the Sikhs' holiest shrine, this Ayatollah-like figure is believed by the Indian government to have given his blessing to a campaign of violence against what he sees as Hindu domination. Nearly 300 people, mostly Hindu, have died so far.
ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਦੇ ਮਾਰੇ ਜਾਣ ਤੇ ਕਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਲਾਹਿਆ ਦੋਸਤ ਦੇ ਝਟਕਾਏ ਜਾਣ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਸਲਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੁਕਮ ਹੀ ਸ਼ਸਤਰ ਰੱਖਣ ਦਾ ਇਸ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਸ਼ਸਤਰ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਕਦੇ ਬੰਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਦਾ ਨਾ ਸਿੱਖ ਦਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਮਨੁੱਖ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਨ 'ਚ ਯਕੀਨ ਹੈ ਸਿੱਖ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਹੀ ਹੱਕ ਲੈਣ 'ਚ ਯਕੀਨ ਰੱਖਦਾ ਹਿੰਸਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਯਕੀਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਰੱਖਦਾ
Bhindranwala doesn't deny the killings are done in his name. I organize for justice, he says. You can draw your own conclusions. And he makes these demands of India's Prime Minister, Mrs. Ghandi. He wants more respect for Sikh religious traditions. He wants the constitution changed to recognize the separate identity of the Sikhs. All that Mrs. Ghandi may well agree to, but his third demand, that the Punjab should have much greater political and economic freedom from the central government, is far more difficult for her. Grant this to the Sikhs, and many other states would raise the cry too. Dr. Sukhbir Singh Kapoor is a writer and a strong supporter of Sant Bhindranwala. Dr. Kapoor, do you think that he will surrender, or do you think there has now to be a fight to the finish?
I don't think he will surrender. There will be a fight to the finish.
Do you frankly want to see a fight to the finish?
No, I don't. I don't believe in bloodshed. I thought that if the government has moved a little more quickly, we could have a settlement much before this. I don't know why, but the government has left it so late. And now, as you said in the news that Golden Temple is besieged, and there is army, and I think the main objective is to arrest Bhindranwala. But as far as I know Bhindranwala, he will not surrender. He would love to die rather than to surrender.
And what kind of resistance would you expect he and his men to be able to put up against the army?
I must stress here, I don't think army would enter Golden Temple anyway. Well, we have...
If they don't, how are they going to get him out?
I don't know. I'm not sure about that. But if the army was to enter Golden Temple, I think army would have entered long ago. Maybe it is a tactic, a political tactic to bring the extremists out from Golden Temple.
If they do go into the Golden Temple, if there is a final shootout, and it maybe ends in the death of Bhindranwala or some of his supporters or all of them, what do you think will be the effect of that on the Sikhs?
I think very drastic effects, which I can think of. It can lead to an uprising in Punjab. For no Sikh, whether he's a moderate or extremist, will tolerate army entering Golden Temple and free shooting going inside Golden Temple precincts. No true Sikh will tolerate that.
But what do you mean by an uprising in the Punjab? I mean, how serious would that be for India? What sort of scale are we looking?
I think it can be very, very serious. Not only in Punjab, but I think Sikhs are all over India. And the particular feeling of military or police entering the Golden Temple, I don't think any true Sikh would like that.
Why is it that the Sikhs are standing out
for all this? Have they not got out of India just about everything they could possibly want?
No, I don't think. I don't think we have got all what we gave for this independence. You have given enough of history in your news anyway, but I just want to make few facts known to the viewers that in the total war of independence there were about 261 hangings, and out of that more than 150 were Sikhs. About 2,000 people were given life sentence, and more than 1,900 were Sikhs. Sikhs have given much more for India's freedom, and now was the time when they wanted to have something back, some sort of demand for their own language, like Punjabi language.
Well, let me now bring in Mr. Ashish Ray, who is president of the Indian Journalists Association in London. What do you think of the Sikhs' demands? Are they that unreasonable?
They're not unreasonable, but it's very difficult to give in to demands at gunpoint. And also, one has to take into account the sentiments of other states. To give you an example, today, quite legitimately, I think the central government can hand over Chandigarh to Punjab. But then there is Haryana's feelings to be taken into account.
That's the next door state?
Yes. At the moment, Chandigarh is shared between Punjab and Haryana, which probably should not be the case. And in fact, Punjab has enough right on Chandigarh to own it on its own. But the point is that no facility has been created in Haryana as yet, and therefore it has to be a phasing out process where the Haryana government gradually shifts to its own province.
But what about these demands, much more importantly, these demands for political and economic autonomy from Delhi? Why is it so difficult for Mrs. Ghandi to grant them that?
It's not difficult. In fact, she has already set up a commission, which is the Sarkaria Commission, which is going into the demands of all the states. Because the demands which have been put forward in terms of political and economic demands are not peculiar to Punjab. They, in fact, emanate from states like West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka, in which, of course, Punjab has joined. And there is now a major debate going on in India about greater autonomy for the states, both economical and political. And so
that is what I think Anandpur resolution was all about. The main demand of Bhindranwale was what we call as Anandpur Sahib resolution, which is more autonomy for Punjab. And you mentioned about gunpoint. I think we put our demands 2 years ago. There was no gunpoint at that point. It was
yes,
basic negotiation.
I absolutely agree that there's been a certain amount of drift on the part of the central government. But a situation has been reached where an uncontrollable amount of violence is taking place, and something ought to be done.
But might the violence not be even worse if Mrs. Ghandi now forces it to the point of a final showdown with Bhindranwale, as she appears to be doing?
I doubt whether it will be worse than what it already is, because my feeling is that the Sikh community is...
You heard Mark Tully
yes, I heard. I largely agree.
A major uprising.
Yes, I think the feedback to Mrs. Ghandi
Let Mr. Ray just answer that.
I largely agree with what Mark said, but at the same time I feel that the Sikh community today is divided. One has to take into account the fact that Punjab is the most prosperous state in India. The per capita income in Punjab is higher than any other state. So the level of benefit that Punjab has accrued from independent India is much more than any other state. And therefore there is a certain desire on the part of Sikhs to preserve this prosperity that they've acquired. And this, I think, has led to a division in the community. And therefore, if there is some kind of a siege, some kind of violence at the temple, which is most unfortunate. In fact, I would be the last person to support troops going into a holy shrine. But if that takes place, then I would say that the Sikh community would be divided rather than united in any uprising.
So you would not see a danger of the kind of uprising that Mark Tully and Dr. Jabboy have mentioned?
We can probably see continuing violence, which wouldn't surprise me. In fact, I doubt very much whether this movement will fizzle out in a day. It might go on for months, maybe for a few more years. But the point is that it's very difficult to visualize the violence stepping up further than what it has already reached.
I think Sikh community is divided now when the military has not entered. There are moderates and there are extremists. But if, unfortunately, military enters the holy shrine, then there will be no rift. Then there will be, I think, a united Sikh nation, which would be unfortunate.
Well, it remains to be seen. It is a possibility, but I would still imagine that Sikhs are to at least 30 or 40% of the total Sikh population behind Mrs. Gandhi. And of course, to a certain extent, the Hindu extremists have queered the pitch, because if you remember in February when talks were about to take place, there was a spate of violence let loose by Hindu extremists, which destroyed the prospects of a peaceful solution, and which was very unfortunate.
I mean, if you have read the recent, I think, June 1st Hindustan Times, I think the Hindu of Punjab is now behind Sikh demands. Secretary of BJP Punjab recently said that the genuine Sikh demands must be met, and must be met immediately. I mean, there is a stress from Hindu of Punjab that Punjab demands are genuine, like water dispute. Like
yes, you see,
giving
this is where
to Punjab.
The matters have been referred to tribunals, the river waters dispute, the territorial
I don't
dispute.
think they have been referred yet.
Yes, they've already been
that is one of the
referred to
demands.
independent tribunals. So this is definitely being sorted out. But the point is, what the extremists are saying today, rightly or wrongly, is that things must be hastened up. And this Mrs. Gandhi is unable to do. To a certain extent, she has possibly created problems for herself, but today she's faced with several complications, and it's not easy to sort it out.
Mr. Ray, Dr. Tabor, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Olivia.
Is said to have caused heavy casualties.
Sikh unrest early this morning after a day of mortar and machine gun battles. Heavy fighting has been going on since, but there's little news about casualties. The Sikhs, who barricaded themselves inside the temple in the northern Punjab state, are demanding greater religious concessions and political autonomy. Their leader, Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale, said he will kill himself rather than be captured and lay down his arms. Other, more moderate Sikh leaders are reported to have surrendered already.
At least they're staying away from the...
Graham will, of course, bring it to you. The Golden Temple itself, where the extremist leader Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale is believed to be holding out.
The battle for the Golden Temple has been long and bitter. More than 250 Sikh militants have been killed. The army casualties have been heavy too. The Sikhs were clearly well armed and prepared to fight to the death. There was 3 hours of hand-to-hand fighting. The army was constrained by orders to do as little damage as possible to the sacred shrine. Resistance is continuing from the holiest of holies, the Golden Temple itself. No one knows where Bhindranwale is, but the army thinks he may be in the temple. It's going to be a long time before the temple returns to its usual atmosphere of reverence and peace. Mrs. Gandhi's police have already been facing violent protests against her decision to bring the army into Punjab. She's likely to face far more violence in the immediate future.
The terrorists holding out inside the Golden Temple, the Sikhs' holiest of shrines, have vowed to fight to the last man, to die as martyrs. No one doubts their fanaticism as they resort to the gun and the sword for an independent Sikh state, and not to be absorbed among India's Hindu majority as they fear. For Mrs. Gandhi, the Indian Prime Minister, the Sikh revolt in Punjab state is the most dangerous crisis she's ever faced. Already, as troops have stormed in, the worst fears of a bloodbath are being realized. Bhindranwale, the extremist leader, quite simply is daring the security forces to enter the Sikhs' Vatican to try and capture him. He knows that such controversial action will unite India's 9 million Sikhs against the government, even though he may die. Bhindranwale sees himself as the Khomeini of the Sikhs, who preaches violence to achieve his political and religious ends.
In London, the news from Amritsar provoked over 100 demonstrators outside the Indian High Commission to shouts of "Mrs. Gandhi is a murderer" and "We'll burn all of Delhi." The police swiftly reinforced their guard on the building. Anything connected with the Golden Temple in Amritsar touches deep emotions in all Sikhs, regardless of distance from India and connections with the Punjab. And emotion rather than aggression caused a brief skirmish with the police. None of the crowd doubted that the whole Sikh community here feels involved.
Every Sikh is involved. There are 500,000 Sikhs residing in this country. Every man, every child, every woman is disturbed, and everyone's feelings are hurt, and they are very, very upset.
Today's events in India are likely to produce a unified and determined response from Sikhs in this country.
Sikhs' most holy shrine to evict militants demanding greater religious and political freedom. They threatened to blow themselves up rather than give in. The troops were fired on with machine guns and rocket launchers, and there was hand-to-hand fighting.
Finally hits the Punjab extremists. The militants calling for a separate state have been using the temple as a base from which to defy the government. Now Indian government troops have entered the temple complex and taken control of everything except the holy shrine itself. But the militants seem determined to fight to the last. Yesterday nearly 300 died, including 48 members of the security forces. No figures are available for today. 450 militants have been captured, but there are said to be at least the same number still inside. This from Jane Corbin.
The Punjab has been cut off from the rest of India, and the army has taken over control under the command of a Sikh general. It's a sensitive area because it lies close to the border with Pakistan, and the Punjab produces a large proportion of the country's food. Amritsar is the Sikhs' holy city. The temple is a sprawling 15-acre complex in the heart of the city. The main 400-year-old temple shrine is in the centre of a man-made lake. The leader of the Akali Dal party, moderate Sant Longowal, had his headquarters in a residential building to the side of the main temple. He and his followers have surrendered to the 400 soldiers or so in the temple area and moved to a safer place. The leader of the more extreme faction, Sant Bindranwal, and his followers are barricaded in a building nearer the religious heart of the complex, where the Sikh holy book is normally kept at night. Bindranwal and his followers have fortified the building and are using mortars, rocket launchers and light machine guns in their defence of the temple. The Indian government says that 2 areas of the complex are in the hands of Sikh militants. Some reports say the army has given the militants an ultimatum to leave, while government officials suggest the Sikhs may plan to blow up the temple rather than surrender. The casualties already run into hundreds, and the army haven't yet fired on the central shrine of the temple. Journalists have been compelled to leave the Punjab. But Bindranwal, in one of his last interviews with departing television people, told us the Sikhs were being forced into slavery. The British, he said, did not invade the Golden Temple. In the city, road, rail and air traffic has been brought to a standstill, and the curfew has been extended until tomorrow. People have been unable to go out to buy food, and the extreme heat, 110 degrees, has made staying indoors highly uncomfortable. The dissatisfaction that's culminated in the violence at the Golden Temple has also led to a mass exodus of Sikhs from the Punjab in recent years. 500,000 Sikhs now live in this country, and they're angry at the invasion of their shrine. This morning in Southall, members of the Sikh temple boarded a coach to travel to the Indian High Commission to protest vigorously but peacefully. Prominent British Sikhs have warned the situation in Amritsar is explosive.
Mrs. Gandhi has galvanized all the Sikhs of all persuasions on this issue and on this issue alone. There had been differences on question of policy and emphasis, as some people, the press people call it, moderate and extremist. But on this issue and this issue alone, everybody is behind whatever the Sikh leaders do.
Thousands of more moderate Sikhs in Britain are now expressing support for the more extreme organisations who demand the establishment of a separate Sikh state called Khalistan.
All over the world, not only in this country, in Canada, America and all over the world, the Sikhs are now united, and this war will now carry on till we defeat India.
Once the Sikhs, they feel that the Golden Temple has been invaded, it will create a very, very long-term effect on their minds.
Do you think it will unite all Sikhs, the action of the government?
It has already united, not will. It has already united.
This afternoon, those Sikhs who travelled from Southall held a noisy protest outside the Indian High Commission in the Aldwych. They plan a peaceful march through London on Sunday. Thousands are expected to attend. The Sikhs will remember the last time they demanded more autonomy and India imposed martial law. That was in 1919 and resulted in the massacre of 300 Sikhs. Sikhs in London fear that many more will die in and around the Golden Temple in the next few days.
The problem in the Punjab isn't the only one that Mrs. Ghandi faces. After election defeats last year, there are now 5 states which are no longer controlled by her Congress party. And that's made it more difficult for the Prime Minister to stay in control of her problem areas. In Kashmir a year ago, Sheikh Farooq Abdullah led his party to victory, despite strenuous efforts by Mrs. Ghandi to win the state for the Congress. It was seen as a victory for regionalism, and an example of poor tactics by Mrs. Ghandi. In Assam, the autonomy movement has been growing for years. In February last year, it got caught up in a conflict over immigration into the state, and the result was horrifying violence between Hindus and Muslims. Things have been little better this year. Bombay became a major flashpoint. Last month, part of the city was set ablaze after one ill-considered remark set Hindus against Muslims. Hundreds were killed, thousands arrested. It was a disaster, but Mrs. Ghandi remained optimistic.
In a country which has so many religions and which is at a stage of development which are very crucial and sensitive, sometimes these things happen. And small events provoke communities to act this way. But basically, the people of all religions are living in harmony and peace together, working together, cooperating. They fought together to defend our country. They fought together for our freedom movement and for development. And I'm sure that this good sense will prevail.
Does Mrs. Ghandi have any choice but to go in now against the Sikh extremists?
Well, I suppose there were several options. She could have gone in earlier or she could have waited. I think she's chosen a very apt moment. She had tried to separate the moderate leadership from the extremists, and she had released several of them from prison quite recently. But that didn't work. So she was clearly at the end of that road. The other thing that happened, of course, was that the extremists made plans to stop grain going out from Punjab to the rest of India. Now, that was a real threat, and of course it would have been perceived as a real threat by the rest of India. So Mrs. Ghandi can be fairly sure that there will be sympathy outside the Sikh community for the action to ensure that the rest of India shall be fed. So it was a good choice of moment, I think.
But by invading the holiest place of the Sikh community, has she isolated the extremists or has she united the Sikh
She's
people?
bound to have had a unifying effect, but I mean her reasoning must be that they were already not coming apart. So now I have to draw the line. But certainly the costs are very high. Whatever damage is done to the temple, you can fix that. But the sort of poison of hatred that will be built up in the community will take a very long time to evaporate.
What has she stored up for the future?
I think that apart from the army, and that must also be a problem, there's a significant Sikh component in the army. I don't suppose they were used for this job. That would have been too unwise. But there must be distrust now in such organizations between Sikhs and non-Sikhs. That's the problem that she's got to live with now, having done this desperate act.
Is it possible in a nation as vast as India to claim popular support for an act like this?
Well, I think you can, but of course the trouble is that Mrs. Gandhi's position in Punjab, and also in Assam for that matter, is the result of her not knowing how to run such a large country. She really does seem to expect to be able to run it by her nominees. And it's too big a country to be run in that way. It has to be run on a looser rein, and that she has not been able to do. I think some sort of compromise would have been possible in Punjab 2 years ago, but she didn't find it.
Now, she has to hold elections within the next 6 months.
Yes.
What effect would you expect this to have on those elections?
Well, I think that, as I say, the support for her move outside the Sikh community in the Punjab has probably been enhanced. But I think her weakness is not that there is any opposition party that is going to be a serious threat on an all-India scale. It's rather that regional parties in several parts of India may do quite well even in these national parliamentary elections. And the worst scenario for her
will be one in which he has to do some sort of coalition deal with small regional parties.
Professor Maurice Jones, thank you very much.
Day-long battle around the Sikh Golden Temple at Amritsar in India. But tonight it was clear that Sikh extremists inside the temple had surrendered. But there's still uncertainty surrounding others in another building where their leader, Jarnail Singh bin Randwale, made his headquarters. With the latest details, here's Mark Tully.
Battle at the Golden Temple has been hard-fought and costly and may not be over yet. At the height of the battle, there were 3 hours of hand-to-hand fighting. 24 hours after the security forces first entered the complex, it was announced that militants in the holiest of holies, one of the last centers of resistance, had surrendered. What is not clear is whether the militants in the building the extremist leader Jarnail Singh bin Randwale had made his stronghold have surrendered. Nothing has been heard about the whereabouts of the Sikh fundamentalist preacher himself. It was his open defiance of the government and the terrorist attacks by his supporters which led to this unique event in India's history.
The assault on the Golden Temple in Amritsar shows that Mrs. Ghandi has risked alienating the 9 million Sikhs in India in order to destroy the greatest threat to her country's internal stability that she's ever faced. That threat comes from Sikh demands for a separate homeland, coupled with many historical grievances. But more specifically, from the extremist leader bin Randwale, whose activities have resulted in widespread violence and murder in the Punjab. By carrying the fight right into the Sikh holy shrines, the Indian government will be automatically condemned by the prosperous and sensitive Sikh community. Protest came immediately from the largest community outside India, some of the 100,000 Sikhs in Britain. They gathered outside the Indian High Commission in London this afternoon, provoked by the news from Amritsar to shouts of "Mrs. Ghandi is a murderer" and "We shall burn all Delhi." Distance from Amritsar hardly counts, and Sikh politics are inseparable from Sikh religion. So emotions spilled out in London. However, although many here are fervent supporters of the separate homeland demand, the reality of the situation for many Sikhs in the Punjab may be private relief that Mrs. Ghandi has dealt with the situation, however ruthlessly. Though it remains to be seen whether Sikh pride, which is formidable, will allow the Indian government to win its gamble in Amritsar.
The fighting has left nearly 300 dead and 150 wounded. The temple is the Sikhs' holiest shrine and has been at the centre of a long and bitter religious and political struggle between Sikh extremists and the Indian government.
A handful of Sikh militants are still said to be holding out against government troops in the temple tonight, but the details are confused and a news blackout has been imposed. The decision by Mrs. Ghandi to send in the troops may yet backfire. The Golden Temple is the holiest shrine for the country's 12 million Sikhs, and the sectarian violence which has plagued the state of Punjab over the last 6 months may well spill over into other areas of India. But Mrs. Ghandi didn't have much choice. The temple had become the highly fortified headquarters for Sikh militants, demanding autonomy for the Punjab. Before Mrs. Ghandi moved against them, there was still hope that the moderates in the Sikh community would prevail with their demands for limited political and religious concessions. But now the temple has been invaded, Sikh support is bound to swing towards the militants. In Britain, feelings are also running high amongst the 500,000-strong Sikh community. They demonstrated against Mrs. Ghandi outside the Indian High Commission in London today, and they plan a nationwide protest.
Temple of Amritsar, the holiest shrine of the Sikhs. These heavy casualties, nearly 50 of them were soldiers, were inflicted when the army launched a massive attack during the night, using armoured vehicles, anti-tank weapons and machine guns to blast the Sikh militants out of their sandbagged positions. Tonight, an Indian government spokesman said that there had been a complete flush-out of the militants. But other reports present a more confused picture, with no word of the fate of the Sikh leader, Sant bin Randwale, who the government is accusing of masterminding recent violence in the Punjab. The Indian Army District Commander told newsmen today that after an appeal to the extremists to surrender had been largely ignored, his troops had attacked. He said, though, they went in with great sorrow and reverence, with prayers on their lips. But once inside the temple grounds, which include hostels, offices and smaller temples, the fighting was obviously fierce. The army said the extremists, thought to number about 400 in all, were well armed with mortars, rockets and hand grenades, and they had plenty of ammunition. Mopping up operations have continued throughout the day, and although hundreds of Sikhs have surrendered, the remainder offered stiff resistance for many hours. Their leader, Sant Bhindranwale, said only a few days ago, "We may die, but we will teach the troops the lesson of their lives." While some reports tonight say the army has won complete control of all the buildings in the temple grounds, others maintain that Sant Bhindranwale and some of his followers are still holding out in the basement of the Akal Takht, the seat of the high priests of the Sikhs. However, gunmen in the Hara Mindir, the Golden Temple itself, are now officially said to have surrendered, and the authorities are insisting that this most sacred shrine, which houses the Sikhs' holy book, has sustained little damage. Well, Sikhs in northern India and Kashmir have reacted violently to the news of the attack. An angry mob of Sikhs tonight killed 12 people in violence round Amritsar. Demonstrators also stoned police and burned Hindu shops and attacked government buildings. The government has banned meetings, but a massive Sikh protest demonstration is expected tomorrow. Well, with me now is Ian Jack of the Sunday Times, recently returned from a visit to India. Ian, do you expect that there will be much more violence in this region?
Yes, I do, because I think that although Mrs. Ghandi has solved perhaps one problem, in that Sikh terrorists are now flushed from inside the Golden Temple, I think the dangers of widespread sectarian butchery in Punjab and in India are very, very high indeed, between Hindu and Sikh.
We'll come back to that point in just a moment. Before we do that, let's consider the domestic implications here in Britain of what's happened, because there has been quick reaction to today's news from the Punjabi members of the Sikh community here in this country. Among them, there's a mixture of shock and anger over the killings and the invasion of their holiest of shrines. This afternoon, there were demonstrations in central London outside the Indian High Commission building. Most of the crowd came from Southall, a major centre for Sikhs in this country, where feelings about the situation in India are running high, as Paul Barry reports.
In Southall, West London, this evening, some 300 of the Sikh faithful gathered for prayer. And for a congregation whose holiest shrine has just been violated with gunfire and killing, they appeared remarkably calm. But then one of their leaders told them the latest news. Suddenly the room was filled with the sound of men and women.
And we believe in democratic fight for our rights and demands. Now her action has turned our opinion. Now we think we should fight for our entity and for our holy shrine.
This afternoon's demonstration in London outside the Indian High Commission promises to be just a taste of things to come from the Sikh community. The organisers here say they'll be back every day until the Sikhs get their demands for freedom met. And this weekend, a mass demonstration is promised in Hyde Park. The anger is not confined to those who were previously militant, to those who were orthodox Sikhs, or even this afternoon to those who were actually demonstrating. Even the passers-by seemed to share the view the bloodshed was Mrs. Ghandi's fault and that she would pay for it.
I'm one of the most moderate persons. I'm not really a very religious person, but I feel what's going on there is there would have been some alternatives then to that. If they'd done something about 4 months ago, this man Bhindranwale would have never had that kind of strength, or the government wouldn't have to use that kind of force. There's no going back for the Sikhs or the government of India. And the history shows once the Sikhs do start such a thing, they'll never go back. There might be not only 200 dead, within a few days there might be thousands dead. People will start marching from the villages, I think.
We are now at war with India, and unless and until now we get our free country, that is Khalistan, our war will carry on.
Do you think that it will bring moderate Sikhs behind Bhindranwale? Behind what he was after?
Certainly, every Sikh, no matter what shade or opinion he has, now is what we call it absolutely 100% backing Bhindranwale.
When you say you're at war with India, is that a war you could possibly win?
Definitely. Oh yes, 25% of the Indian army is Sikh. And the Muslim also is going to support us in India. That's another 50%.
The Sikhs are renowned for their generosity, for their suffering and their stubbornness, we were told tonight. They're also famous for their warlike abilities. In Southall there is much talk of returning to India to take up arms in the struggle for Sikh rights. Fighting talk, perhaps, with little real prospect of such action. But if feelings here are anything to go by, Mrs. Ghandi may have defeated the terrorists in Amritsar, only to find she has prompted the whole Sikh people into a declaration of war.
Well, Ian Jack, a few moments ago you were saying that as opposed to the so far peaceful demonstrations here in Britain, you expected a wave of violence really in India itself. Would you go so far as that dire prediction we had a few moments ago about thousands dead in the next few weeks?
Well, let's hope it's not true, and let's hope it doesn't come to be true, but yes, it's quite possible that could happen. Because there will be reprisals. If 250 Sikhs have died in the Golden Temple, there will be a lot of very angry Sikhs, and they will tend to take reprisals on either government forces or on totally innocent Hindus who just happen to be Hindus. Because more and more Sikhs Hindu government, rather than as a secular Indian national government, which in my view is what it is, not a Hindu government. But yes, and once that happens, there will be reprisals against Sikhs who are living quite innocently and peacefully in Bombay or Calcutta or Delhi.
So the thing could spread, I presume you're saying beyond Punjab itself?
If it spreads beyond Punjab, then the entire Indian nation is in for a very troubled future, yes.
What can Mrs. Ghandi do about this? What will she do about it?
It's difficult actually to know what Mrs. Ghandi can do about it now, other than a form of very repressive police action in Punjab. She can't obviously repeat that throughout India. It's clearly impossible. What she could have done about it, I suppose, and many opposition leaders in India would say this, she could have reached some kind of agreement with the Sikh moderates to give them power in Punjab, which is what they wanted. But had she done so, she would have given such a degree of autonomy to Punjab, which after all is not a totally Sikh state. I mean, only 52% of Punjabis are Sikh, the rest are Hindu. Would have given them a degree of autonomy and of power in one state that other Indian states would also perhaps want the same thing.
But would you agree with that other Sikh spokesman on Paul Barry's film that the time for accommodation with the moderate Sikhs is now past?
That, I think, is now gone, yes. I mean, the time was a year ago, 2 years ago. That's now gone.
So conflict is really all, presumably, that you can see?
It is, certainly at the moment, yes. I can't see any chance of a peaceful political solution in Punjab.
And how will this affect the elections in India, which are coming up
Well,
next January?
it may do Mrs. Ghandi a great deal of good, because, after all, only 2% of the Indian population is Sikh. The other 98% are either Hindu, Muslim or Christian, or Buddhist or Jain. The Sikh agitation was very, very unpopular among non-Sikhs. I mean, many innocent people were being killed for apparently no good reason. And I think her invasion of the Golden Temple will give her great electoral credit in the next elections.
Ian Jack, thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now, Ian Smith.
In the middle of a war. An army attack on the temple complex in which 300 people were killed. He had vowed to fight to the death rather than surrender. His supporters say he was murdered.
50 soldiers were killed. The Indian government say those left inside the temple have surrendered, but the situation is still very confused. Well, it's a worrying time for Britain's Sikh population, as Penny Buston reports.
And the pain felt by Britain's 500,000 Sikhs about the events in northwest India, it's first important to realise that Sikhism is more than just a religious belief. It's a total way of life. The wearing of the turban is an outward show of faith. Here in the West London suburb of Southall, there's a substantial Sikh community. In the early hours of every dawn and again at nightfall, devotees gather at their temple for prayer and meditation. This morning their thoughts are centred on which has been turned from their holiest shrine into a battlefield, desecrated with...
The Indian Defence Ministry confirmed today that the soldiers shot the commander of an army base in the state of Bihar and then joined a protest march heading for the capital, Delhi. The desertions follow reports that another 100 Sikh soldiers mutinied at their base in Rajasthan in western India on Friday. Jane Corbin from Delhi.
This morning, outside the Sikh temple in Delhi, youths shouted their support for the army officers who are reported to have mutinied. It seems the crowd regards them as heroes of the Sikh struggle, as they regard Sant Bhindranwale. There are 900,000 soldiers in the Indian Army spread throughout the 22 states. The army is intended to symbolize the unity of India. Since independence, there has been a conscious effort by the government to create a mixed force representative of all religions and castes. There are army bases spread throughout India, from Pathankot in Kashmir to Bangalore in the south of India. And within the Punjab itself, there are 3 army bases, at Amritsar, at Jalandhar, and at Bathinda. There is also a base close to the border at Ambala. Although only 1% of Indians are Sikhs, they form 12% of the army and play a vital part in India's defense, as many high-ranking officers are Sikhs. Krishnaswamy Subrahayam is director of India's Institute for Defense Studies.
The Sikhs are a very important portion of the army, and they contribute much more than one would expect from the proportion of the population, many times that much. Well, that's a historical phenomenon. It is a historical development, because when the British finally occupied the northwest part of India, thereafter they were facing mostly the Afghan problem, and therefore they preferred to recruit most of the army from the northwest part of India, both the Punjabi Muslims and the Sikhs.
The Punjabi regiments were the first to wear khaki-coloured cloth on the battlefield. In action, they were considered warlike, courageous and loyal. They were amongst the troops most valued by the British, who organised them into special regiments, the Punjab Cavalry and the Sikh Rifles. Today, all Indian Army regiments are mixed, but some still have a high proportion of Sikh officers. These regiments have not been sent to the Punjab.
The state of Punjab has been virtually cut off from the rest of India since last week. Jane Corbin has travelled to the border area where at least 10,000 people, mostly lorry drivers, are stranded. And she went to a village just inside the Punjab where the Sikhs and Hindus live peacefully together.
The continuing army presence in the Punjab means that 3,000 lorries are being held up on the border with the neighbouring state of Haryana. They've been there for 10 days now. More than 10,000 people are trapped in punishing conditions. The temperature consistently tops 110 degrees, and there's been no rain for 4 months.
We have the problem of food, and also every problem, sleepings, and our homers, for parents also worry about us. There are too many problems.
So your families are worried about you?
Yes, yes.
The Sikh religion decrees that food must be provided for the needy, and local Sikh families have taken responsibility for feeding the drivers. Sikhs travelling in an open cart dispense chapatis and vegetable curry to the hungry men. There are several wealthy families in this area. Each takes it in turn to provide for the 10,000 men. It's not only lorries and drivers who are marooned. In the border town of Ambala, thousands of passengers have been stranded at the railway station. No trains are running into the Punjab. Many of these people are the poorest workers who have come from all over India looking for work in the wheat fields of the Punjab. Most of these labourers are women who are now camping with their children on the station platform. Their numbers are swollen by troops moving in and out of the area to supplement the soldiers from Assam who are carrying out the anti-terrorist operations in the Punjab. It is the local villagers who have rallied round to help both the stranded passengers and lorry drivers. Even old men have walked from their village to provide tea for lorrymen halted on the road to Amritsar. Some Hindu families are fleeing from the Punjab in fear of their lives. But the villagers we visited in this area just inside the Punjab are anxious to show that they do not agree with the hatred and violence further into the state, which is alienating Sikhs and Hindus and has led to intercommunal killing. This village is 8 miles inside the Punjab border. It's typical of a rural Indian settlement. The emphasis is on agriculture. Villagers told us the majority are Sikhs, but both religions live in harmony.
There are about 300 people staying in this village, and 50% are Hindu and 50% are Sikhs, Jat Sikhs.
And they're happy?
You can say Jat Sikhs and illiterate Sikhs. We don't feel any difference between Hindu and Sikhs. We are staying together. We are, whatever the functions comes, we are celebrating together. Even today we have celebrated one function in which we have invited all Hindu and Sikhs. We are not feeling so far anything between Hindu and Sikhs.
The villagers showed us their Sikh gurdwaras or temples. Then they took us to the Hindu shrine just 50 yards away, its dome visible from the gurdwara. The Hindu elders were meeting. Sikhs have just celebrated a religious festival to which they invited all the Hindu villagers. Sikhism developed from the Hindu religion and has much in common. But villagers are unwilling to be drawn into comment on the recent events in the Punjab. Though they condemn the army's invasion of the Golden Temple, they do not want to believe that deeper in the Punjab, Sikhs are killing Hindus, and Hindus are retaliating against Sikhs. But if the violence continues and the army remains to try and restore order, then the extremists have said that every Sikh in the Punjab, no matter how remote his village, will be drawn into the struggle for an independent Sikh state. Jane Corbin, ITN, in the Punjab.
Just before the Golden Temple was stormed, the Indian government took the precaution of banning all foreign journalists from the area. Since then, the only TV pictures allowed out have been taken by Indian television, and it seems the government have been using this media monopoly as a key part of their propaganda effort to try to defuse the crisis. Nick Gowing in London examines the way the crisis has been presented.
To the low-key strains of sitar music and without commentary, Indian television's one state channel is reinforcing the government's firm line against Sikh extremists. The coverage shows what is said to be the unviolated golden domes and walls of the sacred Golden Temple, the Harmandir Sahib. Despite fears of continuing violence here, government troops, including Sikhs, are shown clearing blood and debris and making every effort to return life in Amritsar to normal. The Indian president visits and says prayers, but journalists remain banned from Amritsar and the Punjab. So exactly what is happening in and around the temple itself, the Harmandir Sahib, and the throne, the Akal Takht, is unclear. The state decides what the world should know. Indian television provides the only evidence from inside the courtyard. The head of reporter, Melvin DeMella, covered as is Sikh holy tradition.
The time is now exactly 13 minutes past 5 on the 8th of June. Over my shoulder you can see the Harmandir Sahib Gurdwara and the Ramdas Sarovar, which is the holy tank which surrounds this famous Gurdwara.
The picture painted is one of a terrorist den, a giant arsenal piled high with guns and explosives, with what is described as no respect for religious considerations. Indian television left it to the army commander, Major General Brar, to describe the scene. He stared nervously at the camera and clutched the microphone.
When we came in, at about 10:30 at night, on the 5th of June, the battle started raging. Right at the entrance to the Golden Temple, the entire fortress was fortified. They had bunkers, emplacements, shelters on rooftops. They had converted all the windows into emplacements. They had converted doors into emplacements. They had underground tunnels from where they would appear. They would move from room to room. In fact, they had even converted manholes in some of the verandas as firing positions. They used to appear through these manholes, lob grenades, shoot at us with Sten guns and other automatics, then disappear into the manhole, which connected them into a room. It was difficult to flush them out at night. They went to the extent of using their Akal Takht as a firing position. The Akal Takht had bunkers on the ground floor.
As the guns still fired, General Bra justified the government description of the Sikhs as terrorists with Chinese weapons and backed by Pakistan, or as military deserters fighting the government.
We can clearly establish that these weapons have been obtained from China or Pakistan. They've got Chinese markings, and I'm sure they've been smuggled in through Pakistan. There are a large number of passports that we have come across of Pakistan. They have Khalistan passports with them. A large number of them appeared to me that they were Pakistanis. So I have no doubt in my mind that there has been some infiltration.
Now, one last question to end all questions. Could you tell us when the total sanctity of this area will be restored? When do you think you'll be able to winkle out the last snipers?
Troops have been going into the and getting peace and solace. As far as the rest of the restoration is concerned, I have no doubts that we shall be able to restore the Golden Temple complex very soon with assistance from civil authorities.
The intention of this Indian television coverage, then, is to show how little damage was done to the temple during the battles, and thereby to calm the Sikh passions and anger against Mrs. Gandhi's government.
Coming up in a few months' time, that may be the opportunity to loosen the political situation.
David Taylor, thank you.
The Sikh shrines, the Golden Temple at Amritsar. Ian Hall reports from New Delhi.
In Punjab itself, 11 deaths were apparently caused by terrorist attacks, and 6 people were killed as they attempted to march to Amritsar. In Delhi, 1 demonstrator was shot dead, and in the Kashmiri state capital, Srinagar, at least 9 people were killed, mainly in police firing on rioters. The government says the security forces will soon begin searching for more weapons stores and terrorist suspects who evaded the earlier swoops. But even if the violence recedes, the Prime Minister, Mrs. Gandhi, could still face the political problem of how to renew contact with the Sikh community in Punjab.
Our correspondent Brian Hanrahan was turned back near Ambala on the Punjab border. Here's his report.
Indian television has been showing pictures of the temple, demonstrating that the Sikhs' inner sanctum, the golden building in the centre of the lake, is undamaged. The Indian authorities are emphatic that not a shot was fired in its direction, despite the heavy fire that was directed on the attacking troops from there. Although bodies were seen in the original pictures on Indian television, they've been edited out for international consumption. This all seems part of an effort referred to by Mrs. Gandhi today to heal the wounds left by the violence. But she defended the attack on the temple, saying that no government could witness the wanton killing of innocent people. The Indians have also put on display the considerable quantity of arms captured from the militant Sikhs who held out. Taken with armed troops and police manning checkpoints at the frontier. Their task will be as much to prevent people leaving as arriving. The major worry for the Indian government now must be that Sikh discontent will provide a platform for another round of terrorism. The army believes there's still plenty of arms in the Punjab and plenty of people willing to use them. So it wants to use the next couple of days while it has the state under tight control to round them all up. We managed to drive past the checkpoint and a couple of miles up the main road towards Amritsar. The state is still under curfew and all movement by road has been prohibited. In the areas near the border, long lines of lorries wait by the roadside, their drivers stranded. Some who are carrying goats have turned them out in the fields to forage. The only movement that we saw was of military vehicles, both individually and in convoy, rumbling along the road. There's still a lot of military traffic, and the soldiers look settled for at least the weekend. In the end, we were stopped by a patrol. They were as polite as it's possible to be, pointing a gun at you, but they turned us firmly back to the border.
The attacks came as 200 Sikhs demonstrated against the army crackdown in India.
One of the petrol bombs went off at a Hindustan travel agent. The other failed to ignite at a branch of the Punjab National Bank in the city centre. The attacks follow 3 days of demonstrations by Sikhs in Birmingham. They've gathered near the Indian consulate and chanted slogans against the government of Mrs. Gandhi. The protests have been noisy but peaceful. Today 200 Sikhs took part and so far there have been no arrests. There have been heated exchanges between police officers and protesters, no violence. Sikhs from the Punjab make up the majority of the Indian population in the Birmingham area, and this afternoon some of their leaders are due to meet the Home Office Minister David Waddington to try to calm the situation.
Amritsar, in which the radical Sikh leader Janai Singh Bhindranwale and 250 of his armed supporters were shot dead. Yesterday, 27 people were killed in disturbances, and the Indian government has ordered the army to take strict measures to prevent a widespread backlash by Sikh extremists. Meanwhile, in Birmingham, Sikh extremists are thought to be behind two... In
London on Sunday. Mrs. Ghandi said no government could tolerate terrorist killings. More than 300 people are known to have died, with the numbers still rising. 7 more soldiers were killed by shots today. Brian Hanrahan is in India.
Parts of the Golden Temple were ankle-deep in used cartridge cases when the army finally fought their way in, and the militants had thousands more rounds left. They also had machine guns, bombs, mines, and 3 tons of gunpowder. Some of them made a final stand in the Golden Temple itself, the holiest of Sikh places. But the government say that despite the heavy fire directed at the troops from there, not a shot was fired back, and Indian television has been showing pictures of an undamaged shrine. The Punjab as a whole remains under army control. Its borders with neighbouring states are closed. Armed troops and police man checkpoints on every road in. But the blocks stop people leaving as well as entering. The major worry for the Indian government now must be that Sikh discontent will provide a platform for another round of terrorism. The army believes there's still plenty of arms in the Punjab and plenty of people willing to use them. So it wants to use the next couple of days while it has the state under tight control to round them all up. We managed...
England marched through the streets of Liverpool to the offices of the Indian Assistant High Commissioner today. Although they appeared orderly, the mood of the 500 demonstrators soon changed, and police faced angry chanting led by the Sikh women who formed the front rank of the demonstration. As tempers flared, a bottle stuffed with petrol-soaked rags was thrown onto the pavement, injuring a policeman and a Sikh demonstrator. Then a Sikh rolled up the Indian flag and hurled it into the grounds of a nearby building. Several Sikhs carried knives, and some were confiscated by the police. 4 arrests were made, but tonight the Sikhs threatened more demonstrations to protest at what they called the Indian government's atrocities at the Golden Temple.
In the city centre. Sikhs are incensed at the death of their leader Janai Singh Bhindranwale, who was killed by the Indian Army. In the centre of Birmingham, the protests continued. More demonstrations are expected over the weekend, and up to 100,000 Sikhs will be marching through London on Sunday. Well, just last night...
The latest reports from the Punjab in
India, a Sikh doctor who has examined the bodies of executed Sikh extremists says they were shot at close range by the Indian Army. He says the men had their hands tied behind their backs after they were captured in the storming of the Golden Temple at Amritsar last week. And villagers in the Punjab are also claiming that patrols of the Indian Army are torturing and arresting people. Today, the Indian government said the Sikh extremists were trained in Pakistan and in Sikh temples in the state of Kashmir. We have 2 reports, from Dave Hatcher of CBS News and Jane Corbin of Channel 4 News.
Tonight, for the first time, the Indian government allowed cameras into a news conference called to explain the details of the battle fought between the army and the Sikh extremists on the 5th and 6th of June. The Home Secretary, Mr. Wali, said the government had no alternative but to use armed force.
It is quite clear now that it was a very deep-seated conspiracy to create terror in the state of Punjab with the help of certain foreign powers.
This afternoon, Mrs. Ghandi met opposition leaders. They urged her to lift censorship in the Punjab. She replied that in such a delicate situation, she did not want local papers to say anything irresponsible. She also said that unrest in the army was confined to new recruits, not officers. As the first pictures came in from Amritsar showing wounded soldiers in hospital, there were reports from a doctor who'd been taken to Amritsar to help with the casualties that 13 of the Sikh extremists who died had been shot in the head at point-blank range with a single shot from a machine gun after their turbans had been removed to tie their hands behind their back. The government say there are still large numbers of terrorists operating in the area. They've moved out of the Golden Temple and into the surrounding countryside. The army have discovered large quantities of arms. Jane Corbin, News at 10 in Delhi.
In areas bordering the Punjab, military patrols are a new phenomenon. Total curfews in some Jammu neighborhoods prevent Sikh families from buying food, other essentials. Sikhs claim their villages are being harassed and that 1,000 Sikh youths have been arrested and, they claim, tortured. The shuttered shops and silent streets belie the official line that life is normal. Nearly all Sikh farming villages are off limits to outsiders. No one really knows what the army is doing. Thousands of Indians have been stranded in Jammu. The railway station's jammed with people going nowhere. No one's been allowed to cross the Punjab until yesterday, and many won't take the risk. Unknown saboteurs exploded a grenade on the railway tracks earlier this week and disrupted service for hours. The virtual martial law here and reports of torture and terror among them.
Division 3, Bolton 2, York 1.
Whatever ways or means we need to use, the time will tell us what to do.
So you're prepared for violence?
We are prepared for everything.
Leader Bhindranwale was one of those killed yesterday in Amritsar. 200 Golden Temple. In today's violence, at least 20 people were killed. One of the protests was in Delhi, near the Parliament building, as Brian Hanrahan reports.
For several hours, the Sikhs and police charged each other, throwing the same stones back and forth. Even hurled the tear gas canisters back at the police. Several policemen were injured under the hail of bricks and bottles. The tear gas seemed to have little effect. At times it blew back on the police, forcing them to retreat. When it ran out, the police fired rifle rounds in the air. The Sikhs said the trouble started when the police fired on a demonstration to disperse it, killing one of them. He was one of a dozen people reported dead in northern India. A backlash like this was expected. The Indian Home Ministry put police on alert all over India, warning them to stand by to protect public buildings. That warning was issued with the news that the army had captured the Golden Temple at Amritsar after a 3-day battle.
Violence is always endemic in this country and under the surface, and I'm sure it will continue.
The police were also there in large numbers. Inevitably, there was soon conflict. The Sikhs stood their ground in a local park and a day-long battle raged. It was matched by similar angry protests right across India, as Sikhs hailed the dead leader as a martyr. In this riot in Delhi, one Sikh boy was reported killed, scores of Sikhs and police injured. Tonight, all India is tense, waiting to see how the majority of the country's 13 million Sikhs will react to the news of Bhindranwale's death.
We want blood for what? We want blood for blood. Revenge. We want revenge now.
Yesterday, Mrs. Ghandi ordered the army into the Golden Temple at Amritsar, holiest of Sikh shrines. Among the last of over 200 Sikhs to die was Bhindranwale himself, who died alongside his military advisor. Before the storming of the temple, Mrs. Ghandi told Andrew Neil of the Sunday Times why the army had to be used to quell unrest in the Punjab.
The terrorists have fanned out into the villages, so they are individual pot shots at killing people for no good reason or reason at all. And also that they have made some of the religious temples arsenals. I mean, they've collected, we didn't even realize how sophisticated was the weaponry which they had collected in the temples. And so they could shoot from there and rush back. And we were taking the attitude that, you know, the sanctity of the temple and so on. But you just
have provoked violent riots. In the Punjab itself, Sikh terrorists are reported to have hacked 5 people to death in a village near Amritsar. In New Delhi, there was a day-long battle with police. And in Srinagar, in Kashmir, police shot 6 protesters dead. ABC's Mark Lithke saw the violence in New Delhi.
Throughout India, militant Sikhs reacted furiously to the news that their holiest shrine, the Golden Temple at Amritsar, had become a bloody battleground. And they vowed revenge for the death of their leader, Sant Bhindranwale, and the more than 200 other Sikhs who died in the final assault.
The bitch is going to pay for it. Let your people know. Government will have to pay for it. We are all fanatics. all Sikhs are fanatics. She's going to pay for it. Let the people know. We have to protest strongly. Let them know. Let everybody in the world know that in a democracy these things are happening.
What does this mean? Does this mean more violence? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, there will be more violence. Violence for violence. We'll take blood for blood.
In New Delhi, they tried to march from one Sikh temple where they had gathered in protest, but they were stopped by military police, prompting a day-long battle with rocks and tear gas. Several were injured, one Sikh boy reportedly killed. The Sikh state of Punjab is still sealed off from the rest of the country tonight, so we have only the government account of the final battle, but apparently it was gruesome. Sikh militants holding off troops for hours with machine guns and mortars until the final holdouts were trapped and killed in the basement of the 17th century temple. Among the last to die, Sant Bhindranwale, the man they called India's Ayatollah Khomeini.
The Indian government claims their actions have broken the back of the Sikh extremist movement, but when you stand here in these Sikh temples and listen to the thousands of cries for bloody revenge, it's clear there's still a lot more life in it, and the threat of a lot more violence in the days ahead. Mark Litkey, ABC News, New Delhi.
The anger of the Sikhs made itself felt around the world. In London, which has a large Sikh community, there was a noisy demonstration outside the Indian High Commission. Mrs. Ghandi must have been aware that her action would provoke scenes like this. Before the storming of the temple, a senior Sikh representative came to London to explain the government's position to Sikh leaders here. They were due to meet him last night, but many boycotted the meeting when the news of the battle came through. As he left Heathrow this morning, even Mrs. Gandhi's man seemed to have his doubts.
You have to give allowance to the government also that this thing was going on for too long. Violence outside the Golden Temple being directed from inside. And but you see, it's a very sad and a very tragic situation which has developed, because it is the saddest day for my life that this should have happened inside the Golden Temple.
Today's events suggest that Sikh unrest may spread beyond the Punjab. Today's fighting was centred in two areas with substantial Sikh minorities, Kashmir and Delhi. But there are also significant Sikh communities in Punjab's neighbour Haryana, and in Calcutta and in Bombay. And throughout the country, the Sikhs play an important part in the business and agricultural communities. The danger for Mrs. Ghandi is that her action has turned Sant Bhindranwale into a martyr in the ancient Sikh tradition of martyrdom. That would unite the Sikh community behind his brand of extremism. Until now, there's been moderate Sikh opposition to the methods which have brought 2 years of violence to Punjab.
Well, the radicals are certainly going to have a lot more sympathy. The moderate element is the biggest casualty. Those that favoured any sort of negotiation with Indira Gandhi have had the very ground cut from under their feet. They've got no position there.
What sort of effect is that likely to have on the way people behave? I mean, the campaign against the government, how will that change?
This will certainly take a far harder line. It's got to, because there is no means of negotiating with the government left. They have thrown down a challenge to Sikhs. We can subdue you by force. The Sikhs now pick up the gauntlet. There is little they can do but respond in kind.
I was always wanting to avoid it, and I was always recommending to the government that this should be avoided by conceding the demands well in time. But I was also asking that the extremists should have no right to be in the temple, and to use their mortar guns and the machine guns and to have so much of ammunition inside, because this is how you destroy the sanctity of the temple yourself.
The Golden Temple symbolizes so much in India. Its foundation stone was laid by a Muslim at the request of a Sikh. It symbolizes communal harmony. Indira Gandhi has destroyed communal harmony. It's destroyed trust in the government. This is going to have repercussions all over India. Already Indira Gandhi is in a very weak position in many states.
Mrs. Ghandi must hold a general election before the end of the year, and she's become increasingly impatient to find...
...insulted us, and you must pay for it. Government forces had stormed the Sikh Golden Temple in Amritsar last night and killed their leader, Sant Bhindranwale, 250 other Sikh extremists. Today, the Sikhs retaliated with killings in the Punjab, where they want to set up their own state, and in the Indian capital, police opened fire on hundreds of demonstrators who rioted at the city's biggest Sikh shrine. Brian Hanrahan is there.
In New Delhi, violence erupted around one of the Sikhs' principal temples, with both abuse and stones being hurled from its upper stories. Occasionally, the Sikhs made forays into the surrounding streets, battling several hundred police who tried to contain them with tear gas. But the wind dispersed it quickly, and sometimes the Sikhs threw the canisters back, forcing the police to retreat. The two sides surged back and forth around the temple gates. There were casualties on both sides. Policemen were hit by the barrage of missiles. And when the police ran out of tear gas, they began firing shots into the temple grounds. 2 Sikhs were killed. Elsewhere in northern India, other, more vicious battles were going on. In all, more than a dozen people were reported killed today, adding to the hundreds who've died in the past couple of days. A backlash like this was expected. The Indian Home Ministry put police on alert all over India, warning them to stand by to protect public buildings. That warning was issued with the news that the army had captured the Golden Temple at Amritsar after a 3-day battle. Now the likelihood of trouble...
A sniper fire in the Golden Temple complex, evidence that yesterday's attack on the temple did not sweep all Sikh militants out of the area. An Indian Army spokesman said 15 snipers had surrendered today, but others were still active in surrounding buildings. The Indian President, Zahir Singh, who is the country's most prominent Sikh, paid a surprise visit to the temple today. There were rumours in New Delhi today that he might resign in protest at the storming of the temple. He's always opposed any drastic actions against his fellow Sikhs. But Mrs. Ghandi is believed to have convinced him of the need to send in the troops after reports that Sikh militant leader Janal Bhindranwale had sent envoys across Punjab to kill Hindus indiscriminately. If the Punjab crisis does lead to greater conflict between Hindus and Sikhs, it won't be a matter of 2 entirely different religions opposing each other. Sikhism, which was founded in Punjab in the 15th century, has strong links with Hinduism, as well as with the mystical aspects of Islam. Today, Sikhs in Britain continued their protests as well. In Birmingham, to present an official protest at the taking of the Golden Temple. It was to have been a peaceful demonstration, but things got out of hand and a petrol bomb was thrown. 3 policemen were injured, none of them seriously, and there were 4 arrests. India's Prime Minister, Mrs. Indira Ghandi, says she deeply regrets yesterday's fighting between government troops and the militants inside the temple complex in Amritsar. Jane Corbin is in India, and we've just received this report from her by satellite.
The atmosphere in Delhi's old city today has been tense, but so far there's been no repeat of yesterday's rioting, which claimed 3 Sikh lives. The police have drawn back from the Sikh temple, where the men were killed, but they're ready to move in if required. Outside the temple, Sikhs shouted, "Bhindranwale is a martyr. Hundreds will spring up to take his place." Prominent moderate Sikhs have turned against the government. Khushwant Singh is a member of the Indian Parliament and ex-editor of the influential Hindustan Times. Today, in disgust, he returned a government award he'd won some years ago. He's written extensively on Sikh history and culture and says Indira Gandhi's action, violating a shrine, is unprecedented in Indian and in Sikh history.
But I think it should be borne in mind that if you want to kill a mouse, you don't burn the whole house down. The government had often given an assurance that they would not take this action because it would prove counterproductive, and I'm sure it will prove counterproductive.
But surely now Mrs. Gandhi is free to negotiate with the moderates.
Mrs. Gandhi is left with no one to talk to now. The Akali leaders were the only people she could talk to. They are not going to talk to her for a long time to come. And in any case, she locked them up too. Who is she going to talk to?
Sikh extremists are continuing to burn and loot Hindu businesses outside Amritsar, as they were earlier this week. 10 people have been killed in retaliation for the deaths at the Golden Temple. Sikhs claim the death toll in the Punjab is now 1,000. The army says it's nearer 300. In Delhi, Delhi, the newspapers reflect a different view from the Sikhs. They've applauded Mrs. Gandhi's action, which one calls a swift surgical operation to remove a cancer in the Golden Temple. And it seems the papers reflect the mood of the majority, the Hindus. Chandrajit Yadav is president of the Indian Democratic Party.
Today the Hindus feel that this entry was necessary because many innocent people were being killed almost every day by the extremists.
On the streets of Delhi this afternoon, we found many who spoke up for Mrs. Gandhi's action and denounced the militant Sikhs of the Golden Temple.
Majority people, they are supporting her for sending the troops inside.
Why?
Because a lot of innocent people were killed and she had no option.
As dusk falls over Delhi, the capital is quiet, but feelings are running high throughout India's Sikh community, and they plan to meet here in Delhi on Sunday to discuss further.
But she said it was unavoidable. Her government could not tolerate what she called the wanton and brutal killing of civilians by Sikh terrorists. In Amritsar, at least 7 more Sikhs were killed today in clashes with the army around the temple. And it was reported that as many as 500 Sikhs may have died in the army assault 2 days ago. Brian Hanrahan's in the Punjab.
Parts of the Golden Temple were ankle-deep in used cartridge cases when the army finally fought their way in, and the militants had thousands more rounds left. They also had machine guns, bombs, mines, and 3 tons of gunpowder.
These, they've been using most of them to make a little bit of crude hand bombs. That's enough to cause so many splinters.
Some of them made a final stand in the Golden Temple itself, the holiest of Sikh places. But the government say that despite the heavy fire directed at the troops from there, not a shot was fired back. Indian television has avoided drawing attention to the bodies of the dead, 300 by the official count, and expected to rise. With deaths and disturbances still being reported from around the Punjab and neighbouring states, every effort is now being made to calm the Sikhs. All India Radio has been broadcasting prayers from the temple, but things aren't back to normal. 7 people were injured in renewed shooting this morning. The Punjab as a whole remains under army control. Its borders with neighbouring...
Sometimes youth does go out of control, but it is their anger and resentment by what government of India has done by ordering troops to enter our holiest shrine. But I want to assure the British people there will be no violence on the British streets.
Tonight in London, police and community leaders appealed for calm amongst Britain's largest Sikh community. 20,000 live here in Southall, and their leaders are anxious to keep things under control. This follows...
Here, demonstrators threw bricks and stones at the Indian...
...to the building, and 3 policemen were slightly injured when missiles, including 2 petrol bombs, were thrown at them. The tension eased when a small delegation was allowed in to register a formal complaint at the Indian government's handling of the Amritsar situation.
It's now thought that at least 500 people died when Indian troops moved into the Golden Temple to flush out the Sikh militants. Mrs. Gandhi has defended the operation as unavoidable. Jane Corbin of Channel 4 News is in New Delhi. We've just had this satellite report from her.
The atmosphere in Delhi's old city today has been tense. But so far there's been no repeat of yesterday's rioting, which claimed...
While Sikh leaders put the figure at 50,000. It was almost entirely peaceful. Only 6 people were arrested. Other demonstrations were staged in India as Sikh rebels continued to hold out around the Golden Temple, and Sikh troops were reported to have mutinied in 2 areas of the country. First, the protest in London.
11:30 this morning, and a leading Sikh intellectual leads family and friends in prayer at his Middlesex home. Clasping the ceremonial sword, the traditional symbol of power, he asks God's blessing for a peaceful protest. Within an hour, he's joined 30,000 others in the biggest demonstration of Sikh anger and resentment ever seen in Britain. The cries are for the death of Mrs. Gandhi and the downfall of her government. To these people, her army's storming of the Golden Temple, their holy shrine, was a brutal and unforgivable act. Effigies of the Indian Prime Minister attracted the full force of the demonstrators' fury.
the insult which has been inflicted on Golden Temple, they can never forget. The yellow ribbons which they are tying on their head show that they are ready to die for the cause, and there are a large number of them.
By mid-afternoon, the long and colourful march had set off along Oxford Street and on towards the Indian High Commission 3 miles away. The march leaders insisted on carrying their swords as a religious symbol. The police agreed. What they were not prepared to do was to allow the demonstrators to get within 100 yards of India House. Mounted police sealed off every approach, and other officers wearing riot gear were discreetly kept out of sight, but ready for any possible attack on the High Commission building. Effigies were set alight, but police managed to keep the marchers moving. Boisterous but peaceful then in London, but in the Indian capital of New Delhi, about 3,000 protesters smashed a police shelter and hurled the debris into the street outside the main Sikh temple. 250 miles to the north, Brian Hanrahan has been following events in the holy city of Amritsar and the growing discontent in the Indian army.
The task of clearing up the Golden Temple is both urgent and difficult. Urgent because until the temple is restored, it's an aid to those who advocate Sikh violence. Difficult because the militants fortified it so thoroughly that some are still holding out, sniping even while Indian TV tried to show a reassuring interview with an Indian general.
I have no doubt in my mind that they have received foreign assistance. From some of the weapons that we've captured, we can see clearly the identification we can clearly establish that these weapons have been obtained from China or Pakistan. They've got Chinese markings, and I'm sure they've been smuggled in through Pakistan.
The general praised the loyalty of his troops, including Sikhs who joined the attack. But other Sikh troops have been less loyal. The 9th Battalion of the Sikh Regiment appear to have mutinied from their barracks just outside the Punjab. Fear of further mutinies and regimental honour combined to put an official silence over the Sikh regiment's cantonments at Lal Garh on the edge of the Indian desert. But local people, including one senior state official, confirmed that last Thursday, 200 soldiers took army vehicles and weapons and set off on the road to the Punjab border. The police have checkpoints at regular intervals along the way, and at the first the soldiers opened fire, killing one constable and wounding another. Then they went on to the border town of Ganganagar to protest about the government's actions at Amritsar. The soldiers' demonstration was short-lived. They beat up the town for a while, shouting slogans in favour of the towns indiscriminately. They killed one calf and one cow, but no people. And they took a sandy track, but somewhere in the desert they ran into loyal army units and fought a battle. Some were captured, but not all. The rest are either still at large or dead. The desert itself is one of the roots of the problem. The Punjab's neighbour states are dry and arid, but an irrigation system draws water from the Punjab for them. The Sikhs want to keep the Punjab water for themselves, another cause of quarrel between the Sikhs. Sweets to their children to celebrate. Trouble is just beneath the surface. The mutiny has done nothing to help the strained relations on the border zone. The police say while the Sikhs are grieving, the Hindus are giving sweets to their children to celebrate. Trouble is just beneath the surface. But in the long term, another worry for the government is that using the
Indian High Commission, scores of police surrounded the building to prevent any possible attack. During the protest, the Sikhs destroyed effigies of Mrs. Ghandi and vowed she'd pay dearly for the killings at Amritsar.
Northern state of Punjab and are demanding the death of the Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi for last week's storming of the Golden Temple of Amritsar. It's now believed around 800 Sikh militants and 200 soldiers were killed in that assault. Vital talks take place in London today to try to...
by loyal troops. Land and air searches have been mounted for the rest. One group was captured just inside the Punjab, presumably on its way to Amritsar, and there have also been mutinies in Bihar state and near Bombay. Latest reports speak of soldiers in Kashmir deserting, though again
The authorities want Amritsar to start getting back to normal. They lifted the curfew.
Handled in a very bad way by the government of India.
So what do they want?
Actually, they want some demands which we call demands of resolution of Anandpur. Those demands are about water, more electricity, Chandigarh as capital, and some religious concessions like relaying program from Golden Temple and
radio programs from the
radio program. And this building was built during the time of 6th Guru in 1609, and Guru built that place to convey political and social orders from that platform.
Now, is it or is it not true? I mean, Mrs. Ghandi has said that people living around Amritsar have actually been killed as a result of action coming from within the Golden Temple. Is that true?
No, people living around have been killed by the police or army. There have been some calculated killings by the people who used to go from inside, led by Pindrawale.
Now, these are revenge killings for things which happened in the past?
Yes, we must know the reason for these killings. During the early days of the movement, Punjab police killed about 200 people in the villages. Those people were innocent, but they were very influential among the voters. And they were killed first, and their brothers, sons, and sympathizers were having revengeful feeling in their mind. When they could find Pindrawala as leader, militant leader, they joined him. Actually, Pindrawala in the politics is creation of Indira Gandhi's own man. He was a religious man only.
Right.
Before that.
Now, what's going to happen?
Well, what's going to happen? It depends upon the attitude of Indian government. I will be the last man to think about separate state for the Sikhs. But Indira Gandhi has violated a golden rule, that is, the bad cannot be eradicated by using worse means. She has already used the worst means. In future, she has to change the attitude to mend the things.
Mr. Bedi, thank you very much indeed.
Of Indian television. From Delhi, Brian Hanrahan.
The journalist's visit to the Golden Temple was a carefully managed affair, part of the Indian government's efforts to show the Sikhs that their holy shrine still stood undamaged. The journalists were not given time to talk to local people, but they brought back the impression that the town was calm and under control. No cameras were allowed. The only pictures were taken by India's state television. These showed that the most holy building was, as the journalist reported, undamaged. But it didn't show the extensive damage to the second most sacred building, as described by Mark Tully, the BBC's resident correspondent who was with the party.
Well, the other building, which was, of course, Bhindranwale, the extremist leader's command post, the whole of the front of it has been knocked out. There's rubble piled everywhere. You can only go into one or two of the rooms, and when you do go into those, there's still a stench of death in the air.
Sikh resentment of what they see as the defilement of the Golden Temple continues to make itself felt. A crowd gathered in Bombay and eventually had to be dispersed by the police using their canes. The government has been trying to pacify the Sikhs by explaining its actions as painful but inevitable. But it's still holding most of the leaders of the Sikh religious party under detention. There's one more potential trouble point ahead. One of the Sikh leaders, before being arrested, called for a national day of penance on Sunday. And penance could easily become protest.
Time since troops stormed it last week. Army commanders said 490 Sikh extremists and 84 soldiers died in the fighting. Meanwhile, the army today quashed another rebellion by 50 Sikh soldiers in the Punjab. They'd refused to obey orders in protest at last week's siege. This report from Jane Corbin of Channel 4 News.
Today,
the Holy Temple of Amritsar, trouble there has re-erupted. Another 50 Sikh soldiers are reported to have mutinied in the anguished northern state of Punjab, and the total of mutineers nationally is put at 5,000. In Bombay, there's been more trouble than...
Storm the Golden Temple required a plan that the Indian Army knew must not fail. But it was a formidable task, because apart from being the Sikhs' holiest shrine, the complex was built like a medieval fortress. Its fanatical defenders had been laying their plans too. The inspiration may have come from Bhindranwale, but the defences had been set with military precision,
by a cashiered Major General of the Indian Army who joined the militant Sikhs. Around the perimeter of the complex, 17 houses with 10 Sikh defenders in each acted as early warning posts, designed to keep up constant sniping fire on the approaching soldiers. Behind them were 2 more lines of defense. Stun gun positions were set up on the rooftops and in the sandbagged windows of all the buildings on the eastern side, the most vulnerable approach. Further back, the main temple area was ringed with carefully sighted firing positions. Machine guns were also placed in the Sikhs' holiest of holies, the golden-domed Harminder Sahib. But at the heart of the defence, the most heavily fortified of all, was the Akal Takht, home of the Sikhs' holy book, where Bhindranwale had based himself. At 10:30 p.m. on June the 5th, the assault began under cover of darkness. The sensitive operation was controlled from a command point packed with communications equipment on a building overlooking the complex. After fighting their way through the outer lines of defences, the troops stepped into the carefully laid trap inside the inner quadrangle. Hampered by their orders not to use heavy weapons, the Indian soldiers fought their way along the edges of the holy tank towards the Akal Takht. The official report says the Akal Takht stood like a fortress, sweeping all avenues of approach with a deadly volume of machine gun fire. With support of the other gun positions around the holy tank, what is described grimly as a killing ground was created on the open courtyard east of the building. 50 soldiers died there. Unofficial reports say that tanks with bright lights were then brought in to try and blind the defenders, but the militants kept firing. The army commanders decided the casualties had become unacceptable and ordered in armoured personnel carriers. The militants responded with anti-tank rockets, hitting one of the APCs, but the addition of the heavy firepower enabled the troops to battle their way up to the Akal Takht. By 12:30 on June the 6th, they were inside. Room-to-room fighting continued, and it was not until the next day that the army entered the basement of the building to find the body of Bhindranwale, but by whose hand he died still isn't clear. Damage to the building is still being assessed. The army say 90 soldiers died in the assault, and losses among the Sikh militants are put by some as high as 600.
Today, the Indian government took a party of journalists to Amritsar to give them their first look at the Golden Temple since the army moved in. The BBC's India correspondent, Mark Tully, was with the group, and earlier this evening I asked him if he got the impression the government had expected the operation there to be a lot easier.
Oh yes, there's no doubt about that. The Indian Army clearly thought that the whole thing was going to be much easier. They thought they'd be able to come in with commandos backed by an infantry battalion, that they'd be able to throw stun gas into the Akal Takht, that was the headquarters of Bhindranwale. They'd be able to move in, clean them out and get out again. But it didn't turn out anything like that at all.
In storming the complex, did they do much damage to the Golden Temple itself?
Well, as I said, the Golden Temple itself is intact. There are some bullet marks on it, but the Indian Army says that they were fired earlier in earlier incidents, and they hadn't damaged the basic structure. The other building, the Akal Takht, well, the front has been blown away, the top of it has been damaged. Inside, when you go inside, the stench of death is still there. In one room which I went into, there was still empty cartridges, literally ankle deep, and that building is in bad shape. There's no doubt about that. But that was the command headquarters of Bhindranwale, and that was the building around which the battle centered. And no army in the world could have captured that building without damaging it.
Do we know yet who actually killed Bhindranwale?
No, we don't. We asked the general that, and he explained that the body had been found with a very severe head wound in it. He said it could have been caused by a whole variety of events, including even masonry falling on top of him. But he did say one thing, that there was no question that Bhindranwale could not have committed suicide.
In its comments on the affair, the Indian government has been talking about Pakistan and other outside powers giving support to the militants. When you were in Amritsar, did you see any evidence at all to support that theory put forward by the government?
The only thing that we saw which could support that was weapons with Chinese markings on them, which of course probably came from Pakistan. But the Pakistan border is virtually open. It's very difficult to police it, and certainly nothing I saw suggested that there was anything more than arms smuggling. It could have been bigger than that, But my own feeling is that the government of Pakistan was more than likely to turn a blind eye to arms smuggling across its border, but that the government of Pakistan would certainly not want to get involved in any high-profile action which would link it with these Sikh militants.
How do you see the situation developing then over the next few weeks or so, Mark?
Well, I think we're going to have to wait now, and we're going to have to wait and see, first of all, what happens when Sikhs go into the Golden Temple and see the state of the Akal Takht. We're also going to have to see what happens when the virtual martial law is lifted in the villages of Punjab, and the village Sikhs, who are the heart of the Sikh community and the heart of the Bhindranwale movement, how they react. But certainly the government itself is obviously very concerned about what does happen when Sikhs go into the Golden Temple and when the virtual martial law in the villages of Punjab is lifted.
Mark Tully, thank you very much indeed. And only time now for a pretty subliminal.
It's cool. President Zail Singh, a Sikh himself, made his first public comment on Indian television last night, proposing that reconciliation committees of Sikhs and Hindus be set up. He warned India must never allow such a situation to occur again. India's Prime Minister, Mrs. Ghandi, speaking to BBC television, denied the attack was an attack on the Sikh religion or the Sikh people. The Indian Army, according to a general in the Punjab, will return to barracks in a few weeks once the clean-up operation Bluestar is over. The Golden Temple complex itself will be handed over to the religious authorities very soon, according to the Sikh general in command of anti-terrorist operations. Yet a return to normality cannot be taken for granted. 1,700 Sikhs are in custody. Local security sources put the total as high as 7,000. The Punjab is still under curfew. The area is tense. Many Sikhs who may have had no time for the violent tactics of the dead Sant Jainal Bhindranwale gathered in a day of protest at temples in Delhi, Punjab and Kashmir yesterday. Mrs. Ghandi and President Zail Singh may be offering healing and reconciliation. But is the Sikh community inclined to respond? Brian Hanrahan reports on the turmoil and debate in India a fortnight after the event that shook that nation.
India is not a country of big cities, it's a country of villages. And rural life, despite a veneer of modern technology, has changed little in centuries. Tradition runs deep, and so do prejudices. Hindus make up 4/5 of India's 700 million people, and it's their perception of events that shapes the destiny of governments. At the moment, Mrs. Ghandi is riding high in Hindu estimation. The Hindus are delighted that Bhindranwale's murderous campaign is over. But they seem to have underestimated the depth of the Sikhs' bitterness at the desecration of their temple. Even moderate Sikh politicians feel driven to make extreme statements.
People are going to rise. What do you think is going to happen when their sons are not going to return home? When their fathers are not there, we don't know. Where's anybody? For a Sikh, it is better to die an honorable death than to live a dishonorable life.
And you think they will be willing to die?
We will either live here honorably or we'll die.
But I must make it clear that this is not a government versus Sikh problem or Hindu versus Sikh problem. Government, at no time have we been against the Sikhs in any way or the Sikh religion, nor was this action taken against the temple. It was taken merely against the group of people who were taking shelter there and using it as a foothold for all kinds of anti-national, anti-social, anti-religious activities also, I would say.
The choice about what happens will be made not by politicians, but by Punjab villagers. The state curfew will delay, but not stop them. When it's lifted, they'll meet in their temples, called gurdwaras, and decide. Foreigners aren't supposed to go into the Punjab, but we reached one border village. There's still a nightly curfew, but for 8 days, it allowed no movement at all.
जाते थे रास्ते में कहीं पुलिस की गाड़ी मिल जाती थी तो उसके
पीटने वगैरह का डर था या गोली मार देने का डर था?
No, they didn't go to the fields as they usually went to the fields. They were afraid that if they used to stop the carts on the road and everything, and they were afraid that if they went out onto the road with their carts or with their tractors, they would be shot or something.
Communal right, we send the army. If the Punjab crisis there, we send the army. Everywhere if they send the army, and then the armies send there an invitation, I will not be surprised if some more enthusiastic army men feel that every time, why go by invitation, why not go on our own?
The reverberations from the Punjab have been felt all over northern India. Karnal is a market town in the neighbouring state of Haryana. Like India itself, it's overwhelmingly Hindu. There are 6,000 Sikhs in a population of 125,000. When Bhindranwale's extremists were shooting Hindus and Sikhs, it was the Hindus who rioted, attacking Sikhs and their property. Nearby in Panipat, 8,000 of them set fire to a Sikh temple and beat 8 Sikhs to death.
There has been trouble in the past in Punjab when extremists used to eliminate Hindus exclusively. Then the Hindus living here in this area, they would feel about their brethren being executed or being done to death by these extremists without any rhyme or reason. Then of course people used to protest here in this town against those killings.
In one of Karnal's narrow streets, there's a high-rise Hindu temple. It's grown up next to a Sikh Gurdwara. The first Sikh guru hated fanaticism and intolerance, but the views of the current head priest don't seem to equate with that creed.
हमारी राय यह है कि भारतवर्ष की हुकूमत ने
I believe the Indian government has made a direct attack on the Sikh religion. Our holy shrines are no longer safe, and we are slaves in this country. As long as there are any Sikhs alive here, they'll keep on taking revenge.
Although outraged about the attack on their holiest shrine, the majority of the Sikhs we've spoken to do not want violence. They feel it would only lead to the same sort of Hindu backlash that occurred in the past.
I feel it's a wrong thing to take revenge, because that leads to a vicious circle. If the Sikhs take revenge, then the majority community may take resort to the same method.
Fear of whipping up violence has played a considerable part in the way India's major newspapers have reported the crisis. They've been uncensored, but restrained in what they've published. The dailies have all backed the government. The Times of India felt the action was inevitable. There needs to be an election before the end of the year, and bowing to the inevitable has not harmed Mrs. Gandhi's prospects.
Impression had grown, rightly or wrongly, that either she was letting things drift out of political calculation, or that she was incapable of overcoming a challenge of this magnitude. I think both these feelings have disappeared. She is again seen to be a decisive leader who took her time, who waited, who showed patience, but when she acted, then she acted decisively.
Would it be right to say that, rather like Mrs. Thatcher, after her resolute action in the Falklands, you now have an Amritsar factor to help you in the coming election?
Well, you know, we don't look at our things like this, and elections are very far from our mind in dealing with this whole situation. In fact, I think if the opposition had not brought in so much of the elections, perhaps it would have been solved much earlier.
Is there a danger that what has happened in Amritsar, the Golden Temple, may help you and your party win the election, but jeopardize the unity of India, for which you fought so tenaciously?
In no circumstances would I allow anything to jeopardize the unity. Elections come and go, we've won and we've lost, and we can face both situations. But the unity of India is much more important.
Mrs. Gandhi's immediate task will be to reopen negotiations with the moderate Sikh leadership who were undermined by the extremists. But so far, all she's done is locked them up.
It was a very wrong step. I can understand extremists being arrested or in confrontation, some of them getting liquidated. But these liberal leaders who are known for their allegiance to the integrity of India, they are known for their adherence to democratic methods. They are known for having condemned in the past these individual acts of terrorism, even by Bhindranwale's men.
We have to find out how involved they are in all this. And the healing touch is with the mass of the Sikhs. Of course, it's with them also. But it's with the masses of the Sikhs who were misled.
Do you think there is any possibility of some negotiation, some meeting of minds taking place?
How can that take place when the minds are all in jails?
Leaderless and uncertain, the Sikhs fall easy prey to rumours of what's going on in the Punjab. At yesterday's day of prayer, stories of army atrocities were circulating freely. There's no evidence to confirm them, but as long as the government restricts movement and news from the Punjab, there's no discounting them either. The Sikhs don't trust the government, and they don't believe it. Mrs. Gandhi's healing touch isn't reaching them.
From Delhi.
The government had intended to open the temple cautiously, allowing no more than 500 people from Amritsar itself to enter. But so many people turned up that in the end they threw caution to the wind and accepted all comers. It's estimated more than 10,000 people took the opportunity, men, women and children, Hindus and Sikhs alike. For the Sikhs, a visit to the temple is a spiritual experience, and one they've been denied for more than 3 weeks. The building itself is considered holy. An insult to it is a sacrilege, which explains why Indian state television points its cameras away from the damaged sectors. But despite the large numbers present, and the shock the damage must have caused to the devout, there were no incidents. There are plans now progressively to lift the restrictions and allow people from all over the Punjab to visit the temple. But the wrangle over repairing the damage continues. The highest of the high Sikh priests today called on the army to stop their repair work. According to tradition, this should only be done by the Sikh masses, he said. Mrs. Gandhi says reports of the damage to the temple have been exaggerated, and much of it was done by the Sikh extremists themselves. The Prime Minister...
We consider ourselves now to be at war with India, and we will do everything possible that's needed to get India out of my country. We will provide finance from this country, we will provide volunteers from this country, use the volunteers where needed. Well, they are going to support the Khalistan movement all the way.
When you say all the way, what do you mean? Are you saying you're going to use violence? Are you saying you're going to...
No. In this country, there...
What?
No, in this country, we are going to be very, very peaceful.
But what about in India?
In India, well, India has been violent with us. Violence breeds violence. So what Indira Gandhi has done, she's going to get it. Of course she will.
Concern, people are not taking him seriously. Rather, he has made this moment just like a political acrobat. Sometimes he take out the passport, sometimes he says he announces the government, sometimes he goes to Pakistan this way. I think people are not taking him seriously.
However, fresh developments this weekend have now made clear that although British Sikhs reject Chauhan, some of them have come to accept the idea of a sovereign Sikh state. A meeting of over 1,000 Sikh activists from Gurdwaras and other organizations across the country was held in Southall. After several hours of talks, they passed a virtually unanimous resolution supporting Sikh secession from India.
The resolution is mainly for setting up an independent Sikh state, the area where we are, and it means to get it independence and become a member of the United Nations, and also to get every means at our disposal to achieve that end.
And when it came to spelling out the means they would adopt, the meeting made it even clearer exactly what sort of action they planned to take. They launched what they described as a liberation movement.
The liberation movement we are setting up is to help the war in Punjab to achieve our independence. And to get that, we will send money, the arms and other artifacts, whatever we have at our disposal. And if need to be, we might send men also to fight that movement to achieve the end.
And journalists who covered the meeting believe that it could prove a threat to the Indian government. They feel that although those attending the meeting were not wholly representative of the British Sikh community, nonetheless, as determined Sikh activists, they do pose a danger.
I think they're a close-knit, determined bunch of people, extremely angry. They're dangerous for the time being, a matter of concern. This has been taken into account by both the Indian and the British governments. In fact, tight security has been imposed all round.
And since the weekend meeting, fresh reports from
institutions, especially gurudwaras, and there are very, very wealthy Sikhs settled outside India, especially in Britain, Canada, America, Singapore, Hong Kong, and money is being channeled, one, to buy arms, and two, to train people outside India, to give them some sort of commando training.
Or a small group of extremists trying to attempt an assassination. There is an unquestionable fear, and I think the government is extremely vigilant about the threat that could be posed by an individual or a small group of people. So until and unless there is a final political solution to the Punjab problem, this threat will remain.
Of course, only time will tell whether or not some British Sikhs
government took were to show Sikhs that the Golden Temple itself, that is the Harmandir Sahib, had not been damaged. Indian television cameras carefully filmed the building, showing it to be intact and unscarred. In addition, the head priest of the Akal Takht confirmed that the sacred Kotha Sahib, where the Sikh holy book is put to rest each evening, is also unharmed. The aim of all this was clearly to assuage wounded Sikh religious feelings. The Indian government launched what it called the healing touch. The country's Sikh president, Gyani Zail Singh, spoke to the nation at length, appealing for unity.
हमको एक होकर चलना होगा अपने देश के, अपनी कम्युनिटी के, अपने धर्म के हित में ये देखना होगा कि हमें अब क्या करना है.
And then this weekend, Mrs. Ghandi herself visited the Golden Temple. As she followed in the steps of Sikh tradition, doing pranam, giving a personal donation, and later accepting the prasad, it was clear to the whole country that the Prime Minister was now determined to win back Sikh support. Weekend, tell me, what's the present state of that city?
The situation is still tricky because clearly the army wasn't able to arrest all the terrorists. They've got a lot of them, but they don't know how many got away and where they've gone to. So the army operations continue, and there is some concern that the terrorists might try and make their way back into Amritsar. So that is a contributing factor. More than that, the army doesn't want the Sikh community or the Hindu community to take advantage of the lulls. They want things to be very, very calm. And you can see that in the number of soldiers who are patrolling the streets and keeping a watch out for any untoward incidents.
How would you describe the mood of the Sikhs that you've met, both there and in the rest of Punjab?
The Sikhs that I have met seem to have very upset feelings about the way the government ordered the storming of the Golden Temple. Sikhs that I've met before who used to condemn Bhindranwala, the extremist Sikh leader, and who condemned his methods, who agreed that he sanctioned terrorism, now seem to have changed their minds, now seem to say, well, that was all very well then, but the way the government has ordered the storming of the Golden Temple has changed our minds, and we are now very hostile. That's my impression.
So do you believe that the government is going to be successful in winning back this Sikh support that it's clearly lost?
I think it will take some time. The Sikh community is looking to the government for some kind of gesture,
for an independent state of Khalistan. They raised its flag over the London headquarters of the Khalistan government in exile. Their leaders say that...
Secretary Sir Geoffrey Howe.
This is blood for... What Indira Gandhi has done, she's going to get it fully.
They burned the Indian flag. Khalistan's national anthem says, "When the time comes, I shall happily sacrifice my life." Phil Bales, ITN, in...
To be set up in the Punjab. Ceremonial swordsmen saluted their flag. The Sikhs accused Mrs. Gandhi's government of genocide and threatened a guerrilla war to achieve their aim. They burned an Indian flag to show their defiance.
Golden Temple in Amritsar. It's a month since the fighting between Sikh extremists and the Indian army, when about 1,000 people died. The complex has been left in virtual ruins. Sir, it's a month since the fighting between Sikh extremists and the Indian army, when about 1,000 people died. Large portions of the temple complex have been left in virtual ruins. Board and stabbed another. The aircraft, which is now at Lahore airport, was seized yesterday on a domestic flight from Srinagar to New Delhi. The hijackers, who are members of a Sikh extremist group, have threatened to blow up the plane unless the Indian government agrees.
6 passengers have been released. The plane was diverted during a flight from Srinagar to Delhi, and the hijackers demanded a ransom to pay for damage done during the storming of the Golden Temple in Amritsar. It's thought some of the 25 foreigners on board may be British.
Hundreds gathered at Chamberlain Square in Birmingham for a protest meeting.
Died last month. Sikh leaders have urged so-called suicide squads to march on the shrine tomorrow and demand the withdrawal of the army.
To the Golden Temple in Amritsar to liberate it from an army occupation after talks on troop withdrawal collapsed. The unarmed elderly women were peacefully detained as they walked out of a shrine. They were taken away in a bus. England...
Volunteers. The first party of 200 arrived at dawn on Tuesday, led by Baba Santa Singh, head of the Nihang warrior sect. He's defied the high priests of the Sikh religion, who've said that anyone repairing the Golden Temple would be considered a traitor. These are the first TV pictures of the repair work to the temple, and their release indicates the Indian government's anxiety to show it's doing its utmost to restore peace to the Punjab. Sikh extremists have staged protest marches against the temple, and the army has organised extra patrols in Amritsar to protect the repair workers, who include women and children. Plantation of all was the Punjab. In June 1984, Mrs. Gandhi's army was sent into the most sacred Sikh shrine, the Golden Temple. As news of this broke, Sikhs marched on the Indian High Commission, and in Southall, Sikh organisations set up a liberation movement to push for a separate Sikh state. And for many people, what all these developments from the subcontinent seem to point towards is that everywhere the gap between government and people has become wider than ever before.
The Guru Nanak, the founder of Sikhism, was born in 1469 in a small village called Talwandi, and now is famous by the name Nankana Sahib. Guru Nanak was followed by 9 gurus. Gurus mean the prophet. Guru Nanak was born as a Hindu. He declared himself belonging to neither Hindus nor Muslims, but whole human race. Unity, fatherhood of God, equality, everybody is equal. No caste.
In several were standing back. And why do you think that might have been?
Well, I don't think they would have been standing back. We're not there, and Mark Tully is, but there would have been an instant realization by all the law and order enforcement authorities, particularly the army, that they would have had to deal with an instant conflagration. And the tactics they would have used to deal with it come from decades and generations of practical experience. They may have got it slightly wrong, but again, how they're handling this is a fire brigade question, fundamental questions that surely it is time now to consider what is going to happen to the institutions of governance in India. It's not a question of rioting and that.
On the institution of the army, which you introduced the conversation, how trustworthy an agent of law and order is the army, given, for example, in this period of racial tension, given the presence in the army of a large number of Sikhs?
Well, I don't think the presence of Sikhs makes any difference. The army in India is the envy of the third world. I think time and again it has proved that it gets involved in certain civic disturbances and it goes back to the barracks. I think what has happened is that the police has lost its credibility because in certain other communal conflagrations it has not performed particularly well. But can I just come back to this point of hooliganism? I do want to say something about that. It is possible that as a tactic the government may have decided for a day or two to allow the people in Delhi in particular to let out their fury, to go on the streets, to perhaps rampage, because, you know, this is a traumatic event for Hindus. They have, in Punjab, they have taken a great deal, and I believe they have behaved with great tolerance in the face of grave provocations. And I was very dismayed yesterday to see some of the happenings in Southall. And if I might make an appeal to my Sikh friends here, that this popping of champagne bottles and this dancing on the streets, I understand their feelings, but you know, they also owe a responsibility to 13 million of their brothers and sisters in the Punjab.
Mr. Maxwell, what is the answer, or at least the beginnings of the answer to your own question? I mean, can the institutions survive the present stresses and strains?
Well, they're in bad shape, and I think that now that the period of shock at Mrs. Gandhi's murder is receding, at least by 24 hours, it's time to assess the Indira bequest. And she's left these fundamental institutions in poor shape. What are these institutions? The Congress Party. Well, I would argue that it doesn't exist anymore. You've got fragmented parties, all of them claiming to be Congress, each identified by the name of its leader, the Congress I, the Congress Indira. That's in poor shape, and my own view would be
to shoot rioters on sight as the Indian government tightens its security less than 24 hours before Mrs. Gandhi's funeral. At least 30 towns throughout the country are under curfew while the army fights to control the violence. Sikh homes and businesses have been set alight, and cars and buses are still blazing in the streets this morning. Rioting and looting continued overnight as Sikhs and Hindus began counting their dead. At least 157 people have died in 36 hours of violence. And while the new premier is pleading for calm across
Hundreds more were injured as Hindu mobs took their revenge on the Sikh community for the assassination of Mrs. Gandhi by 2 Sikhs. During the night, Sikhs were pulled from cars, some burnt to death or beaten up. Many Hindus were also injured as the clashes continued. A first count this morning revealed over 2,500 burnt-out vehicles, while scores of homes, factories, shops and businesses were burnt out by frenzied mobs. There are reports coming in now of shooting in parts of the city. The widespread violence of yesterday has calmed down this morning, but a curfew is still in force. Foreigners have been trapped in their luxury hotels in the city centre, including the members of the English cricket touring team. Already the first 2 matches of the tour have been cancelled, the rest are in jeopardy. They sat in their hotel this morning, anxiously awaiting news, worried about what might
Mrs. Thatcher and the 3 opposition leaders to India for Mrs. Gandhi's funeral. The Indian government's preparing a huge security operation to protect the world's heads of state after 3 days of riots in which at least 400 people have been killed, 100 this afternoon. For safety, the foreign leaders will take a separate route from the funeral procession through the Delhi streets. At Heathrow, Mrs. Thatcher said,
between Sikhs and Hindus in the wake of Indira Gandhi's assassination. This morning, Sikhs are fleeing to the northern state of Punjab and sanctuary in the Golden Temple of Amritsar. Despite the curfews across the country, several million people are expected.
And in some cases, burnt to death.
Some of the worst violence has been in the state of Haryana, just north of the capital. To the east, in Bihar state, it's reported about 80 people have been killed. To the north, in Jammu, Sikhs were surrounded in a temple, grenades were thrown, and an unknown number were killed. In the big cities, like Calcutta, the Sikh populations are reported to be in hiding. Reporting on the day's events, Brian Hanrahan from New Delhi.
The arrival of the army in Delhi checked the widespread violence, but didn't stop it completely. They had orders to shoot on sight, and their presence was a considerable deterrent. They deployed in some force in the city centre, but the attacks on Sikhs continued elsewhere. The army will need more men to bring complete order. The roads, cleared now of traffic and people, have plenty of debris, some of it still smouldering. What is remarkable is that the violence was so widespread, with Hindus turning on Sikhs almost everywhere, discharging a resentment which has been building up for months. A feeling of anger still pervades parts of the capital. There's a curfew. Although it's not strictly enforced, it's closed shops and offices and emptied the roads of their usual throngs. There's still nothing like an official count of deaths and damage, but rumours abound, and one sent us to a small town 30 minutes' drive from Delhi. Sababad is slightly industrialised and looks peaceful enough, with Hindus and Sikhs living close together. But this morning, 3 Sikh factories were surrounded by a mob and their contents ransacked and burnt. The few dozen Sikhs who have lived here peacefully for 16 years have lost almost everything they own. The attack went on for several hours, and it seems nobody tried to stop it.
They put fire to our factories and tried to damage our lives. We hardly rescued our life.
But theirs is a tiny tragedy. We found it by accident while asking about something else. Incidents like this are so commonplace, they go unreported.
In Delhi itself, it's reported that about 200 people have died, 90 of them today when mobs rioted in the capital, setting many homes ablaze. A second report from Delhi, our reporter, Michael Blakey.
This morning, after a night of terror, every Sikh taxi driver was off the streets. A new luxury coach was destroyed close to a government building. One of the most horrific deaths on a night which saw some of the worst violence since partition happened in the garden of an opposition MP, Mr. Ram Vilas Paswan. A Sikh taxi driver, chased by the mob, sought refuge in the home of Mr. Paswan. He ran for what he thought was safety, but he was caught. He was then doused with petrol. Someone lit a match, and the taxi driver burnt to death.
The worst thing that can happen in the country is now happening. There is no law and order in this country. If this can happen in leading opposition MP's house, what happens to the common man in the street?
This happened to, he was burned alive in that car.
He was burned alive in the garage along with the car.
All this happened just 300 yards from the main Parliament building, and then the home of the MP was put to the torch. I was told that 6 calls were made to the police. They never turned up.
Then the final preparations, the placing of the body on the pyre.
A Sikh temple burns on the eastern outskirts of Delhi. Cycle rickshaws have been destroyed. The whole community has been devastated by intercommunal hatred. Hindus, enraged by the murder of Mrs. Gandhi, have ignored the pleas of her son, the new Prime Minister, to stop the violence. Sikhs have retaliated. Everyone has fled from the mobs. Bodies, Sikh and Hindu, lie abandoned on the streets. Sikh families have taken refuge in a nearby wood. Their homes and all their possessions have been destroyed. There are many women and children. They're afraid of a Hindu crowd gathered just a short distance away. The violence of the past 2 days reached its height in a massacre in the suburb of Trilokpuri. According to eyewitnesses, the narrow lanes were blocked by a mob of youths. All the men in the houses were dragged out, knifed and set on fire. Those who resisted were hacked to pieces. Jane Corbin, ITN, Delhi.
In normal business. Guests gathering for a wedding celebration. Just another Saturday, with no reference to Mrs. Gandhi's assassination and no attempt to mourn her. The main concern was for relatives in India as the death toll there grows.
Feelings are running very high, and the Sikhs, being in a minority, are continuing to be oppressed and are being subjected to mass killing.
Sikh leaders here are urging their young men to stay calm and shun any attempt by extremists to bring the religious violence to Britain. Paul Davis, ITN, Birmingham.
Responsible minority behaving outrageously, and the people of Britain were angry and dismayed and disgusted. And so were the overwhelming majority of Sikhs, Muslims and Hindus, and they showed it.
Now look at the rest of the news.
Rajiv Ghandi made a visit to the worst affected areas and ordered stern action against rioters. Delhi has seen the worst of the communal fighting, with 500,000 dead in India resulting from incidents in the city. Today, the police opened fire in 10 places in Delhi, killing 7 people. The bodies of 70 Sikhs were found on trains arriving in the city, and all rail services in and out of Delhi have been cancelled. The funeral procession...
Correct. The presence of the army, with orders to shoot on sight, appears to be having a restraining influence. But outbreaks are still occurring, and the Sikhs complain bitterly that not enough is being done to protect them. A column of tanks was stationed in part of the city centre where violence has broken out. Originally, the funeral procession had been passing through it. Today, the only army presence was not ceremonial.
For calling for Mrs. Gandhi's assassination last June. But the police couldn't find sufficient evidence. He said tonight he was under police protection after receiving death threats. But today, Hindus and Sikhs were united in their anguish and grief for Mrs. Gandhi in Southall, home of Britain's largest Indian community.
The pleas of her son, the new Prime Minister, to stop the violence. Sikhs have retaliated. Everyone has fled from the mobs. Bodies, Sikh and Hindu.
सेकंड के अंदर अंदर मिसेस गांधी खून में लिथड़ी हुई जमीन पर पड़ी थीं। गोलियां चलाने वाला एक आदमी मारा जा चुका था, दूसरा घायल हो चुका था और तीसरा पकड़ा जा चुका था और मिसेस गांधी को कार में डालकर अस्पताल ले जाया जा रहा था। अस्पताल में 6 सर्जनों ने उनकी जान बचाने की सरतोड़ कोशिश की, पर खून बहुत बह चुका था। इस दौरान में इस दुर्घटना की खबर जंगल की आग की तरह फैल चुकी थी और अस्पताल के बाहर चिंतित लोग इकट्ठा होना शुरू हो गए थे। अखबारों के रिपोर्टर अस्पताल के अंदर से आने वाले हर किसी को पकड़कर हाल मालूम करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, पर किसी को पता नहीं था कि उनकी प्रधानमंत्री कैसी है, बचेंगी या नहीं। दोपहर कोई 2:30 बजे के लगभग ऑल इंडिया रेडियो से ऐलान हुआ कि भारत की प्रधानमंत्री इंदिरा गांधी का देहांत हो गया है। राष्ट्रपति श्री ज्ञानी जैल सिंह यमन से फौरी तौर पर वापस लौटे। राजीव गांधी बंगाल के दौरे को छोड़कर दिल्ली वापस आए और कोई आध घंटे बाद ऐलान हुआ कि शनिचरवार को अंतिम संस्कार होगा। 12 दिन तक देश में शोक मनाया जाएगा। तो ये अर्थी है, ये चिता है इंदिरा प्रिय दर्शनी गांधी की, जिन्हें उसी तरह इस दुनिया से जाना था जैसे महात्मा गांधी गए थे, जिनकी गोदों में इंदिरा खेली थी। ये अर्थी, ये चिता उस व्यक्ति की है जिसे सारी दुनिया श्रद्धांजलि दे रही है, जिसकी चिता के शोलों के पास पूर्व से, पश्चिम से, उत्तर से, दक्षिण से छोटे बड़े देशों के प्रतिनिधि आए हैं, जिसके सोग में न केवल भारत की आंखों से आंसू बहे, बल्कि हर छोटे बड़े देश के दिल को ठेस पहुंची। महारानी एलिजाबेथ ने राष्ट्रपति के नाम एक पैगाम में कहा कि मुझे और प्रिंस फिलिप को मिसेस गांधी की खबर पर बहुत बड़ा सदमा पहुंचा है। पूरी दुनिया और कॉमनवेल्थ एक बहुत ही महान नेता का टकराव, इसे दूर होना था। लेकिन आसाम में इसी बुनियादी खराबी ने सर उठाया। बाद में ऐसा मालूम जरूर हुआ कि मिसेस गांधी ने इस प्रॉब्लम को किसी न किसी तरह हल कर लिया है, लेकिन फिर पंजाब में मजहबी और सियासी मांग शुरू हुई, जो इतनी बढ़ी कि तोड़फोड़ शुरू हो गई, कत्ल हुए, पुल उड़ाए गए, ट्रेनें गिराई गईं। अभी इस साल की बात है कि अमृतसर में सिखों के पाक गुरुद्वारे दरबार साहब को इस गड़बड़ का गढ़ बना दिया गया और वहां आतंकवाद की तहरीक शुरू कर दी गई। जून के महीने में मिसेस गांधी ने फौज को हुक्म दिया कि दरबार साहब से आतंकवादियों को बाहर निकाल दिया जाए। सियासी समझबूझ वालों का उस वक्त ख्याल ये था कि उन्होंने ये कदम उठाकर गलती की है और पंजाब में भी और फौज में भी सिखों पर इसका जो रिएक्शन होगा उस पर काबू पाना मुश्किल होगा। लेकिन मिसेस गांधी ने इसका जवाब यूं दिया था।
They assured us that they did not want violence, it would be a peaceful agitation. And my reply was that I did not doubt their sincerity. But my experience was that there were elements which took advantage of these situations. They may be terrorists, they may be what we call Naxalites, they may be political extremists, or just antisocial elements. And we did find that some smugglers and so on were involved in this smuggling of arms, drugs, and so on. So I told them that you may start it with the best of intentions, but it will probably go out of your hands, which is what happened.
जून की फौजी कार्रवाई के बाद मिसेस गांधी को और उनके परिवार के दूसरे लोगों को मौत की काफी धमकियां मिली थी। इस पर उनके घर के सामने पहरा कड़ा कर दिया गया था और ट्रेन्ड कमांडो यूनिटों को लगा दिया गया था, लेकिन होनी होकर रही। और अक्टूबर के आखिरी दिन सुबह 8 बजे के करीब जब वो घर से चंद कदम दूर अपने दफ्तर जा रही थीं, तो चंद कदमों का ये फासला इस दुनिया से परलोक का सफर बन गया। मिसेस गांधी 19 दिन कम 67 साल इस दुनिया में रहकर रुखसत हो गई। लोग रुखसत हो जाते हैं, जिंदगी चलती रहती है। 2:30 बजे दोपहर को ऑल इंडिया रेडियो से मिसेस गांधी के निधन के ऐलान के थोड़ी देर बाद राष्ट्रपति ज्ञानी जैल सिंह ने राजीव गांधी को दावत दी कि वो प्रधानमंत्री का पद संभाले।
I राजीव गांधी do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India.
मिसेस गांधी ने 49 वर्ष की उम्र में प्रधानमंत्री का पद संभाला था। राजीव गांधी की उम्र इस वक्त 40 साल है और सियासत में उनका तजुर्बा सिर्फ 4 साल का है। उनके चुनाव के विषय में एतराज ये किया जा रहा है कि कैबिनेट के किसी मंत्री को पहले इंटरिम प्राइम मिनिस्टर क्यों नहीं बनाया गया, जो हमेशा का तरीका है। के.एन. मलिक साहब, आपका इस बारे में क्या विचार?
Violence. We saw hundreds of paramilitary police patrolling the streets, and in this community a full company of 150 soldiers was on duty. Their equipment included light tanks. Despite this display of military strength, the major in charge insisted that all was now normal.
It's just normal. It's just normal.
Situation
nothing,
normal.
Yeah, absolutely, and very fast returning to normal.
But the villagers told us of widespread rioting and killing, and of hatred between Hindus and Sikhs.
I don't like to see any Sikh people here.
So Sikh people were killed?
Yeah.
How many?
About 100, 200.
A mob had run down this street, bursting into Sikh houses, spraying them with blazing petrol, and often cutting the long hair from the heads of their Sikh victims. Gruesome evidence in the rubble of their houses. This afternoon, the curfew was lifted in many areas, and thousands were able to go out to buy supplies. And for many, it was the first chance to buy fresh food for 4 days. Ken Rees, ITN, Delhi.
Set up around Delhi. In this one, almost every family has a story of murder, burning and beating, and some have the horrific injuries to prove it. All this camp can offer is some rudimentary treatment, but it's better than being outside. On Friday night, there was massacre. 95 people died by the official and perhaps overcautious estimate. One group had tried to take refuge in their temple. It was set on fire. They came out. They were set on fire. Their bodies dumped in a ditch. A group of Hindus and Sikhs have joined together to stage a peace march, calling for an end to the violence. The same group has also provided volunteer doctors, food and clothing for the camps. We had to do something, they said. Putting an end to the slaughter will...
Delhi. Today, the new Prime Minister, Rajiv Ghandi, appointed 9 new cabinet members as the capital began to return to normal. But it's now clear that some of the worst violence took place in small villages outside New Delhi.
A lorry still blazes on a country track near Delhi, and we hear a horrific account of how the 2 Sikh drivers had been ambushed as they'd crossed a nearby bridge. They'd apparently been set alight by the mob and had either been thrown or had jumped into the river. Their bodies could still be seen there. For the first time, it's been possible to reach the country areas worst hit by inter-community violence.
Some feeling of normality returning to parts of Delhi. Although the streets aren't as full as normal, people are beginning to move about. But at the railway station, there are 2 things missing. There are no trains, the safety of the passengers can't be guaranteed, and no Sikhs. Nowhere in public are the Sikhs willing to risk the anger of the Hindus. Many of them have gone to refugee camps, where armed police guard the gates, keeping the Hindus at bay. Sikhs who'd been in hiding continue to turn up, looking for sanctuary. There are more than 16,000 Sikhs in the camp, rooms or police stations. There are many frightened groups trying not to draw attention to themselves. Some have been taken in by Hindu friends or neighbors, disgusted.
Eventually we did get in. It was a large college building, now home to thousands of terrified Sikhs living in squalor. They fled here from many miles around and told us stories of how they'd hid in places like drains and fields to avoid the rioting, before eventually reaching safety. This man was a victim of the riots who survived an attempt to burn him alive. His wife tries to comfort him. We saw many more like this who lived, but many died, and their widows were mourning today. Many had their heads shaved by the mobs. I used to look like this, said Mr. Puran Singh. His identity card showed a proud, bearded man. Now he has no beard and a shorn head. A relief worker in this camp showed us his list of dead and injured. He'd compiled it after talking to people in just one block. The list contained hundreds of names. We were told stories of dreadful horror. Mothers whose children had been killed wept as they spoke. This was the story of just one 6-year-old boy. Can you tell us what happened to this boy?
Petrol was sprinkled on him and set on fire.
He was set on fire? Why?
Because he is a Sardarji.
That's a Sikh?
Sikh.
His mother looked on. She was too dazed to speak. The Indian government is telling everybody that the situation is normal. There's nothing to worry about, indeed claiming that many of the reports of trouble were grossly exaggerated. But at 2 camps today, we've seen something like 20 or 30,000 people, many of them living in appalling...
There already has been a pretty smooth transition if you bar about 10,000 people killed. But I think from the point of view of the government, it was a very smooth transition. It may not have been from the point of view of the people. I don't think he saw anything wrong in it. I don't think his party saw anything wrong in it.
Do you see anything?
To complain?
Do you see anything wrong in it?
No, I have there's an Indian saying, you know, Jaise Praja, Vaise Raja. How the people are, so will the king be. So if the people are happy, that's fine.
And do you think he will be the best leader for the country?
I don't know. He has to begin being a leader first. I mean, I have no doubt that if he begins being a leader, just the very fact of beginning in itself will lead to something. He can't get, he has to get better. He may be inexperienced now, but I'm sure he'll pick up experience along the way.
How much is he depending on his mother's name?
100% at the moment. The entire party is depending on his mother's name, 100%. It's a very powerful name, much more so now. Maybe if Mrs. Gandhi had been alive, not maybe, it's a fact, if she had been alive, then the Congress would have lost this election. But it's a troubled time now, it's an emotional time. And I think people will give a lot of sympathy to the new Prime Minister.
And where does that leave opposition parties like your own in the forthcoming election?
Well, it leaves us where we've lost round one, as it were. But it depends on, you see, as I have said before, the election this time is not important. If the government thinks that by winning the election they have won India, it's not true. They win the election. You know, I'll be happy for them if they win because it will make for stability. But there may be no India to come back to in a few months. They may win an election and live happily ever after. And there may be no India. You know, I don't think I would be happier if they put off the election. I don't think they have the confidence to put off the election because they feel that, all right, let's cash in now while, you know, things are still warm, while the sympathy factor is there.
Will you still fight Rajiv Gandhi in the constituency of Amethi, where your husband stood?
Yes, I will still stand in Amethi. Now, I've stand there because my husband stood from that constituency. It has nothing to do with Rajiv or whoever. I mean, as Prime Minister now, he has an advantage there because every constituency would like to be the key constituency, the constituency of the Prime Minister, no matter who or he or she is. But I'm standing from there on a principle because it's my husband's constituency. And women who come into politics following their husband or their father or whatever, usually it's tradition to stand from their constituency. And I'm not breaking tradition at this point.
And what chance have you? Do you think you'll win?
I don't know. I mean, I don't go into anything knowing I'll lose. We just have to play it by ear.
And compensation of camps in East Delhi.
We travelled to a refugee camp outside Delhi. The police had strict orders not to let us in, despite pleas from some of the Sikhs inside. Eventually we did get in. It was a large college building, now home to thousands of terrified Sikhs living in squalor. They fled here from many miles around and told us stories of how they'd hid in places like drains and fields to avoid the rioting, before eventually reaching safety. This man was a victim of the riots who survived an attempt to burn him alive. His wife tries to comfort him. We saw many more like this who lived, but many died, and their widows were mourning today. You could not move in the courtyards without bumping into or tripping over people. Many were washing outside in gutters in the road. Sikhs place great store on cleanliness, and their religion calls for an uncut beard and long hair. Many had their heads shaved by the mobs. You see, I used to look like this, said Mr. Puran Singh. His identity card showed a proud bearded man. Now he has no beard and a shorn head. The camps are guarded by Indian troops and police. There are at least 3 in the Delhi area alone. At another, just 3 miles away, a food lorry had arrived. The Sikhs angrily told us that they themselves had arranged it. From the government, there's almost nothing, they said. And certainly we noticed a great shortage of food, water, and other essentials. A relief worker in this camp showed us his list of dead and injured. He'd compiled it after talking to people in just one block. The list contained hundreds of names. We were told stories of dreadful horror. Mothers whose children had been killed wept as they spoke. This was the story of just one 6-year-old boy we met in the camp. Can you tell us what happened to this boy?
Capital was now just under 600. On that basis, the national death toll is estimated to have passed 1,100, but Sikh leaders and others believe that a great many more have died in the orgy of violence that has followed the shooting of Mrs. Gandhi by 2 Sikh bodyguards. In Amritsar, the chief high priest of the Golden Temple, Sahib Singh, has claimed that Sikhs have been slaughtered in their thousands. There's been no official reaction to that claim, but the new Prime Minister, Rajiv Gandhi, who today met Sikh and opposition leaders, has warned against rumour-mongering. He's also stressed that the Sikh community can't be blamed for his mother's assassination. Indeed, he's called on everyone to respect the birthday on Thursday of the founder of the Sikh religion, Guru Nanak, an occasion when Sikhs are expected to gather at their temples in large numbers. Whatever the final death toll turns out to be, the violence so far has been horrific, and the government's already been criticised by the opposition, including Mrs. Gandhi's estranged daughter-in-law, Manika, for not controlling it sooner. We received this report today from Steve Bradshaw in New Delhi. For days we've been talking about the horrors of the killings. I should warn you that these pictures bring them home in all their ghastly reality.
Tilak Puri was always intended to have a place in India's history, however minor. 10 years ago, under the government of Mrs. Indira Ghandi, thousands of Delhi's slum dwellers were given 2,000 rupees each and a plot of land here on the east bank of the city's sacred river. It was the brainchild of Sanjay Gandhi, her younger son, and the man most likely to succeed her, till he died in a plane crash 4 years ago. Tilak Puri was supposed to show how the Gandhis could bring progress and help the poor. This week it's become known instead as a place of horror. Sanjay's famous slum clearance project is the site of the most gruesome massacre of Sikhs so far discovered, a rampage of murder, burning and looting by a mob of over 1,000 Hindus and Muslims. Official figures say 95 died. Local people say it was many more.
Everything is burnt, everything is damaged, everybody is killed. They looted our houses, they killed our children, they killed our relatives, they killed our brothers, they killed Sikh families.
Particularly Sikh families.
They burnt our gurdwaras, our worship places. Her husband, her father, her brother burnt alive in front of their houses.
In the streets, the ashes of those who were burnt, dead or alive, lie neglected. Today, Tilak Puri is a testament not to progress, but to a retreat into barbarism. A temporary aberration, some say, while others claim it's symptomatic of a more basic change in Indian life under the rule of the late Mrs. Gandhi.
What has been seen is that legitimate channels of protest and redress do not deliver. Therefore, protest is taking the form of street battles, and frustration makes it uglier by the day.
Who do you blame for this?
The style of politics of the last few years. If it means blaming Mrs. Gandhi 2 days after she has died, so be it.
The euphemism departs. And all you're left with is the body, right? Now if you have a choice between displaying it for 3.5 days, or you have a choice between saving the rest of the country and all those innocent people who are dying, the choice to me, or if my husband were here, would be very clear.
In Delhi, it was only after the funeral that police took a grip of the situation. Extra patrols have now been brought into areas like Tilak Puri. But when we visited the area a few hours after the massacre, policemen told us they were too afraid to leave their posts, let alone to enforce the curfew.
Immediately after the assassination of the Prime Minister, there's such a sense of shock that they almost were in a state of paralysis. And at least for a day or two, I think no government existed at all as far as problems of law and order are concerned. Otherwise, one can't explain the situation, how in the presence of some of the police forces, the arson and looting takes place. Maybe sometimes sections of the police themselves might be conniving at this, because after all, one puts on the uniform of a police, the communalism might get covered up, but it doesn't get destroyed.
But those close to the Prime Minister are quick to deflect criticism of the handling of the riots from Rajiv himself.
The situation was unexpected. It came as a shock to everyone. And some of the misguided lunatic fringe seemed to rejoice over what had happened. That hurt the sentiments of the Indian people. In the first days, the reactions were spontaneous. But as happens in such situations, on the second and third day, some of the gundas, as we call them, the antisocial elements, took advantage of it. And the police was not geared up, in Delhi particularly, in other states, to deal with such a situation because they were taken by surprise. But as soon as the army was called in and the administration was changed, Mr. Gandhi was able to get the situation normalized and under control within one day, which is I think, great tribute to his ability.
1, even 2 days after the killings, it was still the river, not the authorities, that bore away many of the bodies. Others were removed by the police, who are unsurprisingly sensitive about Trilokapuri.
Sorry, please.
Those who had survived were taken by the police to a refugee camp 5 miles away, which now holds 2,000 survivors of the massacres in East Delhi.
They burned the tire of this truck and put it in her neck and burnt alive. Her husband. And her son also. They pulled him from the house. In the hair they put kerosene oil and burnt alive. He ran and they threw stones on him and killed him.
Many seemed to... And despite their efforts to provide food and clothing, both, we were told, were still in short supply.
The government needs to do much more. There's no doubt about it. The government needs to do much more than has already been done. Just now they're just in the camps and there's nothing here really for them. I don't know about the other places because we haven't been here. This is the place where we've been and we realize that apart from security, they don't have anything else here. So when it is being provided, where that's being mobilized by the government, I don't know.
I think paralysis of administration, paralysis of government. To some extent, the paralysis could have been, or inactivity of the government, the dislocation of the government, could have been expected when the Prime Minister is shot in these circumstances. But there is a longer and deeper cause behind it, that the administration has for a long time gotten into the habit of looking up to one person for all decisions and all commands. And when that one person is removed in this fashion, there is no one left to give direction, and there is no initiative at lower levels because initiative over the years has atrophied.
There are few who blame the new Prime Minister personally for the collapse in law and order. And he's impressed many by his quick reshuffling of the cabinet. Are inclined to offer Rajiv a period of grace. The stakes are far too high, it's widely felt, to continue with the confrontation politics of Mrs. Gandhi's last years.
The country is in such a sensitive state at the moment that any signs of weakness on behalf of the centre or the Prime Minister will just ruin the country, will just split it, you know. You may be seeing the last of us as a country if any sign of weakness is shown. Now, I'm sure he realizes that better than I do, since he's at the seat of power. And I'm sure it will bring out some strength in him.
He will not allow India to be disintegrated. This must be made clear to everybody. And if there are some misguided minorities who think with foreign help or internal difficulties they're going to get away with having a separate state, he will not stand for it.
Now, after the massacres, the military presence in Delhi has been stepped up. Nice guys, it's always said, don't last in politics. But despite the atrocities, there may well be a majority in Delhi who hope the next few months will disprove the rule.
Steve Bradshaw reporting there from Delhi. Now, more of today's...
At all costs, but to do so, they've had to deploy tanks and armoured personnel carriers in the heart of Delhi. And after the wave of violence which swept India following Mrs. Gandhi's assassination, leaving hundreds dead, thousands more injured, soldiers and police have orders to shoot rioters. Only now has it been possible to reach some areas to witness the scale of the violence. Curfews are still in force, and the Punjab remains a restricted zone. Main roads out of Delhi are littered with the charred wreckage of lorries and buses, hijacked by marauding gangs and destroyed. Many Sikh lorry drivers remain afraid to bring their supplies into Delhi. They want assurances about their safety before continuing the journey to deliver goods urgently awaited in the city. Some, however, have conquered their fears, and huge queues soon build up outside petrol stations after the...
15th birthday anniversary of their founder, Guru Nanak Dev. Many were still in mourning for the Sikhs killed in the bloody rioting following the assassination of Mrs. Ghandi last week. Many fewer worshippers than usual gathered at the Sikhs' holiest shrine, the Golden Temple at Amritsar, and they were heavily policed. From India, Jane Corbin.
The first pictures of the Golden Temple since the assassination of Mrs. Ghandi reflect a tranquil scene far removed from the violence of Delhi and the army invasion here last June. Together, Hindus and Sikhs went to the temple to celebrate the birthday of the founding guru of the Sikh religion. There were no outside processions, but worshippers crowded into the temple's Holy of Holies. In the streets of Amritsar, life appeared normal, with the two communities again trading together.
Half of my family is Sikh, the other half is Hindu. How can one think of murdering or killing or harming one's own relatives?
The prosperous border state is still controlled by the army. The authorities aren't taking any chances. Some commentators believe the current unrest triggered by the assassination of Mrs. Ghandi is the latest stage of a conspiracy to divide Hindus and Sikhs and make the creation of a separate Sikh state inevitable. They suspect the plot, which began in the early days of Sikh terrorism, may be orchestrated outside the country. Prem Shankar of the Times of India believes that with no guiding force, the privileged Sikh community would not have agitated for more autonomy.
The first time I heard of Khalistan, I felt like laughing, and so did most of my Sikh friends, because none of the conditions for a successful insurgency existed in Punjab. There has never been any political discrimination against the Sikhs. They had their own political party and have been twice in government. There's been no religious discrimination, and they were the most prosperous community in the country.
Observers believe the plot centered round a fiery small-town preacher, Sant Bhindranwal, who, with his armed followers, took over the Golden Temple. He began by terrorizing the Sikh community and neutralizing the moderate Sikh political party. Then he started killing Hindus. This brought direct rule from Delhi and ultimately the army invasion, which resulted in his death. The question being asked in Delhi is whether an outside force encouraged Bhindranwal and continued to promote Sikh terrorism with the assassination of Mrs. Ghandi. Both Indira Gandhi and her son Rajiv have accused foreign powers of involvement in the Punjab crisis. There's even talk of American or CIA-inspired destabilization. There's no direct evidence for this, or for claims that the Pakistani government is responsible for training Sikh terrorists across the border. The organization abroad most highly visible in attempts to create a separate Sikh state is the Khalistan movement, which has support in Canada, America, and especially Britain. This group's activities and its continuing threats are causing most concern here in Delhi.
In India, all Sikhs feel the pull of two loyalties, one to their panth, to the gurudwaras, to their community and their religion, and the other to the nation. And they have been extremely patriotic. Look at the numbers who are in the army, and they fought 2 wars on their own land against Pakistan. Sikhs abroad have already cut their links with this country. Their only loyalty, in as much gurudwaras, to their religion, and this loyalty is partly even a nostalgic one, a sort of definition of their own identity. This is why their reactions to any government action here would be far more extreme than those of Sikhs in this country.
In an effort to convince the population the capital is returning to normal, Indian television has broadcast pictures of Hindus and Sikhs marching together in friendship through Delhi. Sikhs have begun rebuilding shops in the city. The government has promised compensation of a maximum of 10,000 rupees to owners of properties which have been totally destroyed. That's about £600 and would only pay for the poorest of houses. Most Sikhs were more prosperous. Looted property is now being returned to Sikhs by the police, who've been criticised for refusing to protect families attacked at the height of the violence. Today, at the Delhi temple, where the assassins recently took a vow to kill Mrs. Ghandi and her son, the birthday of the Guru was celebrated quietly with none of the usual street processions. Sikhs described the murder of friends. One of the temple priests who had his beard set on fire is still afraid to come out of hiding. Those who believe in the conspiracy theory are afraid that the Sikh temples, or gurdwaras, will continue to be the focus for discontent, even terrorism.
I fear that the gurdwaras have become the centers from where secessionists are recruited, where extremist sentiment flourishes without any check on it. What the priests in the gurdwaras say or tolerate, the Sikh masses will do.
But some Sikh leaders are more optimistic about the future. Despite the killing of Mrs. Ghandi in retribution for the army action in June, they reject the idea of a separate state.
Well, I have always believed that this is my country, and I have always believed that this will remain my country. And I think we have a great number of people. Certainly till the 5th, 6th of June, I would put it at 95% of the Sikhs always believed. I mean, they were not part of this whole business. They've been hurt, and as time passes, I think they will themselves realize, those of them who do believe still that, we should be separate or something, they will understand that this is the wrong road, the wrong path, and they will come back to what I call sanity.
But the army is still protecting Sikhs in Delhi. The government's expected to announce a date for elections next week. And in view of renewed threats from Sikh extremists, there'll be considerable concern about the safety of the new Prime Minister while he's electioneering. Jane Corbin, ITN, Delhi.
The anniversary of the birth of their founder. But there's been no trouble, as Brian Hanrahan reports from Delhi.
The Sikh celebrations of the birth of their founder, the Guru Nanak, are muted this year. Normally they have a street procession. Today they stayed inside. Neither the authorities nor the Sikhs wanted a large gathering which might provoke further bloodshed, whether by Hindus or by Sikhs looking for revenge. But the Sikhs still came to their temple to hear the sacred scripture sung and take a form of communion. The man handing it out was a temple worker who had 2 sons killed by the mob. Another man escaped by shaving his beard and cutting his hair. It saved his life, but violated his religious beliefs. At one time, 3,000 people had taken shelter inside the temple, which is in the heart of Old Delhi. Today, there were large contingents of both police and army to guard those who came. It was their first opportunity to compare notes and start compiling their own casualty lists, which seemed bound to be higher than the official ones.
More evidence of the violence outside Delhi has been coming to light. Our reporter Christopher Morris travelled up the road taken by Sikh refugees fleeing the Hindu rioters, though the Punjab itself has remained calm, as he now reports.
Amritsar, location of the Sikhs' holiest shrine, the Golden Temple. Today should have been one of celebrations, but a clampdown by the government in the wake of India's violence meant prayers instead of processions. It was the biggest gathering of Sikhs at the temple, though, since last June. Then Mrs. Ghandi, exasperated by Sikh demands for greater autonomy, made the fateful decision to send the army into Punjab and to storm the Golden Temple. Just outside Delhi, on the road to Punjab, the stench of rotting fruit and death pervades this graveyard of over 200 lorries. Here, as they did elsewhere, Hindu mobs took their revenge against Sikhs. Some Sikhs managed to drive off towards Punjab, only to be ambushed. All that remains now is the charred wreckage of their lorries, scene of a desperate bid to reach their homeland. All day, the same highway was clogged with hundreds of military vehicles. Huge convoys rumbled northwards towards Punjab amid fears of an angry backlash among Sikhs after the killings in Delhi and elsewhere. Normally, Punjab is a restricted area where foreign journalists are banned. But after the violence in Delhi, we found India's richest state apparently calm. There are 15 million Sikhs throughout India, only 2% of the population. But the vast majority live here in the Punjab, on the Pakistan border. Mostly they're isolated from the rest of the country and unaware of recent events since the assassination of Mrs. Ghandi. There's strict censorship of Punjab's newspapers, but for the moment at least, it's business as usual. The shops open, the markets well stocked with food. Despite the calm, however, there's an underlying tension. The Sikhs, whose efficient farming has made India almost self-sufficient in food production, are a closely knit community, both here and abroad. Many of these Sikhs have friends and relatives among the 400,000 or so who live in Britain. What they're anxious to avoid is further bloodshed, an end to sectarian violence.
Years ago, today cancelled the customary street processions. Sikhs observed the event instead quietly in their temples, including their holiest shrine, the Golden Temple in Amritsar. In Delhi, the Prime Minister, Mr. Rajiv Ghandi, has accepted the resignation of the top official in the security services.
Sikhs crowd aboard the Punjab Express this morning, leaving the troubled streets of Delhi for the relative calm of their home state in the north. But troops patrol the streets of Amritsar on this holiest of Sikh days. It was here in June that Mrs. Ghandi launched Operation Bluestar, sending in troops to drive extremists from the beloved Golden Temple. Now there are fears of continuing bloodshed following the assassination of Mrs. Ghandi by 2 Sikh extremists. Even moderate Sikhs concede that unless the new Prime Minister negotiates in earnest over their demands for more autonomy, then they may not be able to control their militants. All Sikhs now feel that they're under suspicion following Mrs. Ghandi's death. Eyewitness accounts of how police and local politicians encourage brutal reprisals against their people and are making many Sikhs say that prayers are simply not enough. In Delhi today, troops are everywhere keeping the peace, here escorting a party of Sikhs in fear of their lives. Armed guards are on duty at their holy shrines where only a handful of the usual thousands turned up. Outside, all the talk is of relatives who escaped the mob or those who died. There is talk of revenge or, with many of their leaders now out of action, what to do about the future.
Definitely the Sikhs will take their revenge from the government and particularly from Hindus.
We cannot retaliate because people who are living outside Punjab, they are very few in number.
If the Indian government need to know that they've got a big problem to deal with amongst the Sikhs right now, then they need come no further than this temple in the centre of Delhi. Ken Rees, News at 10, India.
In temples throughout the subcontinent to celebrate their principal religious day. The government had feared a backlash after the Hindu riots which followed the assassination of Mrs. Indira Ghandi last week, but the day passed without incident. As the Sikhs gathered in prayer, however, and mourned the 1,200 known to have died in the disturbances, there were many thousands more whose suffering has just begun to come to the notice of the authorities. When Sikh families fled the riot-torn cities, many of them were scattered, and in the chaos since, they've been unable to find out if their relatives are alive or dead. From the refugee camps set up outside New Delhi, Steve Bradshaw reports on how the sometimes tragic search for the missing has become a focus of unity for India's rival communities.
It was the word of the Guru Nanak that to love God men should also love each other. Today, Sikhs throughout India celebrated the birthday of their 17th century spiritual father, a pacifist who tried to free men from hatred and intolerance. In Delhi's impressive Bangla Sahib Gurdwara, or Gateway of the Guru, today's ceremony had lost none of its traditional colour and reverence. But tucked away in the suburbs, there are many other Gurdwaras, which are more of a sanctuary in a hostile world than a place of worship.
We are not going to celebrate any holiday. We'll do a simple prayer over here. Simple prayer. We'll pray to God. Whatever leftover people are there, God should give their life, and people whose souls have been departed, they will give God should give a rest to their souls. We'll only pray this thing. And next time it should not happen.
A week after the massacres began, the Gurdwara at Durga Puri and its neighbouring houses are still crammed to the eaves with some 2,000 Sikhs who sought refuge from the massacres. If they did not celebrate their holy day with the usual ritual, it was because the event had left them too numb.
Nobody is happy. All are sad. They have lost their families. They have lost their husbands. Ladies have lost their husband. Husband have lost their wives.
Okay, all new people joining, they will sit there so that he can brief
whatever relevant information we get from the... To some extent, the prayers which many communities have offered for the Sikhs have now been answered. Relief centres like this one, run by the People's Unity Committee, an ad hoc group of volunteers, are overflowing with blankets, food and clothes, destined for Sikhs stranded in Gurdwaras or refugee camps. But however badly they may be needed, none of the supplies piling up in the relief workers' stores will meet the most urgent need of the survivors, the need for news. News of what happened to their brothers, sisters, parents or children from whom they became separated during the chaos of the massacres.
When these mobs turned down on them, there was just panic. So in certain cases, the men and the women have just run away from there to wherever they could find any space, leaving the children behind at times.
In the big refugee camps, the relay system can hardly keep pace with the piles of scribbled messages and appeals for missing relatives. In the whole of Delhi, relief workers estimate there may be as many as 20,000 people who've had no news of at least one close relative since the massacre. The task of tracking them down is all but impossible. There are 15,000 people listed as living at this one refugee camp alone. All are worried about going home, but many are even more worried about whether they'll ever see their missing relatives again.
My brother-in-law has been to Rishikesh for the cremation ceremony of my relatives over there. When he was coming back on the 1st of November by bus, he was caught at Loni border. And there were two persons, and both were Sikhs. Only 2 Sikhs were there in the bus. The mob was attacked. One was took by the 200 people and another was took by the 200 people. They were beaten up. We don't know what happened with them. And since 1st of November, they are missing.
All his sons, they have been burned. And now only two daughters of her are missing now.
So she's missing her 2 daughters?
Yes.
How old are they?
Pardon?
How old were they?
One is 18, one is 22.
The camp officials are keen to help, but they have more urgent problems to worry about. The late arrival of medicines and bad sanitation has led to fears of epidemics of cholera, typhoid or malaria. And while Sikhs who are still living at home call regularly for news of relatives, many of those in the camps are still too fearful to list the names and addresses of missing Sikh relations.
They're very scared. They might not tell us, even if the person is there. He might not tell us that he is there, so it's going to require a lot of convincing that, look, we've come to help you.
Why is that? Why would they be scared?
Because they don't trust people after what they've been through.
It has to be compiled.
Volunteers at the People's Unity Committee are now compiling a list of the missing. With so many bodies burnt beyond recognition, it'll be the only way of determining who survived and who didn't. Already they've listed 1,500 names.
We are only trying to see the positive aspect so far. Later on, of course, it will be out that they're dead. But we are concentrating our energies into locating the missing people, because I think there's a ray of hope that this person might be alive. And the families are very, very anxious.
The only real hope that families will soon be reunited is if they return home. In the more sensitive areas, that prospect may be remote. Here, the army is still offering stragglers an armed escort to the camps. But the government has promised a rehabilitation program, and there are increasing signs that many Hindus and Muslims are actively urging their Sikh neighbours to come home. One man who has been welcomed home is Harban Singh, an East Delhi carpenter. This afternoon he returned to his shop to find the work of 10 years burnt to the ground. But the damage was done by outsiders, and like many Sikhs, he remains on good terms with local Hindus. His next-door neighbour, Anil, even sheltered his son, till both Sikh and Hindu had to flee from the mob. Despite the damage, Harban is lucky. He's now found his son. Thousands of others may have to search far longer. On a day which symbolizes tolerance, the Sikhs have mourned their dead in peace.
Saturday morning, December 29th.
news had just begun to filter through that the whole nation was throwing aside caste and religious differences to back Rajiv Gandhi in an unprecedented display of national unity. But the burnt-out remains of these houses are a solemn reminder that one community did not share in this coming together of the Indian nation. Sikhs, in meetings throughout the country, debated their growing isolation from the general mood of the country, as Rajiv's victory turned into a landslide. This alienation of India's Sikh community is a direct result of the vengeance wreaked on them by hordes of rampaging mobs for the assassination of Indira Gandhi 2 months ago. The experience of 40-year-old Devi Bai over those traumatic days vividly illustrates just what it is that's made Sikhs feel so disaffected. We went with her to her home, where as she picked out the remains of her murdered family's clothes, she told us of what happened.
छिपने के बाद धार धाड़ आई, जैसे धार धाड़ आई, लाठी ले आए, तलवार ले आए, हमारे आदमी को मार दिया उधर, मार दिया लड़की को भी, मेरे घर वाले को भी, बड़े को भी, काट दिया लड़की को, छोटा को तलवार से काटा, उसको लाठी से मारा, बड़ी बड़ी लाठियां ऐसे लेके आए जो उनका मार के खत्म कर दिया, जान से खत्म कर दिया, उनमें कोई दम भी नहीं रहा, इसमें कोई सांस है कुछ है, मार के खत्म कर दिया उनको, मर गए सारे घर वाले, तीन आदमी तीन खत्म हो गए, फिर हम बाहर रो रहे थे आके, रो रहे पीट रहे आके.
And as Mohan Singh, the local Pradhan, showed us, the massacre of innocents affected every Sikh home in the area.
इस घर के अंदर भूरा सिंह था, स्कूटर ड्राइवर था, 3-व्हीलर ऑटो रिक्शा चलाता था, उसको घर में 2-4 सोटियां मारी और सामान लूट लिया गया. उसके बाद में बाहर आके इस जगह पे उसको जलाया गया. इस घर के अंदर एक आदमी मारा गया है जो कूली का काम करता था निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पे, और इस घर के अंदर सोन सिंह नाम का एक आदमी था, वो मारा गया है और वो कूली का काम करता था. इसमें एक लड़का भजन सिंह का भाई है छोटा, वो मारा गया है, वो रक्षा चलाता था. और इसमें हमारे खुद का भाई है मेवल सिंह और केवल सिंह, दोनों जने मार के इस जगह पे जला दिया गया.
Refugee camps like this one at First Bazaar were the only sanctuary from the carnage for thousands of Sikhs all over India. Here, government rations provide food for Devi Bai and others lucky enough to have escaped with their lives. But neither free food nor medical treatment is enough to heal the permanent scar left on the Sikh community. The fear of violence recurring has led many thousands of the 3 million Sikhs living outside the Punjab to abandon their homes and go to the relative safety of their native state.
Why they are going back to the Punjab is very simple. They had this experience in the first week of November when upwards of 5,000 were massacred in cold blood. All that sort of build up in giving them an extremely insecure position, and most of them are looking to the Punjab as a kind of haven of refuge.
Whilst many Sikhs may go back to the Punjab, the majority will of course continue to live elsewhere in the country. But what the events of the last 2 months has done is to create another problem for the government. For it's linked up the insecurity of the 3 million Sikhs outside the Punjab with a long-running dispute with Sikhs within the state. And so, what was once a regional conflict has now become a nationwide Sikh crisis.
The feeling of the Sikhs in India after the riots is one of complete alienation. They're outraged at the fact that they were victimized. Innocent people, men, women and children, were savaged for no fault of theirs. If 2 lunatics carry out an assassination, it doesn't follow that you hold the whole community hostage. So obviously it's a feeling of alienation.
For the government, tackling the Sikh problem is now an urgent task. And it's clear that Rajiv Gandhi believes that the best way of bringing Sikhs back into the fold is by settling the issue once and for all. And India's new Prime Minister has already indicated that he's been turning his mind to finding solutions. The most dramatic option Rajiv could take is to adopt a military approach to the crisis. Such an approach would mean sealing of Punjab from the rest of India and so stopping any further influx of Sikhs, silencing all dissident Sikh leaders both inside and outside the state by putting them under arrest, and finally continuing the direct rule of the state from Delhi by postponing the return to democratic rule. But a military approach of this kind, it is widely believed, would exacerbate rather than solve the problem.
If Rajiv ever took that line of a strong iron fist attitude towards the Sikhs, it would be a total disaster for the country. You have to remember that the Sikhs are in substantial majority in the Punjab, on the most sensitive border of the country. Large numbers of them are trained in the use of arms. They are being trained in Pakistan, I believe some of them. Punjab is the only land link to Jammu and Kashmir. If Sikh militancy really is given the boost as any attempt to repress would give it that boost, I think it will spell total disaster for the country.
If the military approach is considered too risky, a safer option for Rajiv is to take a low-key approach and try and sit out the problem. It would mean Rajiv would condemn the November massacres but stall on a public inquiry. Retain the army in the Punjab, but with a much lower profile, and finally balance the need to negotiate with the security need to keep the Akali leadership under arrest. But the low-key approach would be widely seen by nearly all Sikhs as having failed to take any initiative, and the Sikh problem could well continue to fester.
If it's a policy of keeping the army there and prolonging the issue through negotiations, then obviously I think you're going to frustrate people further. This has been going on for such a long time. And when people get frustrated, particularly the youth, you find anger coming in. When anger comes in, people can react in different manners.
But if the crisis cannot be solved by waiting for the problem to go away, nor through a tough military action, the only remaining option would be to tackle the Punjab problem by adopting a concessionary approach in the hope of resolving the crisis. But such an approach would now have to go a lot further than simply meeting the Anandpur Sahib resolution that set out the long-standing demands for autonomy that Sikhs in the Punjab have been fighting for. Full and generous compensation would also have to be paid to the victims of the recent massacres. For widows like Devi Bai, the future is desperate. Totally dependent on her husband, his murder has left her destitute, and she now needs the state support to bring up the surviving members of her family.
जगह चाहिए, जगह रहने की कमरा चाहिए, कोई खेत बेच देंगे उसमें गुजारा हो जाएगा तो वो चाहिए, पैसे भी चाहिए हमारे को, कि बच्चों का पालन करें, काम तो नहीं होगा हमारे से भाई, ऐसे इनकी पढ़ाई लिखाई भी कराएंगे कहीं, बच्चों को बिठा के स्कूल में वो भी चाहिए, ऐसे.
But not all Sikhs would be satisfied merely by such compensation. Only instituting a full judicial inquiry into those responsible for the murder of thousands of their family and friends would satisfy their desire for justice.
It is important to have a commission of inquiry in order to reassure the Sikhs that those criminal elements who directed the mobs against them and mobilized the mobs and indulged in mass killing and burning and looting of property are appropriately punished under the laws of the land. Therefore, if you want to reassure the Sikhs that they are being dealt with justly, that they have a place in India as any other honorable citizen, then these people must be punished.
Rajiv Gandhi could take this third course of adopting a concessionary approach, but many Sikhs fear that there may be pressure from the very groups that put him into power not to do so.
To find a reconciliatory solution is not going to be easy for Rajiv, because he had really won this election on the basis of getting the sympathy of the major community on the platform that the present election has been fought. It would be difficult for them to make a complete U-turn and now adopt a more conciliatory policy. I also realize is that they may feel that if they do it in this case, apart from adversely affecting their elections when there is a state elections, that there may be tendencies on the part of the other states wanting to have greater say in their own affairs.
Nightfall over Trilokpuri. For Sikhs here, whichever course Rajiv Gandhi finally chooses to settle the crisis will have a profound impact. It will change not only their lives, but the relationship of their community to India for generations to come.
Narendra Mora with disturbing news about the plight of India's Sikh community. But even if Rajiv Gandhi does manage to contain communalism, there are still many hurdles to overcome before his dream for a modern, efficient state is realized. Perhaps the most deeply rooted of these, and the one most likely to damage his vision of a new India, is corruption. Coupled with an inefficient bureaucracy, corruption has dogged the country for decades, proving impossible to eradicate. But for India, rooting it out of the system is an absolute essential if the country is to enter any new era. Subnif Babuta reports on the task the new Prime Minister faces.
The Amrit Steelworks in one of India's mushrooming industrial centres. Today, 20 tons of steel ingots are being loaded onto trucks for distribution to factories across the country. In fact, this steelworks could produce a great deal more. But what stops it from doing so is a problem that affects every single enterprise in India.
The problem that we have faced in starting this industry are probably typical of problem faced by anyone starting any industry, whether it is automobile, whether it is textile, whether it is electronics, whether it is in the small scale, whether it is in the medium scale, whether it is in the state of Uttar Pradesh, or whether it is in Maharashtra. Problems are the same. Cost of bureaucracy, inefficiency, corruption to us means that our production is 50% what it should be. We have a workforce which is not fully occupied. We have potential for employing workforce which we are not able to fill.
To get some idea of corruption and bureaucracy in India, Ramesh Bahadur showed us just how they affect his factory. In the case of Amrit Steel, having to come to terms with an inefficient and bureaucratic system began from the moment he and his colleagues decided to set up the factory. Lured to this industrial site in Uttar Pradesh by the state government, the inefficiency of state bureaucrats threatened its very survival at the outset.
We made an agreement with the Uttar Pradesh State Electricity Board in 1974 for releasing the power to us. It took us 5 years for this agreement to be converted into physical release of power to us. Our factory was there, our equipment was there, and to survive, we couldn't produce, so we diverted our business. We went into trading, we went into handling of goods, and we did all sorts of things to be able to survive for 5 years. It's only in 1979 that we went into production.
Having finally secured access to electricity supply, the company quickly ran into the second major fact of Indian life: corruption. Because of the shortage of power in the state, the Electricity Board can only provide 40% of the company's requirements. However, the only way that Amrit Steel can be assured of even this meagre amount is by greasing the palms of the officials who control supply.
Power is in short supply. Like these days, our entitlement to power is 12 hours a day every alternate week. We have to make sure that what we are entitled to, we get. So we keep the people here happy. You can call it bribery or you can call it inducement. We make sure that what is due to us is obtained so that they keep their equipment all right. They keep they're at their toes to ensure that what power is being released comes.
But the oppressiveness of the system really hit home when corruption and bureaucratic inefficiencies combined in the final problem that confronted the steelworks. To get the factory operational, permissions were needed. But it wasn't just 1 or 2. Altogether, some 17 licenses had to be obtained. It began with the need for commercial licenses just to set up the operation, followed by industrial permits to carry out the work, through to financial agreements with government bodies, not to mention legal arrangements that tied the whole enterprise into knots.
Keep a note, you got to apply for renewal of excise.
But the inefficiency and time-consuming nature of this system was just one aspect of the problem, because each and every license offered an opportunity.
But by 1978 she was on her way back to power. Still locked in a bitter struggle with her political opposition, she won the 1980 election and the criminal charges were dropped. Somehow she fought her way back to the position of respected leader. Mrs. Ghandi kept close links with Britain. She was here on a visit 2 years ago, and last November the Queen and Prince Philip were her guests in India. Her attempts to keep her huge country together inevitably brought her enemies, culminating in the fighting in Amritsar. The death of the Sikh leader, Bhindran Wali, earlier this year provoked fury from Sikhs throughout the world. There were many threats against her life. She dismissed the danger, but it caught up with her at the presidential palace this morning.
Well, Mrs. Ghandi's death will also be deeply felt in the Commonwealth. Last November, she was host to more than 30 presidents and prime ministers at the Commonwealth Summit in Delhi. With me now to assess her role in the Commonwealth is the Secretary-General, Sir Sunny Ramphal. So, Sunny, first of all, having worked closely with Mrs. Ghandi so many times, what will be your own most lasting impression of her?
I think perhaps her calm and her dignity in the midst of crisis. There was a lot of crisis in her political life within India, within a very troubled world in which she played a very active role. Yet she managed always, in quiet conversations with you, in her public appearances, to rise above it, to preserve a personal calm, to bring a certain measure of grace to public affairs.
She had, of course, a turbulent political life in India. Did this ever spill over into her Commonwealth affairs, into world affairs?
Well, in a sense it always does, but to a very substantial degree, I think Mrs. Ghandi managed to keep them apart. She had a great passion for India, and that lay at the heart of her own struggle to keep India united, to resist the forces of separation. But she played also in the international community a very important role as one of the world's leaders with a vision of the world as a society of people. She had a soul for humanity, and that was a dimension that I think will be greatly missed today.
As a world leader, what do you think was her most important cause?
I think peace and international harmony. She felt it very deeply. She came to international life, of course, out of the backdrop of a developing country, of a country with great poverty, but with great potential, and going through a process of modernization, development of industry and so on. So she shared with large parts of the world a sense of aspiration, of reaching forward. And I think it was that sense of caring on her part which reflected itself in the friendship and concerns, and of course today in the sadness that would be felt in so many capitals.
Had she ever expressed concern to you about possible attempts on her life?
Well, we talked about it, but she always talked about it with complete calm, as a risk, a sad risk, in public life. And to me, one of the memories would be of one of the things we did in New Delhi last year, just about a year now, when in Goa, where she took Commonwealth colleagues, British Prime Minister among them, for the weekend retreat, they issued a very important declaration on international security. And towards the end of it, together, they recalled the importance of the ethic of nonviolence and the reason why it needed to be firmed up and given a place of paramountcy if there was to be peace and harmony in the world. Today I go back to Delhi to mourn with India and the Commonwealth the loss of Mrs. Ghandi, because that ethic has not prevailed.
Sir Sunny Ramphal, thank you.
The Indian government is obviously in a state of confusion this morning. As we've already heard, the constitutional head of state, President Zail Singh, who was appointed only 3 months ago, is now on his way back to the capital from North Yemen. In New Delhi, political analysts are pointing to the Interior Minister, Narasimha Rao, as a possible caretaker Prime Minister. But what now of Mrs. Gandhi's hope for the succession of her son Rajiv? After the death of her politically ambitious younger son Sanjay in 1980, her older son Rajiv was reluctantly drawn into politics. Since then, he has acted as his mother's campaign manager and is now one of 4 Secretaries General of the Indian Congress. Well, with me now is Dr. David Taylor, a specialist in Indian affairs at the London School of Oriental and African Studies. Do you think Rajiv is a likely successor, or has this come too soon for him?
I think he is a likely successor, but it has certainly come too soon for him. He simply hasn't got the necessary experience across a wide range of political activities to succeed convincingly.
So what will happen in the immediate future?
That depends entirely on the senior leaders of the Congress party, particularly those that have always been close to the Nehru and Gandhi families. They may decide to put Rajiv Gandhi in as Prime Minister and hope that he grows with the job very quickly, or they may decide to leave it for a while and perhaps after the next elections bring him in. But that, of course, would open the question of who would act as interim Prime Minister, and that would be a very difficult question.
Who do you think it would be?
Perhaps the person that was just mentioned, Mr. Narasimha Rao, who has proved himself to be a very able intellectual in the party and who has been at the centre of affairs for many years and also has been foreign minister before he was home minister. He would be an obvious person. Also, talking politically, he doesn't have much of a base of his own and therefore wouldn't be a very credible rival to an eventual Rajiv succession.
You mentioned the elections. These were due to be held in mid-January. Will they still go ahead?
Again, one doesn't know. One can see arguments from the Congress point of view of holding them immediately or of postponing them for a few months. And I don't think if they were postponed for a few months, the opposition would raise a great deal of hue and cry about it.
Of course, Mrs. Gandhi herself was having problems in Andhra Pradesh, where she allegedly helped to unseat the chief minister. Also, the crisis, of course, in the Punjab with the storming of the Golden Temple. She did have problems herself and was possibly not going to win the election outright.
Absolutely. Most analysts have been talking for some while now of the possibility of a coalition emerging after the elections, and I think it's for that reason that there may be some question marks about Rajiv's succession, simply because he doesn't have the experience and contacts and depth to handle what is inevitably going to be a very difficult situation, even if his mother had not died so tragically.
What possibility is there of internal problems between the Hindus and the Sikhs, as it was Sikhs who were responsible for the assassination?
I think it highly likely that there will be some isolated examples of riots in which Sikhs will be the victims. Perhaps not in the Punjab, but outside. The security forces and the police will mount a massive operation, I imagine, the next day or two to stop this happening, but there's bound to be some trouble of that sort, I think.
So a time of political turmoil in the country?
Yes, definitely. And it would have been a time of turmoil in any case, and we are now into a new dimension altogether.
David Taylor, thank you very much for joining us.
The United Kingdom branch of the Sikh party has released a statement this morning saying Mrs. Gandhi's death demonstrated that the crude and ruthless attitude of an authoritarian dictatorship under the disguise of democracy has, in the end, paid her what she asked.
Well, news of Mrs. Gandhi's death reached the Indian community here in Britain. Michael Cole went to Southall in London to judge the reaction of the Sikhs and Hindus who live there.
Mrs. Gandhi's death was being celebrated with gusto outside Southall Sikh Temple, the biggest in Britain. First this victory, said the chant, now the establishment of Khalistan, the independent Sikh state. Some Sikhs were almost beside themselves with joy.
The reaction is spontaneous, and people see that revenge has been taken for the killing of tens of thousands of people who have been mercilessly killed by the government troops in India.
So they're happy?
I will not use the word happy, but they are certainly not angry.
Sweetmeats were given out in celebration because, said the Sikhs, the Hindus did this after their attack on the Golden Temple at Amritsar. And there were fireworks and more chanting. But half a mile away, there was a police guard on the Hindu temple. Inside, far from celebrations, there were prayers for peace, sacrifices for peace, and an appeal for calm.
my reaction is to pray God for peace and request my community to be calm and just pray for the peace of the back home in India as well as in the whole world.
But none of this will calm the exultant Sikhs. This is the day they feel God has sent them. They've prayed for it. They feel it will bring closer the separatist state of Khalistan. The impromptu fireworks party went on and on.
In Bradford, there's one of the biggest Indian communities in Britain. 10,000 Hindus live alongside 4,000 Sikhs. And from both communities there have been appeals for calm in the shock caused by Mrs. Gandhi's assassination. But in recent months there have been tensions between extreme elements of both communities, and fears of trouble have been renewed.
We are making a passionate appeal to all these people concerned that violence is not the answer. Unwanted, particularly violence, will never get any results when there are more greater issues which are to be tackled.
Leaders of the Hindu community have plans to visit several youth organisations in Bradford tonight to appeal for calm. They've done it in the past when tensions within the Indian community have been high, and they've had some success. They hope they'll be equally successful now.
The news of Mrs. Gandhi's death at first seemed to leave the crowds in Delhi stunned and bewildered. The crowds began gathering first in their hundreds and then in their thousands near the hospital, as these pictures in the latest of our satellite transmissions shows. Their mood has been increasingly emotional as realization and awareness.
From the Kremlin, from Mrs. Thatcher, and from political leaders here. Mrs. Gandhi was shot 8 times by 2 of her bodyguards. Turmoil and threatens further unrest. Mrs. Gandhi was shot 8 times by 3 members of her security guard outside her home in New Delhi this morning as she walked to her office. Mrs. Gandhi had an emergency operation but died within 2 hours of the shooting. She was 66. A group of Sikh extremists say they did it, and the Sikh leader in Britain said Mrs. Gandhi deserved her fate. The armed forces have been put on security alert. The Indian cabinet is meeting this afternoon to appoint a caretaker prime minister, possibly the present finance minister, Mr. Mukherjee. Mrs. Gandhi's son Rajiv, who's flying back to the capital from Calcutta, is expected to take over the party leadership. Tributes from world leaders include a message from the Queen, who said she was profoundly shocked. At the Indian High Commission in London, crowds gathered and the flag was at half-mast. Later, the Prime Minister arrived to sign the Book of Condolences. Mrs. Thatcher, who regarded Mrs. Gandhi as a personal friend, is expected to go to her funeral. She gave her reaction to Austrian television.
The assassination was vicious, barbaric, terrible. For many of us, Indira Gandhi was a symbol of India. I talked with her often, not only as heads of government, but there was some always special quality about our talks. I think perhaps we had a unique understanding of one another's problems.
The crowds gathered as the news spread. Indira Gandhi had been shot. The prayers and the weeping began in the open spaces outside the country's most prestigious hospital, the All India Institute of Medical Science, where surgeons fought to save the Prime Minister's life. And it was here she died earlier today, despite 2 hours of emergency operations. She'd been hit by 8 bullets in the heart, the stomach and the thigh. Rumours flew around the Indian capital, and it was some time before people heard she'd been shot by some of her own security guards. Reports say 2 of them were killed immediately and 3, all Sikhs, were arrested. Various political leaders arrived to push their way through the confusion. No one is yet in charge of the country. The president is abroad, and Mrs. Gandhi's 40-year-old son, Rajiv Gandhi, a top contender for his mother's position as party leader, has been called back from Calcutta. Throughout the capital and the country, all armed forces have been put on a security alert and all military leave has been cancelled. Mrs. Gandhi herself never bothered much about security and each morning would walk through these peaceful gardens to her office. It was here she was gunned down this morning. Only on Tuesday she told a public meeting she wasn't afraid of assassination, and only last night said, "If I die today, every drop of my blood will invigorate the nation." They know now that she is dead. But this grief will not be seen everywhere across a huge country of 750 million deeply divided people. That was always her underlying problem, and the one which led to her assassination today.
Mrs. Ghandi was believed to be on the point of announcing the date of a general election when she was murdered. The Indian nation of 700 million people is increasingly beset by regional and religious problems, but with the political opposition in some disarray, she had decided to go to the polls. But her fate had been sealed by events 5 months earlier in the town of Amritsar in the Punjab. The state is where most of the 12 million Sikhs in India live, and they had been demanding independence from Delhi. Demonstrations against direct rule from Delhi had become increasingly violent, with the formation of militant extremist groups. The holiest Sikh shrine, the Golden Temple of Amritsar, was occupied by armed extremists who defended it with gunfire. The temple came under siege from the Indian army, and the aims of the Sikh secessionists achieved worldwide publicity. On June the 5th this year, Mrs. Ghandi decided she could no longer tolerate the rule of the gunmen in Amritsar and sent in the troops. 80 soldiers and 600 Sikhs are reported to have been killed in the fighting, but the press were kept out until the battle was over. The violation of Sikh holy ground infuriated Sikhs worldwide.
Indira Gandhi, she had asked for it because the violence, what they had bestowed, I call it, on the Sikhs, well, what else do you expect from the Sikhs? India has been violent to the Sikhs. And there you are, you got this little bit of retaliation. I call it only little bit so far.
But it is the murder of Mrs. Ghandi. You call that a little bit of retaliation?
Well, you see, she has killed between 20 to 30,000 Sikhs. She has desecrated and destroyed 98 Sikh temples in Punjab under the cover, what we call without letting any press know about it. So, I mean, when you consider one life against so many, so...
India's president, Gianni Zail Singh, is himself a Sikh and was threatened with excommunication after the invasion of the Golden Temple. If the new administration in Delhi continues to resist Sikh independence, the president and Mrs. Gandhi's son, Rajiv, could become future targets for assassination. And if Rajiv succeeds his mother, his safety could be particularly difficult to secure.
Before a few times, and it is a beautiful town.
Well, here in Britain, Indian leaders have appealed for calm and called for urgent talks with the Home Office. There are about 500,000 Sikhs in Britain, mainly in Birmingham, Wolverhampton and Leicester, and in the London borough of Southall, where there are 25,000 Sikhs. Some of them were celebrating the news of Mrs. Gandhi's death. Kim Sabido has been there.
As the news of Mrs. Gandhi's death spread through the Sikh community, thousands took to the streets to celebrate. In North London, those celebrations were reinforced with very strong words.
We said that in June 1984 that we will kill her, and no one believed at that time. But now everyone in the whole world should take it seriously. We have done it, we will do it again.
Sikh people certainly are satisfied at this particular moment, but I would like them that this is not the time of rejoicing. They should, all the community in this country should behave calmly and should not pose any law and order problem in this country.
While some were handing out sweets to the waiting crowds, others were gathered at the Sikh temple to pray for a new beginning.
Very clear that violence doesn't pay, and we are very sorry that more lives have been lost. And we have come here to pray that this cult of violence stops.
As the rest of the world mourns Mrs. Gandhi's passing, London Sikhs are still celebrating. Kim Sabido, News at 1, North London.
But one of the Indian leaders who fears trouble could break out in the communities here is Mr. Sinamani, president of the Overseas Indian Association. He's here in the studio. Which side of the Indian community do you speak for, in fact?
I speak for a cross-section of the Indian community. I have, my secretary is a Sikh. I speak, my treasurer is a Gujarati. And I myself come from the southern part of India.
So, what's your response to the reaction we've seen so far from the Sikh community here?
I'm horrified at some of the things that are going on in Southall at the moment. I have reasons to believe they are not very typical of the reaction of the Sikh people. The vast majority of Sikh people, I'm sure, will join me in mourning the death of a very outstanding leader. You cannot rule a country like India without making some mistakes. And I personally, when the Sikh temple was raided, I personally condemned it and addressed a public meeting in Hyde Park on the subject. But that is no excuse whatsoever for taking the life of this Gandhi.
But if the Hindu population in this country see, as they will on television, Sikhs shouting for joy, what's their response going to be?
I'm myself a Hindu, and I'm praying and hoping that they will respect Mrs. Gandhi, an extremely calm and dignified lady. And
Rajiv Gandhi sworn in as India's new premier, as nation mourns his mother's assassination by Sikh bodyguards. Thatcher and Kinnock to go to Saturday's funeral. Good evening. Mrs. Gandhi's son Rajiv has been sworn in as the new Prime Minister of India 9 hours after his mother's assassination. Mrs. Gandhi was gunned down by 2 of her own security guards, both of them Sikhs, as she left her home in Delhi this morning. The Queen said she is profoundly shocked. Mrs. Thatcher said the killing was vicious and barbaric, and President Reagan spoke of his shock, revulsion and grief. Here in Britain, Hindus mourned, but some Sikhs celebrated. They said it was revenge for the invasion by Hindu troops of their holy shrine in Amritsar. Princess Anne was to have had dinner with Mrs. Gandhi tonight in Delhi. She has now cancelled her engagements tomorrow and is staying in India for the funeral on Saturday. Mrs. Thatcher and Mr. Kinnock will also be there. Trouble has broken out in 4 Indian cities, but so far reports say it's being contained.
As news of the shooting spread, the crowds began to grow, and so did the confusion outside the country's most prestigious hospital, where doctors were fighting to save Indira Gandhi's life.
I understand your point, sir. We request for victory.
The prayers and the weeping continued. It was some time before people heard how Indira Gandhi had died, gunned down by 2 Sikhs in her own security guard with submachine gun and pistol. They were immediately killed. A 3rd guard was arrested. Throughout the capital and the country, all armed forces have been put on full alert and all military leave cancelled. Mrs. Gandhi herself never bothered much about security. Each morning, she would walk from her home through these peaceful gardens to her office. It was here she was gunned down this morning. Only on Tuesday, she remarked she wasn't afraid of assassination. Only last night she said, "If I die today, every drop of my blood will invigorate the nation." They came in their hundreds and their thousands, crowding every space. And then a member of her personal staff came out to cry, "She is no more." And the word spread quickly to the huge crowd of several thousands, mostly Hindus. In time, the grief turned to anger. Slogans were shouted denouncing Sikhs who wanted an independent state. And then, into the confusion of the day, the Prime Minister's body was brought out of the hospital to be taken to her home. The huge crowd pressing in from all sides made this an almost impossible task.
Indira Gandhi Zindabad! Indira Gandhi Zindabad! Indira Gandhi! Indira Gandhi Zindabad!
Later, a senior doctor described how they'd tried to save her.
She was brought in at about 9:30 a.m. into the casualty, and immediate rescue measures were started.
What was her condition at that moment?
She was in a state of shock.
Was she conscious?
No, she was not conscious. And we tried to do our best to revive her, and then immediately after reviving a bit, we shifted her to the operation theater on the 8th floor, where a prolonged surgery on her abdomen and chest was conducted. In spite of our best efforts, we could not save her, and she expired at about 2:23 or so.
This afternoon, her 40-year-old son, Rajiv, was sworn in as Prime Minister by the Indian President.
That I will faithfully and conscientiously
discharge my duties as Prime Minister for the Union.
discharge my duties as Prime Minister for the Union.
Tonight, fires are burning and disturbances taking place in Delhi, Calcutta, Bombay and Trivandrum, a sign of the problems Indira Gandhi left behind and which now face her son.
Rajiv Gandhi only entered politics 4 years ago when his brother Sanjay died in an accident. A former airline pilot, his mother decided to groom him to be her successor and so preserve the political dynasty founded by her father, Nehru. Rajiv studied engineering in Britain. Described as straightforward and honest, he is, though, desperately short of political experience. Interviewed last month, power still seemed far away.
I've never thought of being Prime Minister. I've got a job at the moment of building up our party, and I think I've done a fairly good job in the past 2 years. We have really made our party into a much more cohesive unit, a unit that is functioning more like a party than it has been functioning for a very long time.
There is strong opposition to him within the ruling Congress party, but with the general election 2 months away, the Gandhi name could attract greater support than a more experienced leader with less national charisma. Mrs. Gandhi's fate was sealed by events in the Punjab earlier this year. Sikh militants pursuing the idea of an independent state had waged a campaign of unrest and murder against the Hindu majority. The extremists barricaded themselves inside the Golden Temple of Amritsar, the Sikhs' holiest shrine. Led by the charismatic Sant Janal Singh Bhindranwale, they were determined to resist by force direct rule from Delhi. Finally, in June, Mrs. Gandhi decided she had to send the army into the temple. The press were excluded, but 800 people died in the attack. Afterwards, Mrs. Gandhi talked about it to ITN.
I don't think we could have done anything else. Some people feel we should have acted earlier. It was a question of preserving the unity and integrity of our country and to prevent criminal acts such as murder, which were increasing. So you can't allow people to be killed.
But Sikhs round the world, including in Britain, were bitter at the numbers killed in the army assault, which included their militant spiritual leader, Bhindranwale. They swore revenge.
Indira Gandhi, she had asked for it because the violence, what they had bestowed, I call it, on the Sikhs, well, what else do you expect from the Sikhs? India has been violent to the Sikhs, and there you are, you got this little bit of retaliation. I call it only little bit so far.
But it is the murder of Mrs. Gandhi. You call that a little bit of retaliation?
Well, you see, she has killed between 20 to 30,000 Sikhs. She has desecrated and destroyed 98 Sikh temples in Punjab under the cover, what we call, without letting any press know about it. So, I mean, when you consider one life against so many, so...
Now the mantle of power has moved to the next Gandhi generation, but the problems that caused the succession remain.
Very few political leaders have inspired such devotion and such hatred at one and the same time, or have faced such a succession of political crises. Mrs. Gandhi's father, Pandit Nehru, was India's first Prime Minister after independence. He intended his shy and widowed daughter to succeed him, and she removed any doubts about her political authority with a sweeping victory in the 1971 elections. That year, 1971, as India went to war with and defeated Pakistan, marked the peak of her popularity. But within 4 years, opposition to Mrs. Gandhi had turned to serious street violence. In reply, she suspended what to thousands of Indians were deeply cherished civil liberties under a state of emergency. That decision caused her years of political trouble, beginning with her defeat in the 1977 elections. Under the new government, determined to punish Mrs. Gandhi for abuse of power, she went twice to jail, albeit briefly, but the result was to make her a martyr, as well as to ensure her re-election after only 33 months out of office. But from that point on, Mrs. Gandhi faced crisis after crisis. Her son Sanjay, clearly her heir apparent, died when his light aircraft crashed. As his mother attended his funeral rites, there were those who said she'd never recover from the shock. She did, to face troubles like last year's Hindu-Muslim riots near Bombay and this year's Sikh uprising in the Punjab.
But despite all her problems within India, Mrs. Gandhi was a respected international leader, as was clear at last year's Commonwealth Conference, during which she had this meeting with the Queen, whose message of sympathy today was one of thousands of tributes around the world to a remarkably tough politician.
In the Commons, Mr. Kinnock said Mrs. Gandhi had devoted her life to the struggle against racism, poverty and sectarian violence.
There will be many tributes, Mr. Speaker, to Indira Gandhi in great parliaments like this and in other places throughout the world wherever freedom from want and freedom from oppression are valued. But we can best mark her memory by seeing that in our time, her campaigns to achieve those objectives of freedom are fulfilled.
Dr. David Owen said she had lost her life defending the unity of India and had now handed a united democratic country to her son. Earlier, Mrs. Thatcher spoke of her deep sense of personal loss at Mrs. Gandhi's death.
She was not only a very strong, a very formidable personality.
Well, I'm sorry we lost that interview with Mrs. Thatcher. We hope to get it back to you. Abroad at Washington, President Reagan said this senseless murder served as a vivid reminder of the terrorist threat facing the world.
The flag at half-mast outside India's Washington embassy, America's Secretary of State, George Shultz, arriving to pay his condolences within hours of the news breaking. His president, close behind, breaking off from the American presidential campaign. Even though India is far more remote to Americans than to the British, the events in Delhi have provoked an atmosphere of shock here. No nation on earth understands the grief of assassination like the United States, and no president understands the threat of the assassin like Ronald Reagan. Inside, a photograph of Indira Gandhi on the desk in front of him. His was the first entry in the book of condolences. "May I offer my deepest sympathy," he wrote. They had met at the White House 2 years ago. Though Washington worried over India's relations with Moscow, Mrs. Gandhi was respected. Reagan and she, it seems, had corresponded in the past few months about the problems of terrorism. At the embassy, a senior Sikh diplomat looked on as he finished. Mr. Reagan views the battle against terrorism as almost his top priority. Mrs. Gandhi's death is viewed here in those terms, irrespective of the domestic details of how it happened. It has served to fuel the administration's conviction that the fight against terrorism must go forward in earnest. John Snow, ITN, Washington.
Well, Mrs. Thatcher went to the Indian High Commission in London today, and she spoke there of her deep sense of personal loss.
She was not only a very strong, a very formidable personality. She was warm, humane, full of understanding. And I shall miss her very deeply. Very deeply indeed. But it's a tragedy for the whole world as well as a tragedy for India.
One of the leaders of the Sikh community in Britain has condemned the shooting as an act of a coward. But Mr. Harsharan Singh, General Secretary of their Supreme Council, also said Mrs. Gandhi was more or less asking for it after ordering her troops into the Golden Temple. And in some of the biggest Sikh communities here, there have been celebrations at her death, as Kim Subide reports.
The reaction by the country's largest Sikh community in West London was perhaps predictable. Indeed, as church members handed out celebration sweets and let off fireworks, community leaders could hardly conceal their joy.
We said that in June 1784 that we will kill her, and no one believed at that time. But now everyone in the whole world should take it seriously. We have done it, we will do it again.
Sikh people certainly are satisfied at this particular moment, but I would like them that this is not the time of rejoicing. They should, all the community in this country should behave calmly and should not pose any law and order problem in this country.
For most of the day, the police kept a low profile, only stepping in to talk to Sikh leaders.
I'm confident that, in fact, they are going to do whatever is possible. And I shall be meeting with community leaders later today, and we will ensure that we continue to act in the most responsible manner possible.
This evening, after a day of action, London Sikhs finished off their celebrations in modest style. Kim Sabido, ITN, West London.
Birmingham and the West Midlands have the biggest Sikh population in the country, and the mood here was one of jubilation as Sikhs handed out celebration fruit and shouted "Indira Gandhi is dead" outside their temple. But the Indian community is a divided one, and for those who virtually worshipped Mrs. Gandhi, the impact was different. At Hindu temples throughout the Midlands, services of mourning have been held all day. And at those services, Hindu leaders have appealed for no retribution. But that appeal is made against a background of local violence since the Amritsar siege in June. The worst attacks took place in Birmingham, when an Air India office and the Punjab National Bank were bombed by Sikh extremists. The police here, who've handled repeated Indian demonstrations, know that the atmosphere between the two communities is at its most tense. Michael Macmillan, ITN, Birmingham.
In London, many political leaders, including Mrs. Thatcher, called at the Indian High Commission to express their sympathy and sign the Book of Condolence. The High Commissioner appealed to Indians in Britain to stay calm.
As you know, there's a large Indian community here.
Up in the neighbouring states to be turned into an independent Sikh country. They would call it Khalistan. The Sikh religion was founded 500 years ago by Guru Nanak, the son of a wealthy farmer. He started writing hymns and prayers as a young boy, and those writings form the core of the Sikh prayer book, embodying ideas from each of India's two main faiths, Hinduism and Islam. As part of their special identity, all male Sikhs wear a steel bracelet to stress their link with God, and a sword, the symbol of a Sikh's duty to protect the weak. As a sign of saintliness, they keep their hair long and wear it under a turban. The Sikhs have traditionally played a prominent role in Indian public life. They're known as good soldiers. More than a tenth of India's army are Sikhs. Until recently, their loyalty was unquestioned. The Sikhs' political party, the Akali Dal, has for years been asking for more autonomy for the Punjab, for more autonomy than Mrs. Gandhi was prepared to concede. Even the appointment of a Sikh, Zail Singh, as Indian president 2 years ago did not stop Sikh demands. But the confrontation between Mrs. Gandhi and the Sikhs reached a new pitch earlier this year when the Sikh extremist Sant Bhindranwale and several hundred of his supporters barricaded themselves into the Sikhs' holiest shrine, the Golden Temple of Amritsar. Mrs. Gandhi accused Bhindranwale of murdering hundreds of Hindus in the Punjab as part of his campaign for immediate, complete independence from India. 5 months ago, Mrs. Gandhi sent her troops into the Golden Temple to get Bhindranwale out. The result was a bloodbath. Bhindranwale and 1,000 of his supporters were killed. Even moderate Sikhs regarded Mrs. Gandhi's actions as sacrilege. Her visit to the temple 3 weeks later, meant as an act of reconciliation, did little to soothe Sikh feeling. The militants swore that they would take revenge.
Outside the Indian embassy in London today, some Sikhs were celebrating the death of Mrs. Gandhi. They said Mrs. Gandhi had to suffer just as the Sikhs suffered. They drank champagne and they claimed their joy was a natural reaction. Nearly half the Indians in Britain are Sikhs, but they're not all sympathetic to the extremists' cause. Here's Bill Hamilton.
Though they represent only a tiny minority of the population of India, the Sikhs are by far the largest of the Indian groupings in Britain. There are 300,000 of them, nearly half living and working in London. The other major centres of Sikh influence are all in the Midlands, in Birmingham, Coventry, Wolverhampton and Leicester. Most of the others are more evenly spread, with substantial communities in Nottingham and Derby, Manchester, Liverpool and Bradford in the north, and about 7,000 in Scotland, mainly in Glasgow and Edinburgh. Astute and hard-working, many Sikhs have built up highly successful businesses here, mainly in the cash and carry, clothing and hotel trades. But in an uncharacteristic show of anger, 30,000 of them converged on London last June to demonstrate their fury at the Indian government's storming of the Golden Temple. Many wore yellow bands around their turbans, a sign they were willing to go to India and die for their cause, the setting up of an independent Sikh state called Khalistan. They even set up a government in exile under their leader, Dr. Jagjit Singh. His reaction today to Mrs. Gandhi's assassination?
It was her due. She deserved it. And I said it on 13th of June in this room to the whole press that anybody who has invaded the sacred place of the Sikhs has never been allowed to live alive.
I don't think any Sikh was going to give it just lying down. I mean, something had to happen. Well, I am surprised it happened after 5 months.
The voices of militancy and moderation. But on one thing, almost all British Sikhs agree. The storming of the Golden Temple was an unforgivable act, and one which one day had to be avenged.
One of the largest Indian communities in Britain is in Southall in West London, where Hindus and Sikhs live side by side. They reacted swiftly to this morning's news, as Michael Cole reports.
Minutes after Mrs. Gandhi's death was confirmed, the Sikhs of Southall were out on the streets celebrating, and with gusto. They gathered at Britain's biggest Sikh temple to rejoice, as they put it, in the downfall of a tyrant. First this victory, said their chant, now on to Khalistan, their dream of a separatist state. Some Sikhs were almost beside themselves with joy.
We are that happy. I mean, we are great. We are touching the God.
Do you think that her murder is going to provoke more violence?
I don't care. It is up to them. They started violence, not we. They started, and we have done the same thing.
Religion. Thousands of troops are now besieging Sikh extremists who've taken refuge inside the building. There's been a big upsurge in separatist violence in the region recently. 1,200 people were killed in 1987. This year, there have already been 900 deaths. The Indian authorities say the violence is controlled by the terrorists from inside the Golden Temple.
Security forces are patrolling the narrow alleys which terrorists have been using to get in and out of the Sikhs' most sacred shrine. All shops are closed and a strict curfew has been imposed. Armed Sikhs have taken up positions in towers overlooking police posts. 2 days ago, terrorists inside the temple shot a senior police officer in the face. That brought this long-simmering crisis to the boil. The Sikhs have fortified the Golden Temple again. The security forces have taken up positions overlooking it. There must be every chance of another battle in this most sacred shrine. But Rajiv Gandhi wants to avoid that for fear of further alienating the Sikh community. There'll be grave risks for the Indian Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi if the security forces do enter the Golden Temple complex.
We do not want to take any step in haste only to regret at leisure. We know exactly what the position is in the temple. We know exactly who are the people there. We know their names. We know the sort of arms and ammunitions they have.
These are the Sikh extremists under siege inside the Golden Temple. Some men and some boys as young as 7, armed with AK-47 assault rifles. But pressures are mounting on Rajiv Gandhi to get these men out of the temple. They're using it to coordinate the terrorism in Punjab, and they're flouting his authority by opening an office of Khalistan, the independent Sikh nation they're demanding. It appears that the strategy is to starve these men and boys out of their sanctuary. This is Mark Tully for the 9 o'clock news from Amritsar, India.
The American Secretary of
Independent Sikh homeland have been barricaded into this holiest of Sikh shrines in northern India since Monday. As Fiona Macbeth in London reports, it's Amritsar's bloodiest confrontation since 1984.
The Golden Temple of Amritsar is the holiest of all Sikh shrines. The extremists still inside are thought to be armed with automatic weapons, and they've been surrounded by government security forces for 4 days now. The confrontation has already claimed the lives of at least 14 people, and many others have been injured. About 3,000 troops and police are now involved in the operation and have been seizing weapons from Sikhs in the area. They claim the extremists received many of these guns from neighbouring Pakistan. Amritsar has frequently been the focus of attention in the Sikhs' 5-year struggle for independence from India. The most violent clash came in 1984, when Indian troops stormed the temple, killing about 1,200 people. Later that year, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was assassinated by 2 of her Sikh bodyguards in revenge. But her son, Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, has recently shown signs of changing his strategy towards the Punjab. By releasing more moderate leaders from jail, he hoped to stem the recent wave of Sikh violence. However, it hasn't convinced the man who headed the Punjabi inquiry into the 1984 killings at the Golden Temple.
Indian government has not tackled it wisely. It is taking it as law and order situation. The problem is political, and in my view, unless the political solution is there, the law and order cannot be restored. Still hundreds and thousands of persons are behind the bar. Unless all the persons are released and these draconian laws like the Terrorist Act, etc. are withdrawn and the persons responsible for the killing of Sikhs in Delhi and elsewhere are brought to justice, the peace cannot return.
Today, about 20 Sikhs were arrested as they tried to breach the curfew and enter the Golden Temple. Among them was Sikh leader Jasprit Singh Rode, who has recently angered more militant Sikhs by moderating their demands for an independent homeland. He said the new state, to be called Khalistan, would not necessarily have to be totally independent from India.
Now, I think it's going to be very important in the next week or two to see whether or not the hard line of the Sikh militants actually win out or not. If they don't win out, I think there's a better chance of a solution with Jasprit Singh Rode leading the way on that.
Tonight, the authorities have lifted the curfew in Amritsar, except for the immediate area around the Golden Temple. It's thought they've abandoned plans to starve the extremists out and are instead hoping for an earlier end to the deadlock when the Sikhs run out of ammunition.
And there we take another break. Later, we'll be reporting from David Steele's meeting with his constituents in the Border.
Blockaded for a 4th day inside the Golden Temple in Amritsar, Sikhism's holiest shrine. This morning, the tension mounted when a leading Sikh priest was arrested as he marched to the temple in defiance of a police ban. 3 of the occupying Sikh militants later died in exchanges of gunfire, with the 3,000 paramilitary police now surrounding the complex. The gunmen of Amritsar are fighting for the creation of a Sikh state they call Khalistan, independent of the federal government in New Delhi, which has ruled Punjab directly since Rajiv Gandhi sacked the moderate Sikh government exactly a year ago for failing to curb extremist Sikhs. The current siege underlines the enormous security problem continuing to face the Indian government in the Punjab, 4 years after the bloody storming of the Golden Temple by Indian troops. So far this year, nearly 900 people have been killed in separatist-related incidents. Mark Tully now reports from Amritsar.
Guns surround the Golden Temple, the Sikhs' most sacred shrine. It's now sealed off. There's a curfew in the area, and the government is apparently trying to starve the extremists out. The police had been strengthening their position for several days. Inside, the Sikh militants have fortified their defences. The arches over the main gate have been bricked up to provide gun emplacements. Armed Sikhs have taken up positions in towers overlooking the police posts. 4 years ago, the temple was severely damaged when the Indian army fought a bloody battle to drive out Sikh extremists who were running a parallel government. The backlash among Sikhs spread, and soon after, the Prime Minister, Mrs. Gandhi, was assassinated by Sikh bodyguards.
You know what happened last time when we entered the temple. There was a lot of resentment in the Sikh community. And the government is reluctant. Normally, any government would be. Any government. Because of the complications that arise, the sentiments of the Sikhs. Because it must also be understood that we want them on our side. The community must be on our side. Unless we win their hearts and minds, it's not easy to fight the battle against terrorism.
But there's no sign of that victory. In this village, terrorists shot dead 7 people. They were the poorest of the poor, but they were Hindus. The terrorists' aim is to set Hindus against Sikhs, but so far they've not succeeded. It's a Sikh priest who says the funeral prayers for these Hindus. Such funeral pyres now burn almost daily in the Punjab villages. There's little the police can do to protect the villagers from the Sikh extremists.
These murders, you will have noticed, are mostly in areas where it is impossible to give protection to the people. Unsuspected areas, areas where nobody had thought any crime would ever be committed, and against people who had nothing to do with the alleged dispute at all.
The police receive a call that terrorists are in a nearby village. It's a remote village near the Pakistan border. By the time the police arrived, the terrorists, who know the locality well, escaped across the fields. They'd shot one village girl in the leg. The police search to find where the terrorists were sheltering came to nothing. The terrorists have struck fear into the hearts of the villagers. They're too frightened to give information. The injured girl was treated in a local hospital, but she insisted that she had seen no one. She was afraid the terrorists would regard her as an informer. In the safety of a refugee camp, a Hindu whose 3 sons were killed bitterly criticizes the police.
The police don't take care of us. They are afraid of the terrorists. If they take firm action, they are worried about their own future.
There are more than 1,000 people in this camp, refugees in their own country. Sikhs also fall victims to the terrorists. In fact, more Sikhs than Hindus have been killed this year. But it's mainly the Hindus who are fleeing their villages. This Hindu temple is in the heart of Amritsar. Many people arrive here seeking shelter. In a room behind the temple, Dr. Baldev Chawla is registering new entrants into the camp. He believes so many Hindus have fled their villages that Khalistan, or an independent Sikh land, has virtually been established in the area near the Pakistan border.
The Hindu families have migrated from almost all the villages of the border area of Punjab. I think so. The Khalistan belt has been made so far, though it is undeclared.
Prime Minister Rajiv Ghandi goes out of his way to express sympathy for Sikhs. But his policies have left all confused and many embittered. He signed an accord with the Sikhs to bring peace, but it was not implemented. He praised the Sikh Chief Minister of Punjab for his courage and then dismissed his government. The Sikh party leaders had quarrelled among themselves, weakening their government. But the former Chief Minister maintained there was no need for Rajiv Ghandi to dismiss him and impose presidential rule.
The policy adopted by the government during president rule was wrong. I have been saying so at the top of my voice that it is a wrong policy. Bullet for bullet is no answer for the situation in Punjab. There should be some political solution. It's a law and order problem also. But there is a socio-economic problem. There's a political problem. All have to be taken in.
The irony of the Punjab is that while Sikhs complain that they haven't been given their rightful share of industry, water and territory, they are the most prosperous of the major communities in India. Mostly farmers, their land is well irrigated, their equipment is modern. The Punjab has become the granary of India. Sikhs have also spread throughout the country and do well wherever they go. Yet even moderate Sikh politicians insist they've been discriminated against.
There are hurt feelings of the Sikhs. They have to do something about it. They have been saying, but they have not done anything so far. Sikhs have been feeling discriminated for some time past. And that is why they had to launch some struggles.
The Indian Border Security Force on a training exercise. They practice ambushing terrorists smuggling arms across the Pakistan border. The border police have orders to shoot on sight. The dilemma for the government is simple. The harder they pursue Sikh terrorists, the more resentment that causes amongst ordinary Sikhs. In recent months, the police have recovered from the terrorists large quantities of sophisticated weapons, including AK-47 assault rifles. They present a totally new challenge to the police.
Now, I think every small terrorist, even the peripheral ones, have been given these arms and they go around using them quite freely. And whereas formerly with a revolver or a pistol or a sawed-off gun they could kill one, now they kill 12 with the same weapon.
India is now fencing off its troubled border with Pakistan because it alleges the weapons are being provided by the government there. The border covers a vast area with no natural boundary. While the two countries warily watch each other, India says it has interrogation reports that arms smugglers receive help from Pakistan's border police. In one recent clash with smugglers, Pakistani border police were shot. Firm evidence, say the Indians, of their involvement in the smuggling. Indian police are convinced the Pakistanis are arming the Sikh extremists.
If you see the markings which we are finding on the weapons which we have seized, some of them would be in Pashto, some are Chinese. You see, it's established beyond doubt that the Pakistan hand is they are supporting them in a very organized manner.
Shortly after giving that interview, Deputy Inspector General Virk was shot in the face by extremists firing from inside the Golden Temple. It was that incident which forced the government here in Delhi to move. The morale of the Punjab police force would have collapsed if no action had been taken after an attack on one of its most senior officers. Rajiv Gandhi also had to re-establish the authority of his government, which the Sikh extremists in the temple have flouted so brazenly. These are the Sikh extremists under siege inside the Golden Temple. Some men and some boys as young as 7, armed with AK-47 assault rifles. These pictures were taken a few days before the police sealed off the Golden Temple. The view when we were inside the temple was clear.
For political gains, the government can mount another operation on the Golden Temple. We are not scared of that. We will certainly oppose it, and we are prepared to sacrifice our lives.
Whatever the outcome in the Golden Temple, there'll have to be a political settlement to the Sikh problem. Time and time again, the Sikh extremists have shown the ability to regroup and revive their attacks on Punjabi villagers. Merely forcing the extremists out of the Golden Temple is not going to end the daily...
Troops surrounding the Golden Temple in Amritsar. 4 died when soldiers fired into the temple, and there was another battle when the separatists attacked an army post.
According to officials, 6 Sikh extremists ran out of the temple complex and attacked a police post. The police opened fire, killing one of the extremists. 2 escaped into the narrow alleys surrounding the temple, and 3 managed to get back inside the shrine. 2 men of the paramilitary Central Reserve Police were injured. A police officer said he thought the extremists were beginning to panic.
A building has collapsed during a thunderstorm in
temple in Amritsar. Last night another Sikh was shot dead when 6 separatists attempted to break out of the temple through a cordon of more than 2,000 armed police. 22 Sikhs have now died since the occupation began on Monday, and police have captured many of their weapons. A former American Air Force...
Separatists who barricaded themselves inside it on Monday. No casualties have been reported. The British traitor Kim Philby was buried in a Moscow cemetery.
Themselves in. The surrounding area has been sealed off, and it's thought the security forces may be preparing to recapture the temple.
The Golden Temple, the Sikhs' most sacred shrine, has now been under siege for 5 days. It had been fortified by Sikhs demanding independence. Extremists, men, women and children armed with assault rifles had refused all Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi's offers to negotiate. They said it had to be independence or nothing. When the siege started, there were some 800 pilgrims and employees inside the temple. These pilgrims were released after 3 days, and it's still not known whether there are any more inside. The security forces have now tightened their cordon round the temple.
snipers have largely neutralized the extremists' fire. Outside, patrols try to ensure that no one escapes into the narrow alleys surrounding the temple. Mark Tully for the 9 o'clock news in Delhi.
The Prime Minister will be among the capacity crowd at Hampden Park to see Celtic play Dundee United.
Indian snipers prepare to move closer. Inside, well-armed Sikh militants demand an independent homeland and, forswearing compromise, vow a fight to the death. When the militants seized the temple 4 years ago, Indian troops stormed it. More than 1,000 died. The violation of the temple outraged Sikhs everywhere. Within months, Prime Minister Indira Ghandi was dead, murdered by her Sikh bodyguard. With her death, the crisis passed to her son and successor, Rajiv. But so far, he's failed to find either a political solution to the crisis or a way to halt Punjab's escalating death toll. When he placed the province under direct rule, the number of murders by Sikh militants, instead of dropping, doubled to nearly 6 a day. When he released Sikh High Priest Jasbir Singh Rodi from prison to open a dialogue with the militants, questions arose over Rodi's connections with the government. This week, he and a group of his followers were arrested while attempting to re-enter the temple complex. Some say his arrest was a ploy to protect him from militants who believe he's become too moderate. With no solution in sight, some in Mr. Gandhi's government have begun to look for an external scapegoat, and, not surprisingly, have found one next door in Pakistan. Indian officials fear weapons once destined for guerrillas in Afghanistan are ending up in the hands of the Sikh militants. Recently, Mr. Gandhi said it was obvious that Pakistan was sheltering, arming, and smuggling Sikh gunmen across the border. Indian police have displayed large numbers of captured arms, including automatic weapons, which they say have been smuggled across the frontier. Pakistan denies all the Indian claims. Nevertheless, U.S. Defense Secretary Frank Carlucci thought the increasing border tension serious enough to discuss with both sides during his visit to the region last month. Despite past mistakes, most observers believe the government must eventually reach a political settlement with the militants. To fail could mean the loss of the Punjab and its wealth, as well as the risk of more ethnic rebellion in other Indian states.
Rudy Michaud reporting. Iran's Ayatollah Khomeini made a rare public appearance in Tehran on Friday, squashing rumors earlier in the day.
These surrenders are an important success for the security forces, but now they face a new problem. Later in the day, some 30 extremists ran into the Golden Temple itself. It's the Sikhs' most holy shrine. The security forces have taken up positions commanding the whole of the complex, but the extremists are confident that they will not be allowed to fire at the Golden Temple itself, for fear of outraging Sikh opinion. The siege is not yet over. If it is brought to a successful conclusion, there will still be plenty of problems for the Indian Prime Minister, Rajiv Ghandi.
He still has to face the political problem of the Punjab. It will also have to be seen whether the terrorism decreases, terrorism in which more than 800 people have died this year alone.
In the United States, 26
of their leaders are still inside and refusing to give themselves up. The temple, the Sikhs' holiest shrine, is now a stronghold for extremists demanding an independent homeland. Cricket out-of-form Ian Botham and David Gower have been left out of the...
Rush out armed separatist extremists who've barricaded themselves in the shrine for the past 8 days. Anne Lucas at ITN reports.
The leaders of the Sikh militants spent the night defending their position from twin minarets overlooking the sacred sanctuary within the temple. But at dawn, the Black Cat commandos moved into position, under orders to clear them from the towers. The troops fired grenades, tear gas and even anti-tank missiles, killing about 30 people and forcing a retreat. About 11 Sikh gunmen are now believed to be barricaded into the basement at the very heart of the temple.
Basically, they're armed with Kalashnikov rifles, which are short-range weapons, so they seem to be holding off for close combat within the courtyard. The 11 militants believed to have been in the basement beneath the minaret have possibly
Militants have already taken revenge for the army's action at the temple with random gun attacks throughout the Punjab, and police fear violence could spread to New Delhi.
More than 1,000 workers from chocolate makers
from their holiest shrine. For 8 days, Indian troops have laid siege to the Golden Temple in Amritsar in the northern Indian state of Punjab. About 150 surrendered at the weekend, but about 70 are still inside the temple complex. Around 30 are inside the central part of the temple. 2 other groups are holding out elsewhere. Another 15 are hiding in a basement at the edge of the temple. Tonight, there are signs that Indian troops may be preparing a final assault on the temple.
For 8 days, the security forces watched and waited. They hoped it would not be necessary to attack any of the buildings in this sacred complex. They even brought the wives of militants to appeal for a surrender. But this morning, the Indian security forces' patience was finally exhausted. Sikhs used a ceasefire to draw water. The watchful security forces had expected they would use it to surrender. That was the last straw. Heavy firing was resumed on towers which the militants had fortified. This time the commandos had orders to go in. They belonged to the new elite force which guards Rajiv Ghandi. Explosions reverberated around the complex as the commandos blasted their way into the first of the positions fortified by the militants. But the security forces still have orders not to attack the Golden Temple itself, even though the 30 or so militants holding out there did open fire on them this morning. The police hope that with these direct attacks on their positions, the militants' morale will finally collapse. Mark Tully for the 6 o'clock news in Amritsar.
Sikh separatists have been fighting for independence for 6 years. They want to make the Punjab a separate state where they can be in the majority over the Hindus who dominate the rest of India. 4 years ago, another attempt to drive armed Sikhs from the temple ended in many, many deaths. Indira Ghandi, who ordered the assault, was eventually assassinated by Sikh gunmen. Now her son Rajiv Ghandi is faced with the same problem.
The Sikh fanatics believe that weapons, not words, will give them what they want. For them, guns do the talking. Even young children are given arms and encouraged to join in the struggle for independence. During lulls in the fighting, the Golden Temple, the Sikhs' most sacred shrine, can look deceptively tranquil. But in recent years, the bloodshed has never been far away. The Sikh extremists are committed to forcing the government to give them their own state. It would be called Khalistan, the land of the pure. And they say they're prepared to do whatever it takes to secure self-rule. 4 years ago, the Indian Prime Minister, Mrs. Indira Ghandi, ordered troops to storm the Golden Temple, to flush out Sikh terrorists who were using it as a base. During the fighting, over 1,000 people were killed, and the backlash was severe. 5 months later, Mrs. Ghandi was assassinated by her Sikh bodyguards. Her son Rajiv inherited the problem, and so far his government has failed to stop the bloodshed in the Punjab. If anything, the situation has become gradually worse. Last year there were over 1,000 killings. That figure's almost been matched in the first 5 months of this year. Yesterday alone, 44 people were killed, the highest death toll for one day since the separatist fighting began. Rajiv Ghandi professes sympathy for the Sikhs, who form less than 2% of India's population. Most of them are moderates, but they say they are discriminated against. So far, all the government's talks with them have failed to satisfy their demands. Ultimately, the solution to the killings in the Punjab will be a political one. For the time being, though, it's Indian troops who are trying to bring an end to the bloodshed.
It's emerged that a 5th British person was killed in Sunday.
And Sainsbury's announced record sales, but can they keep it up? Punjab. With that and more of the day's news, here once more is Nicholas Owen.
The commandos have been using plastic explosives, grenades and machine guns in an attempt to dislodge separatists still holding out after 9 days. Yesterday, 44 people were killed throughout Punjab in what police said were attacks in retaliation to the siege, in which more than 30 people have been killed.
At dawn today, around 50 Sikh militants were thought to be still inside the Golden Temple complex, surrounded by nearly 3,000 soldiers. The Sikhs and the central shrine replenished their water supplies during a brief ceasefire in the morning. The military had been hoping they'd surrender. When the shooting started again, it was far more fierce than before. The government forces concentrated their fire on a group of militants positioned in 2 towers overlooking the shrine. A unit of India's Black Cat commandos entered the building and managed to force 11 surviving Sikh fighters into the basement.
Basically, they're armed with Kalashnikov rifles, which are short-range weapons, so they seem to be holding off for close combat within the courtyard. The 11 militants believed to have been in the basement beneath the minaret have possibly burrowed away through an underground tunnel or even committed suicide.
By sending troops into the Golden Temple once again, the Indian government risks a backlash from the Sikh community. The previous assault in 1984 led to Mrs. Indira Gandhi's assassination and the increase of Sikh nationalist feeling.
Fierce fighting has again broken out in the southern suburbs of Beirut, shattering a ceasefire agreement.
Extremists are still besieged in the Golden Temple of Amritsar in the Punjab. Their supporters outside the temple have shot 44 people to try to divert the attention of the security forces, and the Indian government is now under increasing pressure to resolve the crisis.
For 8 days, the security forces watched and waited. They hoped it would not be necessary to attack any of the buildings in this sacred complex. They even brought the wives of militants to appeal for a surrender. Sikhs used the ceasefire to draw water. The watchful security forces had expected they would use it to surrender. That was the last straw. Heavy firing was resumed on towers which the militants had fortified. This time the commandos had orders to go in. They belonged to the new elite force which guards Rajiv Gandhi. But the security forces still have orders not to attack the Golden Temple itself, even though the 30 or so militants holding out there did open fire on them this morning. The police hope that with these direct attacks on their positions, the militants' morale will finally collapse. Mark Cully for the 9 o'clock news in Amritsar.
The Sikh fanatics believe that weapons, not words, will get them the independent homeland they're demanding. They want the creation of their own state called Khalistan, the land of the pure, where India and its vast Hindu community would have no say in their affairs. Despite the sheer scale of the bloodshed, the militants who base themselves in the Golden Temple in Amritsar are few in number. Most Sikhs, who make up less than 2% of the Indian population, don't support them, but this hasn't stopped the bloodshed. And it's a problem that's perplexed Rajiv Gandhi's government ever since he came to power. He inherited the situation from his mother, Indira Gandhi, who 4 years ago as Prime Minister ordered troops to storm the temple to flush out extremists. 1,000 people died. Sikhs said their holiest shrine had been desecrated. 5 months later, Mrs. Gandhi was assassinated by her Sikh bodyguards. Since then, the killings have gone on. Rajiv Gandhi has been conciliatory and tough in his efforts to bring peace to the Punjab. Neither approach has worked. 3 years ago, he allowed an election which brought in a moderate Sikh government. That didn't work, so he ordered a police crackdown on extremist murders. That failed as well, so he sacked the government and took control again. In his latest move, he's offered to talk to the militants.
The killings have been on the increase, and so Rajiv Gandhi would have to now see again, look into his policy, consult advisors who would give him the right advice, and find out a way which would soothe the feelings of mass of Sikhs, instead of catering to the whims of a few who are trigger happy and who would always go on killing.
Ultimately, the solution to the fighting in the Punjab will have to be a political one. For the time being, though, it's Indian troops who are trying to bring an end to the killings.
Soviet troops withdrawing from Afghanistan have come under fire from Muslim rebels on the first day.
Gas and plastic explosives, the commandos captured a fortified basement where a number of gunmen had been holding out. More gunmen are thought to be barricaded in the holiest part of the temple, which the police say they will not attack.
Leaders of the Sikh militants have been defending their position from twin minarets overlooking the sacred sanctuary within the temple. The first major advance of the siege came when Black Cat commandos moved in to clear the gunmen from the towers. Troops fired grenades, tear gas and even anti-tank missiles, killing about 30 people and forcing a retreat. About 11 Sikh gunmen are now believed to be barricaded in the basement at the very heart of the temple.
Basically, they're armed with Kalashnikov rifles, which are short-range weapons, so they seem to be holding off for close combat within the courtyard. The 11 militants believed to have been in the basement beneath the minaret have possibly burrowed away through an underground tunnel or even committed suicide.
Reluctant to storm the holy sanctuary itself, troops allowed besieged Sikhs to draw water from the temple lake. Police claim many Sikhs have surrendered, but militants say support is still strong, and they have already taken revenge for the army's action at the temple, killing nearby villagers with random gun attacks. Police fear violence could spread to New Delhi.
Here, police officers have told the government at their annual conference there's a risk of more inner-city riots if proposals to trim police pay and allow...
For the past 8 days. Mark Tully reports on the day's developments.
For 8 days, the security forces watched and waited. They hoped it would not be necessary to attack any of the buildings in this sacred complex. They even brought the wives of militants to appeal for a surrender. Sikhs used a ceasefire to draw water. The watchful security forces had expected they would use it to surrender. That was the last straw. Heavy firing was resumed on towers which the militants had fortified. This time the commandos had orders to go in. They belonged to the new elite force which guards Rajiv Ghandi. But the security forces still have orders not to attack the Golden Temple itself, even though the 30 or so militants holding out there did open fire on them this morning. The police hope that with these direct attacks on their positions, the militants' morale will finally collapse.
Soviet troops withdrawing from Afghanistan have come under attack from Muslim rebels on the...
Further into the Golden Temple. US trade figures take the markets by surprise. The Pope condemns poverty in Paraguay. Woman blames CIA for bomb that made... Troops stormed the building using machine guns, tear gas and explosives. It was the first major push inside the complex since Indian troops began their siege 8 days ago. At least 20 more Sikh militants are still barricaded inside the Golden Temple itself. The army says it is not planning to storm the temple. Since Monday, Sikh gunmen have killed 44 people in retaliation for the army's siege of the Golden Temple. The militants in Amritsar are demanding a separate Sikh homeland in Punjab.
It's now a week since the siege began. Gunmen at first put up heavy resistance, firing down at police from inside the temple's outer buildings. Police used loudspeakers to appeal to the men to give up, but they were ignored. Their patience finally ran out. They ordered their forces to attack the Twin Towers where the gunmen had barricaded themselves. They then took control of the basement area which links the two towers and where the police had eventually driven the men. But an estimated 30 gunmen are still sheltering inside the temple itself. Although police don't want to enter it, they are determined to see an end to the temple being used as a sanctuary by the gunmen. Police are hoping they'll be able to persuade the men to come out. But the siege on the Sikhs' holiest shrine has angered many militants who've retaliated with a series of attacks across Punjab. Up to 44 people are reported killed in the past 24 hours, with many more injured. It's the highest 24-hour death toll since the gunmen began their campaign for a separate Sikh state in Punjab 6 years ago.
There's been more fierce fighting between rival Muslim militias in South Beirut in defiance of a ceasefire.
They attacked workmen building a canal to supply water from the Punjab to neighbouring states.
About 20 gunmen arrived in 4 cars to a work site about 20 miles out of the state capital of Chandigarh. The militants opened fire with submachine guns, killing most of the occupants of the tent. They poured petroleum over the structure and set it alight. Wounded were still within the tent, but they were all burned to death. Then the militants rampaged through the camp, randomly shooting people, entering huts, opening fire on inhabitants.
And that's the news so far this morning. The next programme from ITN is the news at 1 with Julie.
As part of their campaign for a Sikh homeland, gave themselves up to the Indian authorities. Our correspondent Mark Tully watched the surrender.
3 Sikhs came to the edge of the temple and drew water from the pool in which it stands. It appeared that once again the militants were going to use the ceasefire to replenish their supplies. Then young Sikhs in single file walked out of the shrine and crossed the bridge to the marble pavement which surrounds the pool. There they turned right. The police officer shouted at them to turn around. They turned around, walked round the pavement, and came out through a gate just below where the press was standing. I saw one young Sikh kiss the ground in reverence as he came through the gate. When they came through the gate, they were received by the commander of the siege.
Here, the Home Office is backing a new campaign warning of the
for the Indian Army attacks on the Golden Temple in Amritsar. 30 of those who died were workmen digging a canal near the state capital, Chandigarh.
About 20 gunmen arrived in 4 cars to a work site about 20 miles out of the state capital of Chandigarh. The militants opened fire with submachine guns, killing most of the occupants of the tent. They poured petroleum over the structure and set it alight. Wounded were still within the tent, but they were all burned to death. Then the militants rampaged through the camp, randomly shooting people, entering huts, opening fire on inhabitants.
The European Space Agency has launched an Ariane rocket from its space centre in French Guiana.
Day siege. Earlier at Chandigarh, more than 20 Hindu workers were murdered in an apparent Sikh revenge attack for the Amritsar siege. The police say all the Sikh militants are now out of the temple. 3 of the group committed suicide rather than surrender, and 2 more were shot dead as they tried to escape. The first 1,200 Russian troops to
holding out inside the holy shrine in Amritsar have surrendered. Security forces stopped short of storming the inner temple as they did in Operation Bluestar 4 years ago, but there was still bloodshed. Elsewhere in Punjab, Sikhs who were fighting for their own state killed 38 Hindus near the provincial capital Chandigarh in an apparent attempt to divert the police away from the siege of the Golden Temple.
The militants started to come out of the temple in single file, many of them with their hands above their heads. The police issued instructions to them over the loudspeaker. As the last militants were coming out, some panicked and the security forces thought they were going to run for it. They opened fire, killing 2 people. It was later also discovered that 2 militants had committed suicide within the complex. 3 of the militants were wounded. When the militants surrendered, they were received by the commander of the Punjab police, Mr. K.C.P. Gill, who is himself a Sikh. He later announced that there were 6 leaders of Sikh militants among those who had surrendered. He also assured journalists that there were no more militants in the complex. The security forces' policy throughout the siege has been to avoid a repetition of the army operation in the Golden Temple 4 years ago. That only lasted 1 night, but many lives were lost and the temple complex was badly damaged. This time the security forces have taken their time, using, as the police chief put it, patient pressure.
The Home Secretary Douglas
fell yesterday was slowed, and it ended down just under 1/3% against the dollar. Against a basket of currencies, it was down 0.1.
In Amritsar ended today with the surrender of 46 Sikh militants. The Indian security forces stopped short of storming the inner temple, as they did 4 years ago, but there was still bloodshed. Elsewhere in Punjab, 30 Hindus were killed by Sikhs near the provincial capital of Chandigarh.
Taken 10 days of siege in the blazing heat of summer for the militants to finally crack. The atmosphere in the temple complex was tense. Commandos watched the Sikhs from all sides, afraid that they would try and run for it. 1 or 2 militants did panic and disobeyed the instructions the police were giving over loudspeakers. The commandos opened fire and 2 militants were shot dead. 2 others took poison rather than joining their colleagues in this surrender, which will damage the militants' prestige. The surrender also means the loss of the Golden Temple, an invaluable sanctuary and communication center. The police expect to get valuable information from interrogating the leading members of the militant groups they now have in their hands. But the violence in Punjab is likely to continue. 30 labourers were shot dead last night by Sikh extremists. This attack follows a new pattern whereby the militants go for easy targets and mass killing. Their aim is to frighten non-Sikhs out of Punjab and to discredit the government. There's also still the problem of the temple. This is the second time Indian security forces have had to free it from Sikh militants. Mark Tully, BBC, Amritsar.
President Reagan has called on both
police. 3 others committed suicide and 2 were killed trying to escape. Police said they had captured some of the most wanted militants who've been campaigning for an independent Sikh state called Khalistan.
The Russians say 3 people were killed
in Amritsar has ended with the surrender of the 46 Sikh militants. 2 of them were shot and killed by the police when it appeared they were trying to avoid arrest. The threat of a split within the TUC
such public attention.
Up to now, when the Sikhs gather, most British people or the onlookers would think, we wonder what they're up to. But we like to point it out that it is basically and always a place of worship. And the more understandings get into it, and more the better.
With chanting and prayers, the book was paraded briefly through the streets to the new temple. 5 holy men preceded the book into the new temple. There then began several hours of ceremony. The chanting, roughly translated, means, "To those who hear, may the grace of God be with you."
And that's all for now. I'll be back
in the main hall of Ludhiana station this morning. Ludhiana is Punjab's most important industrial city. On Friday, there are a series of explosions in buses in the town of Pathankot, near the Pakistan border. In Amritsar, the Sikh Bible was carried on a golden palanquin into the Golden Temple this morning to the accompaniment of traditional musical instruments and chanting. This